I'm Jonathan Demme.
It was a weird choice, since his earlier films were more comedic, but he also directed Stop Making Sense, the greatest concert film ever made, so he's unimpeachable to me. It ended up working for the cast and crew, who all said they had a great time thanks to Demme keeping things light on set.
The paradox of filming this was that it's such a dark film, and it was such a delightful experience for everybody.
It was a lot of fun.
Meanwhile, the role of Clarice went to Jodie Foster, who was just coming off an Oscar win for The Accused. Foster was a fan of the book, and called up Orion Pictures when she found out they bought the rights from Dino De Laurentiis after Manhunter flopped. She was drawn to Clarice's quiet internal strength, especially after playing victims for so much of her career.
For me, the reason that it was so important to make this movie was that there was a sort of healing process and almost like a growing up process to finally playing the woman who saves the women.
After getting the role, Foster wanted to make sure the movie didn't portray the FBI as goofy or inept. You might not know this, but it's fucking buck wild, man. In 1981, John Hinckley Jr. tried to assassinate newly inaugurated President Ronald Reagan. His motivation was to impress Jodie Foster, whom he became obsessed with and stalked after seeing her in Taxi Driver. The FBI protected her during his stalking attempts, and helped out production for this movie, providing their campus and firing range as sets. They figured the film would help them recruit female agents. Clarice makes another appointment with Hannibal, who says that Raspel was an early victim of Buffalo Bills. Lecter only found his patient after he was dead.
Best thing for him, really. His therapy was going nowhere.
Hannibal implies he knows who Buffalo Bill is and offers up the name for a price, a room with a view. Not like the E.M. Forster book, an actual room with like a window and shit. While Starling ponders that deal, in Memphis, Tennessee, a woman sings to Tom Petty with some Fallon caliber lip syncing. She's so into the song, she doesn't realize she's being watched by a Splinter Cell looking Buffalo Bill. He lures her over with an arm cast and some dramatic grunting. When she offers to help him, he maneuvers her into the back of his van. The good
Phoebe Waller, destroyer of franchises. From her involvement in Solo to steering the script for No Time to Die to her now unfortunate role in Indiana Jones, people see Phoebe's participation as a death sentence for their favorite characters. And as if that weren't enough, we are now being threatened with a similar fate for Lara Croft. And all of this begs the crucial question: why the hell is Phoebe Waller-Bridge in everything? I mean, she isn't particularly appealing or charismatic, yet she's being tapped to steer massive IPs. The clear culprit of all of this is Fleabag, which took Phoebe, the writer and star of the show, from obscurity and plopped her into all the right meetings for future projects. Now, I loved Fleabag. It's a fantastic show, and I go back every now and then to rewatch it because it's beautifully written with so much nuance and fantastic timing, great characters, and a perfect ending. And Phoebe accomplished all of that in 12 episodes. But I also recognize that this show is not for everyone, and by that I mean men. Now, I know we're not allowed to make gender-based generalizations anymore, but I can understand why most men, not all, would not enjoy the show, just like I understand why most women, not all, would not enjoy a movie like John Wick. Short aside, I went to watch John Wick 4 after listening to the Critical Drinker rave about it, and I walked out after the first hour when I genuinely started to worry about the families of the several henchmen John Wick was killing to really upbeat music. Pretty cool, not for me. Her sister plays an important role, the rest of the cast are pretty ancillary, and the men are written through the female gaze. I mean, the main love interest in season 2 is literally called Hot Priest, and yeah, he lives up to that name. And you bet your bottom that this scene is really hot. The reason Fleabag was such a successful show is because of one important word: truth. Fleabag is about female fragility, female competitiveness and jealousy, but most importantly, the destruction that a woman can unleash almost effortlessly. You see, we meet Fleabag at her worst point, having recently lost her mother.
I don't know what to do with it.
With what?
With all the love I have for her. I don't know where to put it now.
I'll take it. No, I'm serious. It sounds lovely.
She has no connection with her father.
I love you, but I'm not sure that I like you all the time.
And has a tenuous relationship with her sister. The only person Fleabag was close to was her best friend. And it's under this tumultuous reality that Fleabag connects with the audience by constantly breaking the fourth wall, slowly showing us that our tour guide is terribly lonely, and we are her only friend. And while we feel for her, we still don't have the full story until the final revelation that the reason her friend stepped in front of a bus to teach her boyfriend a lesson was because her boyfriend cheated on her. with Fleabag.
Claire, you have to believe me.
How can I believe you?
Because I'm your sister.
After what you did to Boo?
With this unexpected revelation, Fleabag does her best to run away from us, since we've now transformed from trusted friend to a judgmental witness. The true beauty of the show is watching Fleabag come to terms with her own mistakes, her own ability to hurt people, and learn to forgive herself. It's a truth that many people can connect with. It's a journey that many people are on, and Fleabag voices the desolate helplessness that's often typical of this journey. And the show ends not with love triumphing or Fleabag finding her answers in someone else, but instead she finally comes to terms with her own flaws and walks away from the camera, ready to leave us behind as a crutch and engage with her life fully. Like I said, I love this show, and it takes great talent and a deep understanding of people to write something like this. But let's switch gears a bit to Hollywood and the massive identity crisis that they've undergone over the last decade, where strong female hero has become the war cry of every writer's room and talking point of every executive. Hollywood is living under the shadow of constant fear that they will be accused of sexism, racism, or bigotry, and rushing to prove that they're as modern and forward-thinking as they come, ready to pander to every identity group. The woke virtue signaling is like the ultimate drug, and the folks in charge are constantly looking out for the next feminist they can put in the driving seat and demand applause from the torch-wielding mob. And it's these strange times that have brought us the rise of Phoebe Waller-Bridge, who fits the bill, being a self-avowed modern female feminist with some success at running projects under her belt. The only problem, all the elements of storytelling and character nuance that made Phoebe a great writer are now considered unacceptable by Hollywood. Should we talk about female narcissism? Oh God, no. There's no such thing. No, female characters have to be shown as perfect and error-proof. Only men can be narcissistic and toxic, don't you know? What about female jealousy? Can we address how women can get competitive with each other? Oh, hell no. We can't show that. This, by the way, explains why in Peter Pan and Wendy, they removed the entire plotline of Tinkerbell's jealousy of Wendy and instead made Peter the problem in the situation. Women, after all, have to be shown to be supporting women without question. What about an exploration of how female promiscuity is bad for mental health, like Phoebe explores in Fleabag, where as part of her recovery process, she forces herself to stop hooking up with random men.
Do you want to have sex?
No. Can I at least go down on you? No!
Oh no. We can't talk about that. And in the new Indiana Jones movie, let's make Helena a lecherous woman who can't stop herself from checking out every man that crosses her path and show her using and manipulating men for money. But don't worry, this isn't really considered any sort of character flaw that will cost her in any retributive way, nor will she be learning or growing from herself selfish, insensitive, and duplicitous ways, because we all know she's a woman and women don't need to learn or grow. They're perfect. Oh, and Helena will be letting us know that she is
Resourceful, daring, beautiful, self-sufficient!
Yep. And yes, I rolled so hard at the scene that my eyes nearly got stuck. Welcome to modern Hollywood.
A couple of weeks ago, I made a video addressing.
I'm suing Honey right now. My name is Tom Kirker. Okay, that was an obscure John Goblikon reference. Go follow him, best creator on this platform. I'm suing Honey. I'm suing Honey. There's a lot of misconceptions on the internet about the Honey lawsuit, so I figured I would debunk them. Specifically 5 things, starting with the very first thing. Legal Eagle.
This is everything you need to know about the Book of Bill. With the new year upon us, the ARG still ongoing, and Gravity Falls clearly ramping up for something new, I wanted to take all of our speculation, theorizing, ARG solving, everything we've done for the Book of Bill so far and put it in one place for your convenience. And of course, I couldn't resist also tossing in a couple new mini theories too, but you'll have to watch them to see for yourselves. And real quick, big shout outs to the Gravity Falls subreddit and Discord, as well as the other awesome theorists here on YouTube that all worked their butts off decoding the Book of Bill and this ARG. Y'all crushed it, and we couldn't have done this without you.
Hello, Internet. This time, you're on your own.
Actually, no, you're not. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Film Theory, where that some sunny day is finally here. Yeah, you know what that means. The one-eyed triangular 2D demon Bill Cipher has returned to wreak havoc on the world of Gravity Falls. Well, sort of. If you don't know, Gravity Falls was an animated series on Disney XD created by mystery mastermind and theorist champ Alex Hirsch. The show's about twins Dipper and Mabel Pines, who spent summer vacation with their grunkle Stan in the small town of Gravity Falls, Oregon. Here, they encounter all sorts of mysteries and codes and cryptids, gnomes that kidnap kids, and killer animatronics before they were cool. But most importantly, they help defeat Bill Cipher, a demon from the second dimension with godlike powers who was hell-bent on conquering the world. This show was built from the ground up for theorizing, something Matt pointed out multiple times throughout his theories and why I've been so excited to cover it. Along with FNAF and the MCU, Gravity Falls was one of the shows that really drove an entire generation of theorists. So when Disney announced the Book of Bill, a new addition to the Gravity Falls canon,
Charles II's inbred family tree is literally a circle, and its branches are like a tumbleweed. They're rolling around inside rather than expanding out. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another video. This video I'm going to take you through the Habsburg family tree and how it created the famously inbred Charles II of Spain. We will also see how Charles and some of his ancestors might have looked recreated with their Habsburg chins. So if you're new to my channel, welcome. Here on Mortal Faces, I take portraits and transform them to see how individuals we read about might have looked in real life. I also talk about them to see what their deal was, so let's get started. Thank you for watching. Subscribe for more historic recreations, and let me know in the comments who you'd like to see in real life. Charles II's family tree begins with Joanna and Philip of Castile about 200 years before Charles II was born. Joanna was the mother to Catherine of Aragon, Henry VIII's first wife. Along with Catherine, she had a whole bunch of other kids, including Charles, Ferdinand, and Isabella, and that's where the entanglement of the inbreeding comes from. These 3 children. If you want to know about the history of Joanna's Spanish family and how they united the Spanish lands, then I have a recreation video on her parents, Isabella of Castile and Ferdinand of Aragon. Also, if you want to know more about the life of Charles II and how he looked from a kid to when he died, I have a video on him as well, and that one just hit the 1 million mark. So thank you all for watching. Philip was the heir to the Holy Roman Empire, and Joanna was the heiress to the Spanish lands. Their children Charles V married Isabella of Portugal, Ferdinand I married Anna of Bohemia and Hungary, and Isabella married Christian of Denmark. So they all married outsiders. But according to German government, the boys had to each take a share of their father's lands. So the second son, Ferdinand I, got his father's Austrian lands, and the older brother, Charles V, got his mom's Spanish lands, including Italy. This created the two Habsburg lines, the Austrian Habsburgs and the Spanish Habsburgs. Their sister Isabella, through marriage, did her own thing up north, ruling Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, and her family comes into play later on. In the next generation, that's when we see the branches of this family tree start to converge back into a single entity. As a side note, each future parent had multiple children, but I will just introduce the relevant ones. So when I say they had 2 kids, they could have had 10. I'm just talking about the 2. Charles V of Spain had a son and a daughter, Philip II and Maria. Ferdinand I of the Holy Roman Empire had Maximilian II, Charles, and Anna, and Isabella of Denmark had Christina. With their next generation, we see uncles marrying nieces and cousins marrying cousins. We will start off with Spain's Philip and Maria. Maria married her Austrian first cousin, Maximilian II. They had a daughter, Anna. Anna married her uncle, Philip. They had a child together, Philip III. So Philip's mom was his first cousin mother. We will put him on pause for now. The next line was Ferdinand I. He had Maximilian, who married his first cousin Maria, but also Charles II and Anna. Anna married a man, Albert, Duke of Bavaria, and they had 2 kids, Maria Anna and William V. Maria Anna was similar to her first cousin, also second cousin Anna, in that she too married her uncle Charles, and this uncle and niece had 2 kids, Margaret and Ferdinand II. We are going to put those 2 on hold along with their cousin Philip III of Spain, because we're going to go over to Isabella's side to talk about how her Danish children fit into this tree. So remember, Isabella married Christian II of Denmark. Well, they had a daughter named Christina. Christina married Francis I, Duke of Lorraine, and those 2 had a girl, Renata. Renata married her second cousin, William V, from the Austrian Habsburgs, and they had a daughter, Maria Anna of Bavaria. So now we've produced all 4 of the children for this generation, and they would become both the grandparents and great-grandparents of Charles II, the inbred king. So of the 2 boys and 2 girls, they each took one as their spouse. Brother and sister Margaret and Ferdinand of the Austrian Habsburgs each took a spouse from the other Habsburgs line. Margaret married her first cousin once removed, / second cousin once removed, / third cousin, Philip III of Spain. They had 2 kids, Philip IV and Maria Anna, but we will put them aside for now. So then, Margaret's brother, Ferdinand II, married his uncle first cousin's kid, Maria Anna, who was from Isabella of Denmark's side. In case you're wondering, Maria Anna and Ferdinand II were first cousins and first cousins once removed at the same time. Now, those cousins had a kid, Ferdinand III of the Holy Roman Empire. Of the 2 Spanish siblings, history took the daughter and married her to her first cousin / second cousin once removed twice over, / third cousin 3 times over, / third cousin once removed 4 times over, / fourth cousin 4 times over, Ferdinand III. Together they had a daughter, Mariana of Austria. Mariana of Austria married her uncle Philip IV of Spain, and together, uncle and niece became the parents to our dearest Charles II. Just for fun, let's see their relationship. Charles II's parents were third cousins twice removed, also third cousins once removed, also third cousins twice removed again, and again, and fourth cousins once removed, then just a fourth cousin, then fourth cousins once removed again, and again, and one more time, also third cousins again, and third cousins once removed again, and again, then third cousins twice removed again, fourth cousins once removed again, second cousins once removed, first cousins once removed, and ultimately uncle and niece. Finally, to add it up, that was 17 different relationships with the same relative. And that brings us to the end of this video. If your brain is still alive, then given all the intermarriages, we still did not see fathers marrying daughters and brothers marrying sisters. Well, let me tell you, that privilege is reserved for King Tut and Cleopatra. So if you want to see their family trees, I have them on my channel. Go check it out because in my opinion, it's even more crazy. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you want to see more historic recreations, please consider subscribing. King Tutankhamun, the teenaged pharaoh whose Egyptian tomb yielded dazzling treasures, limped around on tender bones and a clubbed foot, and probably died from malaria. If you're new to my channel, welcome. Here on Mortal Faces, I transform historical portraits to see how famous figures we read about might have looked in real life. And in this video, we will check out King Tut as well as go through his inbred family tree. So let's get started. Thank you for watching. Subscribe for more historical recreations. And let me know in the comments who you'd like to see in real life. King Tut was born in 1341 BC and died in 1323 BC, so he would have lived for only about 18-19 years. Let's talk about his health and his family tree. King Tut probably had a slight build and was around 5 feet 6 inches tall. He had an overbite, which was a characteristic of his family, a cleft palate, and a mild case of scoliosis or a curved spine. A cleft palate could have left him with problems with feeding and speaking clearly, and he might have had ear infections coupled with hearing and teeth problems. His right foot was flat while his left foot was clubbed with bone necrosis, which basically meant not only was it curved, but the bone was dying due to lack of blood supply. This can result in increased pain and swelling through the affected area. As a result, he likely walked with a limp and a cane, as many were found in his tomb. What made matters worse is he was repeatedly infected with the most severe strains of malaria, which could have further reduced his immune system. Then it looks like he fell, fracturing his leg, which never fully healed. To top it all off, he had sickle cell anemia, which results in a number of health problems. Basically, he didn't win the genetic lottery. All of this could have been the result of him inheriting bad genes within his family tree through multiple generations of inbreeding. This is his family tree. We're going to go through it like I did on my Cleopatra family tree, and please forgive my pronunciations for these wonderful names we're about to see. We're going to start off at the top with the 7th pharaoh near the end of the 17th dynasty. To put it in perspective, there were 30 dynasties in ancient Egypt until Alexander the Great conquered it in 332 BC. King Senecatenre Ahmose married Tetishri, a woman of non-royal birth. His son Sekenenure Tao became the next 18th king. He married his 3 sisters and had kids with all 3 sister wives. Ahmose Inapi had Ahmose Henutemehu. Sejuhuti had a daughter, and Ahotep I became his queen consort and bore the next generation of kings. Kamose was their first son. He became the 9th and final king of the 17th dynasty, but died young without any male heirs. His only daughter married her father's brother, also her uncle, Ahmose. Ahmose I became the next pharaoh and was the first pharaoh of the 18th dynasty. Ahmose I united all of Egypt. You see, the previous 17th dynasty was a whole bunch of kingdoms, and this guy united it, much like how the Qin dynasty did in China. We've established that Ahmose married his niece, Kamose's daughter, but he also married his half-sister, Ahmose Henutemehu, and his full sister, Ahmose Nefertari. With his full sister, Ahmose Nefertari, that's where we have the next generation. Brother and sister had Ahmose Mertemon, Amenhotep I, and Mutnofret, amongst others. Amenhotep I became the next pharaoh and married his older sister, Ahmose Mertemon, and then another lady, Ahotep II. Ahotep II is a very confusing individual. There are a lot of theories of where she came from and no conclusive answer. But one inscription says she was Amenhotep's wife and sister, so we'll take it as that. But they had no surviving heirs. And that's how King Tut's direct ancestor, Thutmose I, gets the throne. Thutmose I was a soldier. Perhaps he was his best friend or maybe loosely related to Amenhotep's family. We don't really know, but he gets the throne, becoming the 3rd pharaoh of the 18th dynasty. And to secure his position, he married members of Amenhotep's family. He married Ahmose, who could have been the daughter of Amenhotep I or Ahmose I. She could have also been the same woman as Ahmose Nefertari, or even Thutmose's very own sister. Either way, the couple had a daughter, Hatshepsut, who became a famous queen and the 2nd female pharaoh in Egypt. Thutmose I also married Mutnofret, who was the sister to the previous pharaoh, Amenhotep I. With Mutnofret, they had the next pharaoh, Thutmose II. Thutmose II first married Hatshepsut, his half-sister. When he died, that's when she became regent and pharaoh. They had no surviving heirs. Thutmose II also married Iset, a woman of unknown origins. And it's now for the next 3 generations that we see each pharaoh marrying possible outsiders. Thutmose III married Hatshepsut Merieter, a daughter of a noble. They had Amenhotep II, who married Tia'a, a possible sister or half-sister. They had Thutmose IV, who married the daughter of a noble, Mutemuea. And they had the famous Amenhotep III. Amenhotep III was the wealthiest pharaoh of the dynasty, and so far we've seen uncles and aunts marrying nephews and nieces, brothers marrying sisters, but it's with Amenhotep III that we see a father marrying his daughter. And this guy not only marries 1, but 2 of his daughters, Iset and Sitamun, who he even possibly fathers children with. However, it's with Ti, a daughter of a non-royal landowner, that King Tut's father is born from. His name was Amenhotep IV, who is famous for his religious rebellion and changed his name to Akhenaten. He also married the famous Queen Nefertiti and They had a daughter, Ankhesenamun. Akhenaten also married his full sister named the Younger Lady. Together they had Tutankhamun or King Tut. King Tut married his half-sister, Ankhesenamun, and they had 2 daughters. The daughters ended up dying young, and this marks the end of his family's direct line and about 258 years of the throne, and in 30 years would be the beginning of the 19th dynasty. So thank you for watching on this video about King Tut and his family tree. So I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you for watching. Subscribe for more historical recreations, and let me know in the comments who you want to see in real life, and I will see you in the next one. So the answer is a lot more than we think. This is her tree, and it's actually a very interesting family tree. I've not only set it up to show you how each monarch from Elizabeth up to Henry VIII is related to their spouse, but also it doubles in that it shows how Elizabeth is connected to these very famous monarchs, like Henry VIII, King George, Elizabeth I, and even Anne Boleyn. So stay tuned. If you're new to my channel, welcome. Here on Mortal Faces, I take portraits and transform them to see how individuals we read about might have looked in real life. And I also detangle some inbred family trees like in this video. So let's get started. Thank you for watching. Subscribe for more historical recreations. And let me know in the comments who you'd like to see in real life. We are going to start off with George I. George I was the first British monarch of the House of Hanover. Before that, we had the House of Stuart, which was the Scottish line, and before that, the Tudor dynasty, which was Elizabeth I and Henry VIII. We're going to see them later on, but let's first talk about George I. The time period is the late 1600s and the early 1700s. Louis XIV of France, the Sun King, just started upgrading his palace of Versailles. In England, though, we have the newlyweds George I and his wife Sophia Dorothy of Celle, and they are first cousins. Their fathers were brothers and share the same grandfather. George got the English throne because his mother's mom was Elizabeth Stuart, the daughter to King James VI of Scotland and I of England. Through Elizabeth Stuart's brother Charles, his son was James II of the Glorious Revolution, and his daughter was the famous Queen Anne. The Glorious Revolution overthrew the Catholic James II and replaced the crown with his Protestant daughters Mary and then Anne. Anne died childless, so the throne went to the next Protestant member, which was her great-aunt Elizabeth Stuart's line. It was her youngest Protestant daughter Sophia who was the most direct Protestant heir because everyone above her, including her siblings and cousins, were Roman Catholic. Sophia married Ernest Augustus, Elector of Hanover, and their son became King George I of England. A result of the Glorious Revolution, all the monarchs of the British throne continued to be Protestant. They had King George II. George II married a cousin, Caroline of Ansbach. George and Caroline share the same ancestor, George through 6 generations up and Caroline through 5 generations up. Their common ancestor is Joachim Ernest, Prince of Anhalt, in the mid-1500s. George II and Caroline are considered fourth cousins once removed. They had 3 relevant kids to this tree: Frederick, Prince of Wales, Princess Mary, and Princess Louise of Great Britain. We will see the princesses Mary and Louise later on. Frederick predeceased his father, but his marriage to Princess Augusta of Saxe-Gotha produced the next king, George III. The time period of George III is, think about Marie Antoinette and Versailles. It incorporates the late 1700s. George III married the famous Queen Charlotte of Mecklenburg-Strelitz. We know her as the queen from Netflix's Bridgerton and of my other video recreating her controversial family tree and how she might have looked in real life. George and Charlotte are actually related through both their maternal grandfather's sides. Their great-grandparents were brothers and so share the same great-great-grandparent. They are third cousins. Their great-great-grandfather was Ernest I, Duke of Saxe-Gotha. He had 18 kids. Think about that, 18. And through 3 of these 18 kids, John Ernest IV, Frederick I, and Ernest, We have, as I've mentioned, King George III through Frederick, Queen Charlotte through Ernest. Then their son Prince Edward married Princess Victoria, a fourth cousin through John Ernest IV. Then Princess Victoria and Prince Edward had Queen Victoria. Queen Victoria, the time frame is the 1800s, think of hoop skirts, petticoats, and bustles, married her first cousin, Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. Their parents are brother and sister, which makes them a first cousin. And secondly, their parents are commonly related to the son, John Ernest IV. As a side note, Prince Albert's mother is also directly related to the common ancestor Ernest I, Duke of Saxe-Gotha, through his son, Frederick I, which means Prince Albert's parents are fourth cousins once removed as well. Then Albert and Queen Victoria had the party king, Edward VII, and his time frame, think of Titanic, the early 1900s, he married Alexandra of Denmark, his fourth cousin twice over. Edward's great-great-great-grandfather was King George II, and he was Alexandra's great-great-great-grandfather too, through her mother and father's sides. They had George V. The time period of George V is, think of World War I. George V was Elizabeth II's grandfather, and he married Mary of Teck. Mary of Teck came from a really royal family tree. It goes all the way up to Henry II of England in the 1100s, and his son King John of the Robin Hood story. Also the Austrian royal families, the Habsburgs, the German royal families. She has common ancestry to Queen Charlotte and separately her husband George III, and even Anne of Cleves, Henry VIII's fourth wife. It's really illustrious. However, she is closely related to her husband George V through George III. Her maternal grandfather was the seventh son to George III, and her husband's paternal great-grandfather was the fourth son of George III. In other words, Queen Victoria's father's brother's line creates Mary of Teck. They are second cousins once removed. You can pause the video to see that through her father's side, she is also related to George II and George I. And from her mother's side, she is related to George II too. You'll also notice a lot of the spouses her ancestors married were related to the same Bavarian, Austrian, German, and Habsburg royal families, so as I've mentioned, she's a really intense woman. Together they have George VI, who was Elizabeth II's father. George VI got the throne from his older brother Edward's abdication to Wallace Simpson. George VI's time frame is World War II. George VI married Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon, also known as the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother, in comparison to Mary of Teck, had a more direct, noble line, rather than a maze of royals. Her father's line was pretty linear, and it really doesn't get tangled up until the 1600s, about 10 generations up with Elizabeth Butler, Duchess of Ormond's ancestry. They married cousins. However, it was her mother's side, born Cecilia Cavendish Bentinck, that connects this family circle. Cecilia's paternal grandfather was the third son of a duke, and his mom was Dorothy Bentinck, Duchess of Portland. She was the daughter of the fourth Duke and Duchess of Devonshire. Through the Duke, his line goes all the way up to Henry Howard, the son of Thomas Howard, 3rd Duke of Norfolk. His father was the 2nd Duke of Norfolk, also named Thomas. The 2nd Duke had 3 kids: Elizabeth Howard, Anne Boleyn's mother, Edmund Howard, Catherine Howard's father, and Thomas Howard, Henry Howard's father. Henry, Catherine, and Anne were all first cousins. On the other side, the Duchess of Devonshire's family tree goes directly up to Lettice Knollys. Lettice was the granddaughter of Mary Boleyn, Anne Boleyn's sister. So through the lines of Henry Howard and his first cousin Mary Boleyn, we can create the Duke and Duchess of Devonshire. What's interesting is that Princess Diana's ancestor is George John, the 2nd Earl Spencer. George John's sister was Georgina, who through marriage became the 5th Duchess of Devonshire, the famous one that Keira Knightley played. So Georgina and George John's father was the same guy, the 1st Earl Spencer. And it's the 1st Earl Spencer's line that connects into the 4th Duchess of Devonshire's line which goes up to Mary Boleyn. So Georgina, the Duchess of Devonshire, Princess Diana, and Queen Elizabeth's maternal grandmother Cecilia are all related to Mary Boleyn and ultimately Thomas Howard, the second Duke of Norfolk in the 14 and 1500s. However, this is about the Queen Mother and her relation to her husband. Paternally, through the 4th Duke of Devonshire up to Henry Howard, his mother was Elizabeth Stafford, and through Elizabeth's line we have Joan Beaufort. Joan's brother was John Beaufort, the 1st Earl of Somerset. Their father was the famous John of Gaunt, whose father was King Edward III of England. King Edward's children branched off into the houses of York and Lancaster, which created the War of the Roses in the 1400s. It was through John of Gaunt, a Lancaster, that we have Henry VII's claim to the throne, because Henry VII's mother was the famous Lancaster, Lady Margaret Beaufort, the granddaughter to John Beaufort, the 1st Earl of Somerset. Basically, they took their claim to the throne and ended the War of the Roses by having her son marry his 4th cousin, a York, combining the two factions back into one. She put her son Henry VII onto the throne, beginning the Tudor dynasty. From this, we have Henry VIII, who married Anne Boleyn and Catherine Howard. Yes, he is related to Anne and Catherine. Through the paternal lines, they are commonly related to Henry III of England in the 1200s, so 9 and 10 generations up. A pro tidbit, Anne and Catherine's great-grandfather branches off to the Earl of Ormond, and that goes straight down to the Queen Mother's father. So the Queen Mother is paternally and maternally related to the Boleyns and Henry III as well. Henry VIII's line, however, goes extinct with Elizabeth I. It's his sister Margaret Tudor's line that connects us to George I. Margaret married the King of Scotland, James IV, her 3rd cousin. They had James V of Scotland, and he had Mary Queen of Scots. Mary Queen of Scots was Elizabeth I's 2nd cousin once removed. They share the same ancestor, Henry VII, the 1st Tudor king. Mary Queen of Scots has James VI of Scotland and 1st of England, who has Charles I of England, who has James II of the Glorious Revolution. Remember from the beginning of the video. So we are going in a circle. He had Queen Anne. Queen Anne died childless, so the throne went to her Protestant great-aunt Elizabeth Stuart, whose Protestant daughter Sophia married Ernest Augustus, Elector of Hanover, and together they had King George I. And through his line all the way down we have Queen Elizabeth II, who married Prince Philip, her 3rd cousin through Queen Victoria. They are her great-great-grandchildren. They are also 2nd cousins once removed through their Denmark lines. Elizabeth's great-grandfather was King Edward VII, who married Alexandra of Denmark. Her father was Christian IX of Denmark. Christian IX was Prince Philip's paternal great-grandfather, making them 2nd cousins once removed as well. Finally, to complete the story, what about Charles and Lady Diana? Well, Charles and the late Princess Diana both descended from James VI of Scotland and 1st of England. As mentioned, James had 2 kids that are relevant, Charles I and Elizabeth Stuart. Through Charles I, we have Charles II and his illegitimate child, Henry Fitzroy, which goes straight down to Diana. On the other hand, Elizabeth Stuart goes to Prince Charles. And how related are Prince William and Kate Middleton? Well, her great-great-grandmother, Frances Elizabeth Greenhow, was the 10th great-granddaughter of Sir William Gascoigne, a Yorkshire knight who died in 1487. He married Lady Margaret Percy, the 4th and youngest daughter of Henry Percy, Earl of Northumberland. The Earl descended from King Edward III through both his parents, and this makes William and Kate 14th cousins once removed through his mother, and 15th cousins through his father. And that brings us to the end of this video. What have we learned from this? Well, basically, everyone from Elizabeth's ancestry pretty much is related to their spouse. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you're interested in more inbred family trees, I have more on my channel. Thank you for watching. Subscribe for more historical recreations. It's the best way to support me. And let me know in the comments who you'd like to see in real life, and I will see you in the next one. So you thought it couldn't get any worse than this? Well, it just did. This is the family tree of Marie Antoinette, who is a mixture of the Spanish Habsburgs and the Austrian Habsburgs. And in this video, we will see how those two lines converge into the famous French queen. I'm going to try and do my best to explain it, as it's not as simple as Charles II's family tree. This one is like a railroad track at a major depot. If you've already seen Charles II's family tree, you'll notice some familiar names. If not, that's okay. I'm gonna go through everyone here. Lastly, I tweaked Marie Antoinette's face to incorporate her petite Habsburg chin, which was thought of as adorable, and I recreated her parents. If you're new to my channel, here on Mortal Faces, I have more inbred family trees and recreations of famous historic people to see how they might have looked in real life. So check it out, we're almost at 100,000 subscribers. So let's get started. Thank you for watching. Subscribe for more historical recreations, and let me know in the comments who you'd like to see in real life. Like any good Habsburg, we have to start with Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castile, the two Catholic monarchs that united the Spanish realms. As a disclaimer, these kings and queens had multiple children, but I will just introduce the relevant ones. So when I say they had 2 daughters, they could have had 8. Ferdinand and Isabella had a whole bunch of kids, and 2 of their daughters were Maria and Joanna. Maria married the King of Portugal and had her own Portuguese family, including 2 daughters, Beatrice and Isabella. Her sister, Joanna, married the heir to the Holy Roman Empire, Philip I. Philip and Manuel of Portugal and their wives, Joanna and Maria, are all cousins. I'll save that relationship, though, for another day. Joanna had 3 main kids, Charles V, Ferdinand I, and Isabella of Austria. Of this generation, there's one cousin marriage, Charles V marrying his first cousin, Isabella of Portugal. Everyone else marries outsiders. Note, when I say outsiders, they could be related, I just haven't gone that far back in history yet. Of the Portuguese line, Beatrice has Emmanuel. Of the Spanish line, Charles V had Philip II and Maria. Of the Holy Roman Empire line, Ferdinand I has Maximilian II, Joanna, Archduke Charles II, Anna, and Maria of Austria. Of Isabella's line, she married the King of Denmark, Christian II, and had Christina of Denmark. Spanish, Joanna and her husband, Holy Roman Emperor Philip I, united the Spanish and Germanic lands. When they died, their eldest, Charles V, got it. However, according to German rule, he had to split his Germanic lands with his brother Ferdinand, and that split the Spanish Habsburgs under Charles's line and the Austrian Habsburgs under Ferdinand's line. But as we've seen with Charles II, the Habsburgs are like boomerangs. Throw it out, it'll always come back in, and we'll see the same thing here with Marie Antoinette. The eldest Spanish Charles V and his cousin wife Isabella of Portugal had 2 Spanish kids, Philip II and Maria. Maria married her first cousin, Maximilian II, who was Ferdinand I's son, and they had a daughter, Anna of Austria. Philip II of Spain married this girl, who was his niece / first cousin once removed. They'll eventually have their Spanish family. It's important to note that Philip II was already a widower. He had 3 wives before his Spanish niece, a princess of Portugal, a princess of England who was Bloody Mary or Mary I, and a princess of France, Elizabeth Valois. With the French princess, he had a daughter, Catherine Michel, so she's Isabella of Portugal's granddaughter. She is important because she marries into the Portuguese line, which eventually marries back into the Habsburgs. So here's the Portuguese side. Beatrice, the sister to Philip II's mom Isabella, had a grandson, Charles Emmanuel, who married Catherine Michel, his second cousin. So the 2 grandkids will have their own Portuguese family together. I call them Portuguese even though he's the Duke of Savoy in French, but I'm trying to keep it simple. While the Portuguese and Spanish sides are starting their next generation, let's move on to the Austrian side. Ferdinand I, who got all the Austrian lands, remember, had a bunch of kids. Maximilian II, who married into Spain, Joanna, Archduke Charles II, Anna, and Maria. Joanna married into the French line and had Marie de Medici, who had King Louis XIII of France, the direct ancestor to Marie Antoinette's husband, Louis XVI. He's busy thinking about the next line of Louis and Louis and Louis, so we will let him do his thing and follow up with him later on. Maria of Austria, the next sister, had Anna of Cleves, who had Wolfgang William, Count Palatine. We're going to deal with him later too. Then we have two siblings left of Ferdinand I, Archduke Charles II, and Anna. Anna married Albert, Duke of Bavaria, who was an outsider. We will call their line the Bavarian line, and she had two kids, William V of Bavaria and Maria Anna. And it's Maria Anna who marries our last sibling, Archduke Charles II, so they are uncle and niece. And it's interesting, these grandfathers to the next lines of big kings, Philip II of Spain, who has Philip III and Philip IV, and Charles II of Austria, who has the next line of Holy Roman Emperors, were the only ones to marry their nieces so far in this family web. Obviously, they did something right. Finally, the last major daughter, Isabella of Austria, who traveled way up north to Denmark, had her daughter Christina of Denmark, who married the Duke of Lorraine, and they had their daughter Renata of Lorraine. We will call their line the Denmark line. The Denmark line eventually marries into the Bavarian line, but not for a while. Now, let's zoom out and recap. We've established the red Portuguese line, Charles' Spanish line, Ferdinand's Austrian line, which includes Joanna's French and Anna's Bavarian lines, this little one here that we already forgot, and finally Isabella's Denmark line. While we're zoomed out, let's take a look at some of these colors. At first glance, we have this big green root sticking out. That's Marie Antoinette's father's male line, the Lorraines, which is pretty linear, but at the top here, we have Francis, Duke of Lorraine. That's the same guy Christina of Denmark married. The couple had two kids, not only Renata of the Denmark line, but also her brother Charles, who takes over the Lorraine line and is the direct line to Marie Antoinette's father. So they are brother and sister. Now let's go back to the start of the Portuguese side and we're going to see how they're coming along. Last we heard Charles, Duke of Savoy, and Catherine Michelle just had a wedding. The couple, who are second cousins and third cousins, had a baby girl, Margaret of Savoy, whose granddaughter, Eleonora, would marry her cousin 23 times over, Ferdinand III, but we will first have to create him. Let's put them on pause for now and travel to Spain. Under Philip II's Spain, he too had his wedding to his niece, and the happy uncle and niece had the next Spanish king, Philip III. Philip III was his own first cousin once removed and second cousin once removed, but he's still a kid at the moment, so we're going to give him some time to mature and instead whisk right off to Joanna's French line to see if there's any news with the French king. It turns out nothing happened as King Louis XIII is fending off some riots from his nobles, so let's pop to the Austrian Habsburgs and begin creating Ferdinand III. 60 years before he is born, his grandfather, Archduke Charles II, and his niece wife, Maria Anna, got married. Uncle and niece had two kids, Margaret of Austria and Ferdinand.
I hate myself. We're gonna have sex. Do it.
Usually, the main character of the show Fleabag is able
I hate myself. We're gonna have sex. Do it.
Usually, the main character of the show Fleabag is able to speak to or look directly at the camera without other characters noticing. That is, until this moment.
We lost a week. What was that?
Suddenly, this reliable aspect of the show is shattered. But it's not the only tenet that changes. In fact, nearly all the rules of the show fall apart in this 10-minute sequence, revealing that these devices are even more powerful when they're taken away. Understanding the way that these rules break proves why there can never be a third season of Fleabag. The 10-minute sequence, which occurs at the exact center of Season 2, starts at the end of Episode 3 with this conversation and continues into Episode 4. Fleabag and the priest go shopping, go for a walk, go to a silent Quaker meeting, walk some more, and then have a conversation in Fleabag's cafe. There are 3 main devices that make this sequence different from the 8.5 episodes that lead up to it. Let's start with the most obvious, breaking the fourth wall. The way Fleabag interacts with the camera and the audience is something that immediately sets the show apart from everything else on TV. Almost every conversation in the show is interrupted by this device. We get so used to it that Fleabag only has to shoot us a look, and we know what she's thinking. But as the show goes on, we get a better sense of why she's so obsessed with talking to and looking at us. It's through her closeness with us that Fleabag remains distanced from other people.
I have friends. Oh, so you do have someone to talk to. Yeah.
Through the attention that she gives the camera, she remains partially absent and protected from her conversations with other characters.
You're being so quiet. Why aren't you saying anything?
But in this moment, the priest cuts through this defense.
Where did you just go?
Throughout the 10-minute sequence, as Fleabag spends the day with the priest, she keeps us in the loop. But it gets harder for her to keep this audience relationship secret the longer she's with him. Take a look at this exchange.
His neck.
Fleabag says that to us.
And you never felt them go somewhere?
No, they were already gone.
Then she accidentally answers his question to us.
On his beautiful neck.
What?
And says what's meant for us directly to the priest.
What? You just said his beautiful neck.
This sequence, which traces the progression of a relationship from distant to close to uncomfortably close, challenges her to shed this defense.
What is that?
What?
That thing that you're doing. It's like you disappear.
What?
What are you not telling me?
Nothing.
Talking to us prevents her from getting too close to people, and this sequence strips that from her. But her asides aren't the only element that breaks down. The editing style the show is known for almost entirely disappears during this sequence. The easiest way to get a sense of how the show is usually shot and edited is to look at the dinner scene at the top of Season 2. As the scene starts, there are 16 cuts in just 30 seconds, and 11 different types of shots. Compare that to how this sequence begins. Just 3 different shot types, and only 6 cuts in 30 seconds. Now you might think this difference is just because we're comparing a scene with 6 people to a scene with just 2. But even if you dissect other 2-person conversations throughout the show, they look a lot more like the dinner scene.
I need to speak to Martin.
Martin?
Martin. Martin.
Why on earth would you want to speak to Martin?
It's not just the speed of cuts that changes during the sequence, it's also the style. Throughout the rest of the show, editor Gary Dahlner uses jump cuts, hard audio cuts, and scene transitions that cut off characters mid-word.
You know, the most fascinating thing about Father here is that his mother was originally a lesbian.
He also frequently cuts across the 180-degree line, breaking a filmmaking rule that helps maintain a clear sense of where characters are positioned in relation to each other. In contrast, Fleabag and the priest scenes during the sequence are framed and edited in a simpler, more fluid way. During the first 2 conversations in the house and on the bench, we get that set up with 3 traditional shot types, 1 medium shot on each character, and 1 wide shot, which they share. Unlike the dinner scene, the camera remains on the same side of the characters, following the 180-degree rule. This sequence also opens with a smooth audio lead-in.
So I read your book.
Okay, great.
Well, it's got some great twists.
When Fleabag and the priest walk down the street, they spend a long time sharing just this one camera angle from the front. Traditionally, editors try to hide cuts and make scenes feel seamless, but in Fleabag, cuts are jarring and noticeable. Fleabag is divided from the people around her, so the show's editing feels fragmented too. But that all changes during the sequence. There's one final clue that this sequence is operating differently than the rest of the show. This is how the show flashes its title throughout the second season.
This is a love story. Amen.
This Greek choral singing frequently overlays Fleabag's thoughts about the priest. It's a reverent Catholic-sounding theme, but it represents Fleabag's desire to violate a core Catholic principle. Using the sense of irony, Fleabag turns her interest in him into just another inside joke with us, the audience.
Oh God, I fancy a priest.
But look at the opening of episode 4, during the game-changing 10-minute sequence.
Last one, definitely.
Yeah, great.
We hear music that is genuinely romantic. When she begins to care more about him than she does about entertaining us, everything shifts. So this sequence stands out, but what's the point in changing the way the show works for just 10 minutes? As Fleabag heals from grief, her dysfunctional relationship with the audience, and the filmmaking language that constitutes that relationship, transform. That's why the show ends with Fleabag refusing to let us follow behind her. This choice wouldn't be as striking without her 10-minute day and night with the priest. During Fleabag's perfect sequence, we get a sense not just of why her relationship with us has to end, but what it's been preventing her from seeing.
So Theseus' career as a hero had a pretty good start. When he first set out to meet his father in Athens, he chose to prove his valor by traveling along the bandit-infested Saronic Gulf. And during this journey, he rid the land of its 6 most notorious criminals. He then, of course, went to Crete, where he slew the Minotaur, freeing Athens from the subjugation of King Minos. He accomplished this with the help of Ariadne, having sworn to make her his wife in return. Then they sailed out to the island of Naxos, and this is where things take a sharp turn, though there are differing accounts of what exactly happened. The most common version of events has Theseus abandoning Ariadne in her sleep. Then upon waking, she either committed not alive on herself, or the god Dionysus fell in love with her and swept her away to make her his wife. Ariadne had several children with Dionysus, and eventually she was made immortal and worshipped as a goddess on Naxos. It should be noted that some accounts absolve Theseus of wrongdoing. Diodorus presents a version where Dionysus actually visits him in a dream and forces him to leave the island without her. And Plutarch provides an obscure and very tragic account where Theseus' ship ended up at Naxos after being blown off course by a storm. Ariadne was pregnant and extremely seasick, so she went onto the island. But then the storm picked up again and pushed Theseus' ship back out to sea. The women of Naxos cared for Ariadne in her grief and attempted to comfort her by forging letters from Theseus. But the poor girl fell sick and passed away before her child was born. Eventually, Theseus returned to the island and was heartbroken to find his fiancée dead, and he gave the people of Naxos money to form a cult in her honor. The next big mishap in Theseus' life was forgetting to raise white sails on his return to Athens in order to signal his victory against the Minotaur. This caused his father Aegeus to cast himself into the ocean. This blunder would have been a little forgivable if we were to assume that Theseus was grief-stricken over Ariadne. But if that wasn't the case, then the only takeaway is that he's an idiot. With Aegeus dead, Theseus was now the most eligible to inherit the throne of Athens, much to the dismay of his 50 cousins, the Palantides. They hatched a scheme to kill Theseus, planning to separate into 2 groups. One meant to bait Theseus out of the city, and the other waiting in ambush on his path to
Do you guys think I should read Dune before the new movie comes out?
Yeah, obviously.
So if I read the first book, do I need to read the whole series?
And it depends on who you ask.
How many books are there again?
6, but there are multiple places where you can stop. The books do get a little weird after a while.
Like, good weird or bad weird?
Yes. Look, you should definitely read the first book, because the first book is an undisputed classic. And if you do read the first book, then I would at least recommend reading the second book so that you can understand the true meaning of the first book.
You mean I couldn't understand the meaning of the first book just by reading the first book?
No, actually, the entire reason Frank Herbert wrote the second book was because almost everyone interpreted the first book wrong. which probably explains why so many people don't like the second book. Now, the third book is kind of boring, but the fourth book... Oh man, the fourth book.
It's good?
It is simultaneously the best and the most insane thing you will ever read. Although I probably should warn you that you won't really understand it unless you take a lot of psychoactive substances beforehand. Yeah. The fourth book is for people who read the first book and were like, you know, this is cool and all, but what if we took one of these human characters and one of these sandworm things and sort of like smash them together?
What?
Now, in the fifth book, things do start to fall off a little. There are some pretty weird moments. Yeah, like the beef swelling scene.
The what scene?
No, you don't need to tell him about the beef swelling scene.
What's the beef swelling scene?
Basically, it's an extremely graphic sex scene that comes out of nowhere in which Frank Herbert uses the word beef swelling to describe.
He does what?
Yeah, we don't like to talk about it.
Is beef swelling even a word?
Well, Frank Herbert sure wanted it to be. Anyway, then you get to book 6, and honestly, book 6 is kind of a letdown because it was supposed to be the second part of a trilogy that Frank Herbert couldn't finish before he died.
You mean this whole series doesn't even have an ending?
No, his son Brian Herbert wrote the ending.
So I should read his books if I want to get the full story?
Did you hear that? Did you hear him? Did you hear him?
Should you read the sequel books? I mean, really, come on.
Oh, man. Why don't we just read the Balerian Jihad books while we're at it? Librarian, I would like 1 copy of Hunters of Dune, please. Can you imagine?
So, I'm guessing that's a no.
Did you know they just released another prequel last year?
No way. What's it called?
Princess of Dune. Oh, I am in tears. I am in tears. They're really gonna keep writing these until the sun comes out, I swear.
Yeah, I think I'll just stick with the first couple of books for now, actually.
You got me feeling mellow. You think I'm acting ghetto. You're weird like Jared Leto. Super Saiyan hair goes yellow. So, on September 21st, 2023, Netflix released the long-awaited 4th and final season of their hit show, Sex Education. And people are not happy. Yeah, I'm gonna cut to the chase here. People hate this season. It's kind of insane how negative the response to it has been. I didn't watch the season the day it came out. It took me a few days, but by the time I finally got to sit down and watch it, the internet had already been plagued with an army of angry fans completely rejecting the entirety of this final entry. Whether it's on Reddit, on Twitter, hell, you guys have been sending me hundreds upon hundreds of DMs on Instagram to express your dislike of it. Which, by the way, follow me on Instagram. We have a lot of fun there. Audiences were extremely disappointed with Sex Education 4. There is no way around it, and I was really curious to see why. Sex Education is a show that is very near and dear to my heart, for reasons that I already explained in past videos. You're welcome to go watch that if you haven't, but it is a show I'm always willing to give the benefit of the doubt to, even when it's not being amazing. I made a video about season 3 where I go into excruciating detail about why a lot of the season doesn't work despite still being somewhat good, and I honestly had no idea what to expect for season 4. So, over the last couple of days, I've been sitting down and watching the final 8 episodes of Sex Education. I watched the season, and I get it. I understand why people are so disappointed with this season. I get why they hate it. I get why they hate it so vocally. And for the record, I'm gonna get this out of the way right now. I didn't outright hate this season. But while I didn't hate it, I also can't really say I liked it. I can't really call it a good season, because it's just not. Sex Education 4 is riddled with problems that are impossible to ignore. I was kind of confused the whole time I was watching it because it makes so many decisions that I just don't understand. But it also does a number of things that work. The least I can say is that I feel conflicted about season 4, but in the end, I think this final season unfortunately does more bad than it does good, which kind of breaks my heart a little because you guys know how much I love this show. But I just gotta be honest here, where season 3 made mistakes that were fixable in some aspects, aspects, the negative sides of season 4 are quite irredeemable, especially now that the show is over. My biggest primary issue with Sex Education 4 is something that I told myself in every single episode of the season while I was watching it, and it's simply that this season does not feel like a final season. This doesn't feel like the conclusion to a larger story. It feels like a very random side chapter that equally as randomly turns into an ending at the very last minute. The entire time I was watching it, I felt like something was missing. I kept telling myself out loud that this did not feel like the end. Long story short, this season feels like the writers wrote it without knowing it was the final season, and then rushed to write an ending at the last minute. That's what I told myself. And I couldn't really shake that thought the entire time I was watching. So, after I finished the season, I looked into it, and it turns out that's exactly what happened. Let me contextualize for you. After the backlash the season got right when it came out, a writer on the show named Yasmine Benoit came out with some tweets expressing her frustrations with how the show was handled. We'll talk a bit more about that later. Definitely remember Yasmine's name, she's very important to this video. But the interesting part for now is that in one response to a fan on Twitter who criticized the writing of this new season, Yasmine admitted point blank that the writers of the show didn't know season 4 was gonna be the final season when they were writing it. They found out this was the end of the show very late in the process, and by the time they were told, the story of the season was almost completely done. So what I assume is that they were out of time and couldn't just rewrite the season to make the ending they wanted, so all they could do was take the season they had already written and quickly rework the ending to attempt to make it a series finale. That's why this season doesn't feel like a final season. It's because it wasn't supposed to be. Sex Education 4 was just meant to be a new chapter that would later lead to more chapters. But Netflix probably forced their hand to make it a final season anyway at the very last second. Now, does that excuse all the flaws of the season? No, absolutely not. Final season or not, Sex Education 4 has some major issues that would be impossible to ignore regardless. But I do think it heavily contributes to explaining why this season feels so weird and so incomplete. A few weeks ago, I made a video about the downfall of The Mandalorian, a show that I unabashedly loved, but that took a strange direction that I didn't quite follow. And I kind of find it funny because on paper, The Mandalorian and Sex Education don't really have anything in common. They actually could not be more different as shows, but their trajectories over time are kind of similar. They're both shows that feel like they outlived their own idea and now just seem to be existing just for the sake of existing. They're just kind of doing whatever with no real sense of direction and no real point. And it leaves the show feeling somewhat familiar, but also weirdly empty. There's something missing and it's very hard not to notice. We're gonna talk about all of that in more details, but first, I want to take a quick moment to thank today's sponsor, Skillshare. Skillshare is a massive online community and explore the platform. The link in so much to Skillshare for sponsoring this video. You guys are the best. Picks up about 4 or 5 months after the events of Season 3. Otis and Maeve, who have now fully admitted their feelings for each other, are currently separated due to Maeve moving to the United States to join a super prestigious school for her writing, and they're in a sort of long-distance relationship. Otis and all the other students of Moordale High we've come to know and love are now about to enter a college. They came out victorious against Hope Haddon, the villain of Season 3, who completely reshaped their school in a tyrannic regime, but it resulted in their school closing down, and now they are entering Cavendish College, which is the new primary setting of the show. We meet again with Otis's best friend Eric, his ex-girlfriend Ruby, and a bunch of familiar faces as they try to make sense of this new environment. Otis naturally seeks a way to establish a new sex clinic where he can help people in need, but is horrified to discover that Cavendish already has a sex clinic ran by a mysterious young woman only known as O. Now, as you'll see later, that is a very, very surface level synopsis of the season, but I think the meat of the conversation is gonna be there. Notably, when it comes to the show's new star setting, Cavendish College. This setting drastically changes the vibe of the show. It's a big change for the story because it comes with a bunch of new things. And unfortunately, Cavendish College not only serves as a complete reset of the show's status quo, it is also the source of most of the season's problems. But before we jump into all of the issues I have with Season 4, I do want to talk about what I liked about it. Because yes, despite the aggressively negative reaction to the season, I do believe Sex Education 4 does a number of things right, and these things deserve to be pointed out. So, let's jump in. Number 1. The good stuff. The first thing I want to point out with this season is just how gorgeous it looks visually. Sex Education was always a very good looking show with its vibrant colors, impeccable set design, and the fashion attributed to its characters, and Season 4 does not disappoint on that front. This season looks fucking amazing. It is so beautiful to look at. Cavendish College is stunning. It does go a bit overboard with every single aspect of the school being coated in pastel colors, even down to the wardrobe given to the extras in the scenes, but it does give Cavendish and the season as a whole its very own visual identity and its own atmosphere. It's also a very effective contrast as the polar opposite to season 3, which saw its villain quite literally suck the life out of Mordale High by having everyone dress in shades of grey. It's clever, it's a very intelligent way to indicate change, and when it comes to its visuals, the show deserves all the praise in the world for its very subtle attention to detail. The performances are also still, for the most part, really good. A lot of the OG cast really gets to shine this season. Others, not so much, but we'll talk about that later. Special mention to Gillian Anderson, who probably has her most difficult season yet as Otis's mom, Jean. For the quick reminder, at the end of the last season, Jean gave birth to a daughter and almost died in labor. Thankfully, she didn't, but she immediately found out after that in a gut punch of a cliffhanger that her boyfriend Jakob was not the father of this new child. And we learned this season that as a result of that revelation, Jakob left her after the little girl was born. Now, if you've seen my video about season 3, you know that I was not the biggest fan of Jean's storyline last season. I thought a lot of it was boring and felt cheap, and overall, Jean just didn't have much to do in season 3. Gillian Anderson is always perfect in this role, but the character was just lacking. However, I think season 4 fixes that. This season really breaks Jean in half. Up till this point, we always got to know Jean as this badass woman who is really on top of things and super confident in herself. But this season, she is in a completely different position where she is just excessively overwhelmed and doesn't really know what to do. She hasn't had to take care of a baby since Otis, and she is just not in her element here. We come to learn that she is struggling with postpartum depression, and she is also dealing with severe heartbreak because, again, Jakob left her after finding out that Joy was not his daughter. This season is emotionally brutal for Jean. We get a version of the character that is the complete opposite of what we've known before. The usually calm and collected, hyper-confident woman who feels invincible is now completely defeated. She's broken and sad, she feels lonely and completely overwhelmed by everything, and at the same time, this season takes the opportunity to address Jean's complete inability to ask for help, which makes sense for her character. She's always kind of done everything on her own, and we realize that it's really difficult for her to admit that she can't do that this time. She's a shell of a human this season. She's barely recognizable. She doesn't even recognize herself. She doesn't feel like herself, and it's affecting every single aspect of her life. Watching her as she attempts to find a new balance is honestly very emotionally compelling, and Gillian Anderson brings her absolute A-game to that storyline.
And I knew that the most important thing was that I was there for Otis, and so I decided that all running my clinic would be enough.
I think it's a very fitting final arc for Jean, and I'm glad the character got to go out on such a strong note. Another great point of the season, in my opinion, is Maeve. Now, if you remember, last season, I grew a little frustrated with the writing given to Maeve. I didn't outright dislike it, but it felt like the character was going in circles and going through the exact same arc in every season, over and over and over again, to the point where aspects of her character just stopped making sense. I know, it's no secret that I absolutely adore Maeve. She's a very precious character to me. I fell in love with her in season 1, and I never stopped stopped loving her, unlike some other characters we'll talk about later. Emma Mackey is just incredible in this role, and just like Gillian Anderson, even when the character is not at her best, she is still fucking killing it with her performance. But thankfully, Maeve's writing this season is pretty strong. While I wasn't really into her storyline in the US, I think her final arc really picks up when she returns to Moordale after learning that her mother had a drug overdose and died.
I am very sorry to inform you that your mother has passed away. Shortly after she was admitted to ICU, she lost consciousness.
It's a really abrupt shift in her story, but a necessary one. It allows Maeve to go through a completely different type of arc, one that brings traits of her character that are very faithful to what she was like in season 1. Her grief is heartbreaking and also very lonely, and the overarching theme of her being what is left of a child that was raised by an addict is really strong. Her monologue during the funeral, where she explains her complicated feelings for her mother, is incredibly well written in a way that feels very consistent with her character.
A mother can be a pretty shit parent sometimes, and you can still love them and want them to get better. And someone can be an addict and still be generous and kind.
The idea that she could never quite reconcile the fact that she loved her mother deeply but also hated her is just so on point for Maeve. And the added element of her brother lashing out because he feels alone and he believes he's going to end up just like his mom after Maeve leaves him behind also works really well. I was never a fan of Maeve's brother, but I really liked what he brought to the table emotionally this season. I'd say the one thing about this storyline that didn't fully make sense to me is that Maeve is supposed to have a little sister named Elsie who is 3 or 4 years old, and she's not mentioned at all this entire season. Their mom died, and she doesn't even come up. She's not even at the funeral. Now, I don't know if I missed something, but I'm pretty sure that's never explained. But yeah, overall, I think this storyline was quite amazing, and Maeve gets an ending that really fits her character and makes perfect sense to me. The arc of her mother's death really seals the deal for her, and I know a lot of people were pissed off that she went back to America at the end, but I actually like that a lot for her. With her mother dead, her brother gone, and her sister that wasn't mentioned technically being taken care of, Maeve doesn't have anything keeping her in Moordale. If anything, Moordale always held her back. And while through meeting Otis and opening up to Amy, she learned not to be alone and learned to love and be loved, Maeve has only ever felt truly happy and at peace when she was in America. She's never felt like she belonged in Moordale. She always felt out of place there, and getting that opportunity in the US is the first time where Maeve finally gets to live for something she wants for herself, rather than just surviving by the skin of her neck. It's kind of a no-brainer for her, and I think it makes perfect sense for her to choose America, especially after her conversation with Jean, who tells her she's worth pursuing her dreams. This arc is very much allowing her to feel secure in that decision and to move forward, to allow herself to start a new chapter where she has a chance after closing a chapter where the odds were constantly against her. I personally think it would have felt incredibly cheap if Maeve had ended the show by choosing to stay in Moordale for Otis. And, of course, you can't talk about Sex Education Wins without talking about Adam Groff, everyone's favorite character. Adam, unsurprisingly, has a great arc this season that feels like a very logical continuation to his arc in season 3. After having his heart broken by Eric, Adam feels directionless and wants to do something that makes him feel useful. Moordale High closes after the whole Hope Haddon thing, and he decides that school is not working out for him, so he decides to take a job in a farm so he can work with animals. And as a result, Adam has a final storyline that is completely removed from the rest of the show. He doesn't interact with any of the main cast until episode 6, which is basically the end of the season, and he only talks to one person. His final conversation with Eric is only here to give him closure, but he literally does not interact with any of the main cast for the rest of the season. He's basically in his own mini-series, but again, if you look at it, it makes perfect sense. Adam's story through the show is divided in 4 distinct arcs that are all very logical. In season 1, he figures out his personality. He learns to understand why he hates himself so much, and eventually finds a deep desire to change and become a better person. In season 2, that desire to change comes with him learning to build friendships, which he does with Ola, and he learns a whole lot about himself in the process. In season 3, his arc then turns to romantic relationships, and he learns a great deal about himself through that too, especially when he is left with his first heartbreak after dating Eric, who treated him like garbage, by the way. And in season 4, Adam's story concludes with a final arc that is his family, which just makes sense. Coming full circle by having his last chapter be about fixing his relationship with his dad, the very relationship that has been the root of all of the things he hated the most about himself and most of the flaws he came to overcome, is a very logical and satisfying conclusion to his story as a character. He literally did it all. He learned to accept himself as he is, to love himself as he is, he becomes a better person, which was his greatest desire. He found his path in life by working with animals, finding a place where he feels like he belongs, and he now gets to reconnect and repair the last broken element of his life, which is his relationship with his father, which eventually leads to his family being reunited as his parents decide to give each other another chance. It's fucking amazing. The entire story of the Groff family from season 1 to season 4 is basically perfect television. And while you see that a lot in Adam, I think it's especially visible with his dad, Michael. Listen, now that the show is over, I'm just gonna say it. I can say with confidence that Michael Groff is easily the best character in Sex Education. Period. I don't care what you say, you can argue with the wall, I don't care. The character arc this man gets in seasons 3 and 4 is so fucking touching. And I said that in the last video, but I fucking hated Michael Groff in season 2. I thought they had made him way too much of a cartoon villain and I did not enjoy him at all. But they really bulldozed his life in season 2 so he could then have one of the best redemption arcs I've ever seen on TV. After ruining his own life in season 2, losing his wife and son in the process, season 3 sees Michael attempting to work on himself with absolutely nothing left. He realizes that he is an impossibly toxic human being, a cold, mean, and deplorable man, and he hates it. He hates himself, and he wants to figure out who he wants to be. Season 3 has him make a genuine attempt at being a better person. He's at rock bottom, and he wants to build a new foundation for his life that would entirely be based on his growth as a human, and season 4 is a fantastic continuation and conclusion to this story. While he spends season 3 trying to convince his wife Maureen to take him back, which he ends up failing to do, season 4 really focuses on Michael realizing he was an awful father to Adam, and trying to make up for that. He spends the season attempting to connect with him and to actually get to know him, because he was never really interested in who his son was as a person. It's definitely a bumpy road, but watching them bond and slowly learn to accept and enjoy each other's company was a really endearing little piece of storytelling, and Michael finally getting to tell Adam that he loves him and regrets being such an emotionally unavailable parent was great.
I love you. You're my son. I just don't like myself.
Having their story reach its climax by having them hug for the first time was incredibly emotional and, again, makes both their storylines come full circle. It's just brilliant writing.
I am working on myself. I'm doing therapy.
Michael Groff is just a beautiful, beautiful story about change. The lessons tied to his character are portrayed so well. He's the ultimate representation of how a person can always make the choice to be better. You can always choose to grow. It's never too late. He shows that your mistakes don't define you if you refuse to let them define you. You can fuck up and hurt the people in your life, and it's painful. It's embarrassing. It makes you feel like a shit person, and you just want to give up when everyone you love turns their back on you. But even when you are at your lowest and at your loneliest, even if you don't like who you are right now, there is always a road ahead. You can always choose to work on yourself, choose to attempt to make amends, choose to give yourself and open up yourself to make things right, to be someone you can be proud of and that your loved ones can be proud of. I think Michael Groff is one of the characters that portrays these themes the best. I find his arc to be outstanding, and he is the best character in Sex Education, period. Amy also has a storyline I really enjoyed this season. Not all of it, we'll talk about it more later, but everything that had to do directly with her and her mental state and her healing process from her traumatic experiences was, in my opinion, really well done. Having it be illustrated with her finding the strength to take out the pair of jeans she was wearing when she was sexually assaulted in season 2 and wear them again is a fantastic full circle moment that really fits her character. I like that she pursues art as a way to express herself, but that it takes her a while to even figure out what she wants to express. She says that she doesn't think she understands art, but by the end of the season, she becomes a skilled photographer with a strong message and realizes that art is not necessarily something you understand, it's something you feel. Her finding it in herself to channel all of the frustration, the pain, the trauma, and the injustice she felt and carried since the incident and make it something tangible that she gets to control is incredibly good for her character. And I think it is also a perfectly logical end to her story. I also like that the show recontextualizes what it means for her to be a friend. Amy is such an insanely devoted friend to Maeve, which I always really appreciated. Like, the speed at which she agrees to let go of her feelings for Isaac the second Maeve says she feels uncomfortable about it, without even a question in her mind, is really endearing.
Ames, I think the Isaac thing makes me uncomfortable. Do you reckon you two could be friends?
Yes, absolutely. I should never have brought it up, seriously. I mean, nothing happened, and nothing ever will happen.
She's like the Roronoa Zoro to Maeve's Monkey D. Luffy. Her insane loyalty is just such a big part of her charm, but it can also be to her detriment. Like, if you remember, when we meet Amy in season 1, we see that she's ready to put herself in very uncomfortable situations to please her friends, and it often leads to people taking advantage of her because they know she won't have it in her to stand up for herself. However, Maeve does recognize that denying Amy a chance at happiness with Isaac was unfair, and she takes those words back. It shows that Amy is still a loyal friend, but now the friend she gives that loyalty to no longer take it for granted. I also liked Cal way more this season. Not that I disliked them in season 3 when they were introduced, but there wasn't much to them then. We're told they're non-binary, and that's about it. There's never anything more brought to the table. This season, though, is way more impactful for Cal. They're basically dealing with a very bad case of gender dysphoria, and they feel extremely misunderstood in their identity. They feel alone after sort of losing their relationship with Jackson, and they don't really know how to deal with certain changes they've been experiencing since being on testosterone. I'm not sure how I feel about the lack of resolution in their story. We'll talk about the finale more later, but basically the show heavily implies that Cal almost unalived themselves, and then we see them say they're not ready to face people after that, and then that's kind of it. the show just ends. I really liked Cal's story this season, but it just feels very incomplete. With that said though, yes, Cal was greatly improved and I really enjoyed watching them being given more layers and a much stronger storyline than season 3. So yeah, I don't want to sit here and pretend everything about this season was ass. There is still some good in this show, and I think it does do a solid job at ending some of these character stories. And there's a bunch of small little moments that I really liked and that made me smile from ear to ear, like Jackson and Viv's relationship taking center stage again, Amy clapping back at men catcalling her, Joffrey Baratheon having a cameo, Ruby's absolutely flawless fashion. I really like the scene where Maeve and Jean come face to face in episode 5. Like again, we find out that Mordale High, the high school the characters were in for the first 3 seasons, closed down after the events of season 3 and is now just completely abandoned. And then the show hits you with a fantastic cliffhanger when Maeve and Otis get arrested for trespassing and going into the abandoned building at night, and Jean has to come get them. And in that moment, you're reminded quite brutally that Jean has never met Maeve before. For the first 3 seasons of the show, she's only ever heard about her. And there was always a huge discussion among fans of when Jean would finally meet Maeve, and this is the moment. Maeve meets Otis's mom for the very first time after she gets him arrested.
Mom, this is Maeve.
Hello, Maeve.
It's just really good. Like, the season has some little moments like that that just hit right. That said though, there's also a bunch of things in the season that I didn't particularly like, but also didn't particularly hate. I think that's one of the most surprising things to me about the season. Like, a lot of stuff left me feeling very indifferent, which I am not used to with sex education, and I can't really put these things in the good stuff portion or the bad stuff portion. So I guess we're gonna need an extra category. Number 2. Things I feel kinda neutral about. The first storyline that left me with a shrug is Jackson's storyline. Again, I didn't dislike it, but I also didn't care all that much. I do like Jackson as a character. I like him a lot actually, even though it seems like the writers never really figured out what to do with him after season 2. And his arc this season is just odd. Him having a health scare after a girl he hooks up with tells him she felt something while playing with his balls is fine. Like, he thinks he may have cancer or whatever. Like, I don't mind it, but then in the last third of the season, this storyline just shifts into something else entirely, a little bit out of nowhere. Suddenly, Jackson wants to know who his biological father is, but his moms are being sketchy about it. We discover that when he was a child, his moms made him an adorable little book where he got to learn about how he was born thanks to a sperm donor who allowed his moms to have their most precious gift. I really fucking liked that. I thought it was so cute and such a charming thing to do for children with same-sex parents. But then the show does this really weird thing where it turns out that this book was sort of a lie, because Jackson finds out at the end of the show that his biological mom got pregnant with him before meeting his other mom after having an affair with a married man she worked with, and that man knew Jackson existed but never gave a shit. Huh? Why would you do that? Why? That takes so much away from his character. It felt like shoved in drama randomly added at the end of the season, and that does absolutely nothing for Jackson. Again, I didn't hate it, but it was such a weird decision to make. Like, what an awkward way to end his story. I also feel pretty indifferent towards Amy and Isaac's relationship. I don't particularly think they're a great fit, but I also don't care enough to dislike it. It makes sense for Amy to learn to be intimate with someone again after everything she's gone through, but I also just don't like Isaac. I'm sorry, but he's such a dick. He's so mean to everyone, all the time. Sometimes it's justified, but most of the time, it's not. He's just kind of a condescending asshole. And the show does acknowledge that he's really mean, so it's not just me, but then it does nothing about it. He just remains mean. I guess the storyline is important to help Amy figure out parts of herself. Amy Lou Wood, who plays the role of Amy in the show, yes, they're both named Amy, has said in an interview like a year or so ago that Amy often feels insecure because she's aware that people think she's dumb. She's kind of similar to Adam in that way. They're not the brightest of characters, but they hate that people look at them like they're stupid. Amy has a lot of emotional intelligence, but she has a tendency to speak without really thinking. Like, she has no filter. Whatever goes through her head just comes out of her mouth, and that's what makes people look at her a certain way. And season 4 plays that off perfectly in episode 1.
You know who's working overtime for the American people right up until the inauguration? President Joe Biden. He's just broken a tie and rejected an attempt to decimate the U.S. steel industry by allowing U.S. Steel out of Pittsburgh, that storied brand, 124 years old, to fall into the hands of the Japanese and be purchased by Nippon Steel, the number 4 steel manufacturer. That is a victory for labor unions, for steel workers, and ultimately for America, delivered by none other than Joe Biden. I'm Michael Popak. You're on the Midas Touch Network and on Legal AF, and we would be remiss if we didn't talk about all the amazing things that Joe Biden is doing, even as lame duck president. This one was a win on many, many fronts, including for American steelworkers and the union, some of which did not fully support Kamala Harris, but are cheering in the streets now over the Joe Biden decision. It was his tie to break because a committee, a bipartisan interagency committee, the Committee on Foreign Investment, also known as CFIUS, C-F-I-U-S, the U.S. loves its acronyms. CFIUS sort of had a tie. They couldn't, they were split 50-50 on whether to recommend the rejection of the allowing Nippon Steel to buy U.S. Steel, also known as USX. A little bit of a disclaimer. A million years ago, when I was a first-year lawyer, I worked on a case where we represented USX in an antitrust case back in the 1990s. Apropos of nothing, I just wanted to mention that. So the way it works is because the steel industry is one of the critical strategic national security industries. When a foreign entity wants to purchase any aspect of those sectors, they have to go through an approval process, and in this case through CFIUS. So there was a tie, and on the 23rd of December, just before Christmas, Joe Biden, the White House was told that there was a tie and that he would need to break it. And evaluating all of the issues in a way that only Joe Biden, with his 50 years of experience, his work on Capitol Hill, his work as a senator, as a vice president, his work on foreign trade, and all of it all came together in his decision-making. Now, USX executives have threatened to shut the plan down, that this was their only hope, but nobody really sees that. They're either going to get bought up and consolidate with another steel company here in the United States, or they're going to find...
A couple of weeks ago, a Maori leader, politician, MP, performed the haka dance in the New Zealand Parliament. Are the Maori people different from the Australian Aborigines? That's a good question. So let's go to the map. Let me put the map on the screen and let's find out the region that we're talking about. So where's the map? Here's the map. The Maori people are native to New Zealand. Okay. And the haka dance is a traditional war dance that they perform. If you have ever watched rugby, then the New Zealand team, it's called the All Blacks in rugby. They are known to perform the haka dance before a match starts in front of their adversaries, their opponents. And it's kind of the objective is to intimidate the adversary. So the Maori have historically been a warlike people, and they, according to the evidence that we have, it looks like they first arrived in New Zealand around somewhere around the 1200s or 1300s, somewhere around that time. And where did they come from? They came from further eastwards. They are the Maoris are Polynesian people. the origin of the Polynesian people seems to be in Taiwan, about 5,000, 6,000 years ago.
When she asks Isaac point blank if he's into art because he's disabled, which is such a fucked up thing to say.
I've never done art before, but I'm reading this book that says art can help process trauma, so... Oh, is that why you do art, to process trauma? Because you're disabled?
That was kind of awkward, guys. If you think about it, that's a little awkward.
And she doesn't really understand that the things that come out of her mouth vastly impact the perception people have of her. So yeah, throughout the season, she learns to be more considerate of people's feelings and to be more careful with her words by developing a relationship with Isaac. Fine, I get it, but I still don't care about their relationship. I also feel very fucking neutral about Viv's storyline this season. I find Viv to be quite an underrated character. She's fantastic in season 2, but heavily sidelined in season 3. And this season, she has a dedicated subplot that didn't really land for me. Long story short, we watch Viv as she meets a guy and jumps headfirst in what quickly turns out to be a pretty abusive relationship, as the guy, whose name I don't remember, turns out to be a jealous control freak that progressively acts more and more insane. I like the themes attached to it and certain of the scenes that play out, like Jackson sensing that something about Viv's boyfriend is off, or Viv getting increasingly impatient and defensive when confronted about her boyfriend being weird. I also like the progression of her boyfriend's abusive behavior and the way he tends to escalate the relationship status to justify his behavior. Like, I thought all of that was really well done. And again, I didn't dislike it, but I think in the end it falls very flat, especially because that's the end of Viv's story. She gets into an abusive relationship and then tells the guy she never wants to see him again. And that's it. It's an important topic, and I think the show does a solid job at showing how being stuck in a relationship like that can kind of sneak up on you. But overall, I don't think the storyline held the emotional weight it wanted to have, because there wasn't enough time to develop it. So, yeah. Neutral. I feel very neutral about Ruby's storyline this season. Now, distinction, I don't feel neutral about Ruby. I fucking love Ruby, and I think Mimi Keene doesn't get enough credit for her insane performance as this character. Like, seriously, she is way too good in this role.
I know you guys don't really buy into the whole not talking behind people's back thing, and that, like, being kind is, you know, your brand. Love it. But, I'm not going to tell anyone. You can give me the class.
But Ruby's storyline in season 4 is just sort of alright. I think it's good when it comes to explaining why Ruby puts so much effort and care in always looking sharp and dressing well. I think it touches on why she feels the need to be friends with popular kids. The backstory is there. And when it comes to the aftermath of her relationship with Otis, I think it's fine. It does an okay job at showing there are still feelings there on her end, and Otis is not very fair to her, but it takes her a moment to realize she doesn't actually want to be friends with Otis, and the show ends with her deciding to move on and she tells Otis to fuck off. I think it's cool. I'm glad they didn't just sideline Ruby like they did as soon as she and Otis broke up in season 3. I think the fan reaction to season 3 made them realize they really fucked up with that. So I'm glad, because I just enjoy watching this character way too much. Like, any second of screen time Ruby gets is a blast.
This is a no-car zone. So where am I supposed to park then?
But yeah, overall, the storyline itself left me feeling pretty neutral. I was like, okay, sure. And lastly, the whole America storyline left me quite indifferent. I didn't care for the characters there, I didn't care for the scenes. I am so fucking tired of seeing Dan Levy everywhere against my will. Like, seriously, why is he in everything? Why? The Idol was enough for this year. Leave me alone! And that's about it, really. I'm sure there's more things I felt neutral about, but I guess I feel so whatever about them that I can't even remember them. So with that out of the way, let's move on to the biggest part. Number 3. The bad stuff. Now, I think it's important before we start to really... Otis still sucks as a character, okay? I don't give a shit. I'm gonna start right now. Otis fucking blows. He is such a bad character now. It's actually infuriating to me. Now, let's be very clear, okay? There is a false narrative out there that Otis used to be a really nice guy in seasons 1 and 2, and that starting in season 3, he became an asshole out of nowhere. And that is a notion I completely disagree with. I hate when people say that, and let me explain why. I'm not saying I hate it because I don't think Otis is an asshole. Otis is an asshole, but the thing is, he always was. Otis was always kind of a dick, and he was always very self-centered. I talked about it in my first video. Like, this is nothing new. He's not necessarily a bad person, but he is quite flawed, and that was always part of his character. Anyone who says Otis became an asshole out of nowhere in season 3 is just not being honest. He was always capable of very selfish things, of taking advantage of the people around him, and of being insensitive to his friends. That's always been Otis. The big difference, though, is that back in seasons 1 and 2, when Otis was being a dick, it always blew up in his face. Yes, he was a selfish asshole at points, but the writers never allowed him to be a selfish asshole without facing consequences for it down the line. Otis was a dick, but it was part of his arc. So because he faces consequences and takes responsibility for his actions and grows as a result, Otis is a way more likable character in the first 2 seasons because his redeeming qualities balance very well with his flaws. That's a balance you want in any great character. But in seasons 3 and 4, that is no longer the case. Now, Otis is just a dick all the time to everyone for no reason. And I mean it. There is almost never a point to it. He's just a selfish asshole, and he never faces any consequences for it. It's never really brought up, and he never really grows from it. And that changes the narrative. It drastically changes the character. The show is no longer telling you that Otis is overcoming his flaws. Now, the show is telling you that being this selfish asshole is just who he is. That's just the character, and you just gotta accept it. It's no longer part of his arc, that's just his basic trait. And when you really look at it, it's kind of flagrant. Like, really, think about it. After season 2, Otis literally just stops having character development. He just stops evolving. From the end of season 2 all the way to the end of season 4, he's just kind of the same guy. And as a result, by the end of the series, he doesn't feel like he's had a real arc through the story. On the contrary, it just feels like he's back to square one. He ends the show in the exact same spot he was in when the show started, and his relationships are strange now. Otis and Maeve's relationship was always full of layers and nuance, like it felt so fucking real, and the understanding they had for one another always felt very strong. But now... their relationship now feels a bit contrived. Like, just to say it clearly, I did not enjoy their storyline this season. The forced drama was really annoying and felt so unnecessary, and I know that shippers don't really care about that, they just want to see them make out, but it still bothered me. And of course, there is the big twist of the season that shocked fucking everybody. The show ends with Otis and Maeve broken up. They do not end up together. They are not endgame. Maeve decides to move back to the United States, and they both agree that they cannot be together a long distance, and she leaves as they agree to not speak to each other for a while. People were so mad. Oh my god, the internet has been in flames for the past couple of weeks over this ending. Like, I think out of everything that happens in this season, this is by far the story point that made people feel the most disrespected. And this might be my unpopular opinion of the week, but I kind of love that ending. Like, yeah, I actually really like that Otis and Maeve don't end up together. I know shippers are gonna come for my throat for saying that, but guys, it makes sense. It makes sense for their characters. Leaving it with them finally being able to say I love you to each other and finally sleeping together. Like, I'm not saying that the way it was done was perfect, because it wasn't, but I think it's a solid ending for them. And the more I think about it, the more I like it. It just fits. It fits for them to move forward while carrying a part of the other with them forever. And honestly, seeing how they ruined the character of Otis and made him this selfish prick who only ever thinks about himself, it even makes more sense for him to end up alone and for Maeve to go on to meet someone better, knowing that, thanks to Otis, she now has the ability to open up and is not afraid to love and not afraid to accept love, knowing that she never has to be alone again. And I don't know, that's kind of hitting the nail on the head when it comes to the letter she wrote to Otis, the one that closes the show. Let me know if I'm alone in that, but to me, this makes sense. Now, Lori Nunn, the creator of Sex Education, has recently said in an interview that she's always been pretty set on the idea that Otis and Maeve would not end up together. Apparently, that was always the plan for her. Her reasoning is that Otis and Maeve are only 17 years old, and if they are truly soulmates, it's a difficult thing to figure out at such a young age. However, she went on to say that in her own personal headcanon, she considers that Otis and Maeve might get back together 10 years down the line when they've matured and grown a bit. Which, okay, sure. Honestly, like I said, I kind of fell out of love with the Otis and Maeve thing. Their relationship got really weird in season 4 and I didn't particularly enjoy it, but that's not the only relationship involving Otis that got boring.
Maybe we need some time apart from each other. Yeah.
Otis and Eric's relationship is just kind of weird now. It doesn't feel as electric as it did in earlier seasons, and the storyline and sort of fight they have this season just doesn't really land the same. And it's not that I dislike this conflict between Eric and Otis this season. It makes sense, but my issue with it is that this is essentially a beat-for-beat retread of their arc in season 1. Like, seriously. Are we just gonna ignore that these two had the exact same storyline with the exact same resolution 3 seasons ago? Eric gets upset because Otis doesn't pay attention to him when Maeve is around, to the point where he goes through some traumatic stuff and Otis never even bothers to ask how he's doing, and he barely even knows about it. Otis feels left out by Eric, they fight, they don't understand each other in that moment, and then they make up at the end of the season because they realize they're basically soulmates and belong together above anything else. We've done this before, my guy. This is just recycling the storyline of season 1. It's the exact same storyline.
You left me alone, dressed like this because you wanted to hang out with Maeve.
No, not on purpose, but...
Oh, you are
what
so
happened?
self-centered. You don't care about anyone but yourself.
Oh, and speaking of Eric, so if you've seen my first video on the show, you know that Eric was basically the love of my life. I adored this character so fucking much. Ncuti Gatwa is truly legendary in this role, and that's from season 1 all the way through season 4. He fucking bodies this shit. He gives the best performance in this show on a consistent basis. I will never have enough words to describe how much I love Ncuti Gatwa as Eric F. Young. The guy is a gift from the gods.
Please remember to recycle. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm so... Oh my god, I just got free cookies.
Actually, they're carrot bites.
What's your name?
Timothy.
Timothy. Nobody was asking you.
Eric was a fantastic character with such strong themes attached to him, with some of the most thoughtful and genuine character writing I had ever seen. His arc of identity and self-acceptance in season 1 is one of my favorites on television, and it made me fall in love with this character harder than I could have ever imagined. I loved Eric. Until season 3. I think most people would agree that season 3 kinda ruined Eric. A lot of choices that were made with his storyline kinda changed the basis of his character. He went from being the most lovable dude in the world to being a bit of a heartless asshole, and unlike other assholes in the show, I don't think Eric's change was intentional. I just think it was bad writing. One thing that I particularly hate with Eric is the lack of accountability given to his character. here. I just talked about it with Otis, but Sex Education was always really good at accountability. Characters in the show rarely get to be assholes and just get away with it without any form of consequence or lesson that will significantly impact them. There's always a reckoning for characters who fail their loved ones, and unfortunately, that is something the show drastically lost sight of in the last 2 seasons, and it makes a huge difference. Eric is a character that goes on to do some pretty awful shit to the people in his life, and not only does he never face any consequences for his actions, he also never finds any lesson to learn from it. He hurts people around him, and then he just kinda carries on. And the show never holds him accountable for his actions. He cheats on every single one of his love interests, and he just gets away with it. He spent his entire relationship with Adam pressuring him to come out to his parents when Adam was clearly not ready to do so, and that's never something that comes up for him. He just gets tired of being with Adam and leaves him after treating him like shit and cheating on him, and he literally never looks back. He doesn't give a shit. He never puts his character into question. He pieces out with little to no remorse, and the show just lets him do that with nothing to show for. It makes his character such a selfish and quite cruel asshole with absolutely no regard for how his actions affect people. And overall, the more I let season 3 sit, the more I realized that it made me dislike Eric a whole lot. I will say, season 4 does fix Eric a little bit compared to season 3. Like, he's made a bit more likable. He's funny. I mean, Eric is always funny, but accountability is something that is still missing with his character. Eric's storyline this season had nothing to do with any of that stuff. Most of his arc in Sex Education 4 is about religion. And don't get me wrong here. I've always been on board with Eric being conflicted about the line between his sexuality and his Christianity. It makes perfect sense, and I think it fits his character to try to find a balance there. Not only is his religion very personal to him, it's also a big part of his family and his community. I like that for Eric, and I think it's a great theme to explore in the show because a lot of queer people who happen to be religious have faced a very severe crisis of faith in the process of accepting who they are. Now, I'm not a religious person, but I've seen that around me. It's a very real thing. Exploring that with the character of Eric, who has always tried to be himself while remaining connected with his culture, is perfectly logical. However, I think the show crosses a line that not only irks me, but also ruins this storyline altogether. And I know that everyone who has watched the season already knows what I'm about to say, but I'm still gonna say it because, my guy, there is a very serious leap between having Eric finding a balance with his Christianity and his sexual identity and having Eric be subjected to prophetic visions and having him literally meet God. And if you haven't seen the season, no, this is not hyperbole. Sex Education 4, the show about teenagers figuring their lives out in a small town in the United Kingdom, suddenly in its last season decides to shatter the boundary of the supernatural by having Eric subjected to visions of the future and having a scene where God appears to him and has a conversation with him, which is just fucking wild. I can barely believe that this sentence just came out of my mouth. It feels so out of place in this show, and I think it undermines so many of the themes around this Christianity storyline. Like, really? Eric is a prophet chosen by God? That's what we're doing? And don't get me wrong, the scene itself is really well made. There are some really good lines in it, like when God says to Eric, "I made you this bright so that people close to you can see in the dark," or something like that. Like, that's very beautiful and poetic, and Ncuti Gatwa's performance in this scene is just fucking out of this world.
It will be your life's work.
I don't think so.
But it is still completely fucking absurd for this show. I'm sorry. I guess they thought it would be a great way to influence Eric's decision to become a pastor at the end of the show, which is very fitting for Eric, but it undermines everything he went through all season for the sake of what? A scene with special effects? All of the pieces were already in place for Eric to decide to step up and to become a pastor, to give a way for people who are proudly queer to be accepted in the religion, to be at peace with their faith. Everything was there. You didn't need to have Eric talk to God. I just don't understand what that choice was. How did this come about in the writer's room? I don't know what to say. Eric F. Young talked to God, and that's the end of his story. Okay. And look, we're here talking about the OGs, but to be honest, if we're going to talk about the bad stuff in Sex Education 4, we need to talk about the new characters. Oh my fucking god. See, a bunch of main characters from the first 3 seasons are gone this season. They're just written off the show. Lily is gone, Olivia is gone, Anwar is gone, Raheem, Jakob, Colin, and I gotta say, I almost feel embarrassed that I didn't even notice Ola was gone from the show until Otis mentioned it in episode 2 or episode 3 of this season. And when I saw that the cast had been like cut in half like this, I assumed this was the show attempting to manage the overpopulation problem they had with season 3. If you've seen my video about season 3, you know that one of my biggest pieces of criticism about it is simply that it had way too many characters. Like, it was kind of insane. The show was way too crowded, and the pacing of the season was all over the place because there were just too many subplots. So while I was sad to see certain of these characters go in season 4, especially Lily, I thought the show was smart to shrink the cast to have a more focused story. Except, that's not what they did at all. Sex Education 4 gets rid of several characters, not to make sure the show isn't overcrowded, but to instead replace them with a large number of new characters to take some space. And I gotta say, it wasn't a good idea. Because my guy, these new characters are not great. I would even go as far as to say, they're pretty bad. Like, all of them. I didn't really like any of them. To start with one that I really want to get out of the way, this season introduces us to Jean's younger sister, Joanna. And I'm gonna say from the get-go, this character fucking sucks. She did not work for me, like, at all. She might be one of my least favorite characters in the entire show, and while I felt emotional over her backstory, it was introduced way too late in the season, and the entirety of the resolution of her storyline is based on that backstory, which is only given to us 1 episode before the show ends. So, like, it doesn't feel like Joanna has an arc until episode 7. She literally spends all of her time on the show being an annoying character who annoys everyone around her with no real point until randomly, at the very end of the show, she suddenly has a very heavy backstory of abuse she has never dealt with.
I'm scared that if I stop moving and I stop properly talking about what happened, then it might all catch up on me and I won't be able to pretend that I'm okay anymore.
I'm heading out.
Didn't we need it?
Jean, you're slow.
Piss off! You piss off!
You piss off! Pissy knickers! I mean, he was lovely and everything, but it just started to feel like I was having sex with my brother, you know? He started pissing with the door open all the time. Anyway, I got back from Malaysia and I haven't had a...
Show doesn't land because most of the time we know her, there is no context around her. She's mostly a very one-dimensional character who only appears in scenes that are designed to make her incredibly annoying, and it works. Joanna is annoying, but unfortunately for her, that's kind of it. She's just annoying. We're also introduced to Jean's new boss, whose name I do not remember. I don't like her. She wasn't very funny. Whatever. I don't want to talk about her. Let's move on. So, hey, remember earlier when I said Cavendish College was the source of most of the season's problems? Yeah, every single new character that is a student of Cavendish College fucking blows. All of them, not one exception. They're all bad. Abby is the most one-note and surface-level character this show has ever given us, and her storyline is so ridiculous that I honestly thought it was a joke for a second. Basically, her whole thing is that she won't allow anyone around her to gossip or say anything even slightly negative. She forces constant positivity onto people, and also she hasn't had sex with her boyfriend for months, but her boyfriend doesn't know why she won't have sex with him. And the big reveal at the end of the season is that she doesn't like talking about anything negative because it makes her feel heavy because she has a fear of rejection, which doesn't really make sense. And also she reveals that the reason why she's been doing everything in her power to not have sex with her boyfriend for months is because he moans when they kiss, and she just finds it annoying, but she never told him. And that's it. That's her whole character. All of that is explained in a 40-second exposition dump in the finale, and that's literally all there is to her. Her boyfriend Roman literally doesn't do anything the entire season. He's there just cuz. He's upset that Abby won't have sex with him, and occasionally he tells people he doesn't like straight people because he thinks they're basic. And okay, sure, I can see that. I'm pretty basic. I had coffee and a bagel this morning. That is regular as fuck. I don't disagree with him. But it's just, that's kind of it for this character. He wants to have sex with his girlfriend, and he doesn't like straight people. I'm sorry, but that's fucking boring. These two are fucking boring. Oh, and just so you know, both Abby and Roman are trans characters, by the way. They're the first trans characters in the show, I believe. They could have done so much with them. They could have been so fucking cool. But for some reason, the show systematically makes the choice to give them nothing. They're just kind of there. They don't do anything. They don't matter to any storyline, but they're just there all the time. It's like the writers didn't even try. There is nothing to them. We're also introduced to a character named Aisha, who is deaf and also non-monogamous. And that's it. That's all her character is. You will never find out anything else about her. I'm not kidding. The most you get out of her is that she likes to gossip, but Abby won't let her. Wow. Riveting. These characters are so fucking bland. I don't understand why they're here all the time. They have more screen time than Maeve. And to be perfectly clear, it's not that I'm not for trans characters taking center stage. Again, I think the most disappointing part of Abby and Roman is the wasted potential. They could have and should have been so much more. It's not that I'm not for a deaf character taking center stage or becoming the main character, whether it be for characterization or for representation. My wife is deaf. I know very well the importance of having that representation, of expressing these unique struggles, but the character in front of it needs to feel human for it to truly work. Otherwise, you're only reducing them to a disability when they are so much more than that. My wife watched the season with me. She really appreciated that she could see herself in some experiences Aisha has in the show, but while she liked seeing all of this on screen, she also didn't form any particular connection with Aisha as a character because there simply isn't much more to her. She saw things she recognized in her, but she didn't fully relate to the character because this character doesn't feel like a person. She feels like a message. She feels like a checklist item for every single minority the show wants to shove in there. The best way I have to describe it is this. It feels like the show got high on the praise it was given for the amazingly thoughtful representation it showed in early seasons, and it let that praise get to its head and developed a pretentious need to represent everything. Every season needs to outwoke milk the previous one, and so they shove as many queer and disabled characters as they can so they can say they included them, but it doesn't do much anymore because these characters don't do anything and are barely given storylines. They're not characters, they're checklist items. And when they get to have big moments, they're reduced to pandering sequences where they spend entire minutes explaining the message behind their character's identity out loud. It's literally the opposite of what this show used to do. It's literally the opposite of why the representation of the show was praised in early seasons. And I think this directly links back to what I personally consider to be the single biggest problem with Sex Education 4, and that is simply that I believe the show lost its biggest, most powerful asset: its authenticity. In my first video about Sex Education, where I covered the first 2 seasons, I mainly talked about how the show had a unique ability to outsmart stereotypes. More specifically, I referred to the show as a giant middle finger to tired tropes and cliches that have become way too common and overused in film and television. And it was really smart about being that too. The first 2 seasons of the show repeatedly make a point of introducing extremely cliche characters full of genre stereotypes attached to them, but only to then deconstruct them and subvert the expectations linked to those stereotypes. It did it with a real goal. All of the themes addressed in the show were addressed with such a firm sense of emotion, respect, and, coming back to the main point, with a firm sense of authenticity. And this authenticity, this earnest, genuine, and pure desire to represent intelligently is what made Sex Education. It was the source of all of its charm and the focus of its brilliant writing. But all of that is kinda gone now. Sex Education 4 feels like a CW version of the previous seasons. All of the intelligent and thoughtful commentary about sexuality, race, and culture is gone in favor of excessive, severely disingenuous and condescending and forced wokeness that treats the audience like idiots. All the subtlety and, again, the authenticity are gone. It all feels artificial now, and it's super noticeable because Sex Education used to be so good at representation. And it's weird because I've been doing a lot of reading to see what audiences thought about this season, and when I look online, all I hear from audiences about Sex Education 4 is how everything about it feels incredibly forced and disingenuous. And I can't help but agree, and it breaks my heart a little that I agree. The show has kinda lost its magic, and it's now like a pale version of its former self. People from the LGBTQ+ community have been super critical of the new season's representation of queer people. I've seen some people calling it excessive, unrealistic, and dishonest, which is a theme that comes back a lot with this season. And now, I'm not queer, so I don't really have the street cred to talk about this in detail, but it is kind of crazy that this is the discourse from within the community. And if you'd like to comment down below, I'd be very curious to read your thoughts on that, because clearly something is not clicking here. A number of things don't click here. There is a huge disconnect when it comes to Season 4's intentions and its execution. And this is where we need to talk about the biggest new character of the season. This is where we need to talk about O. I mentioned the character very early in the video, and now it's time for her to get her unfortunate spotlight. O is a character that went really wrong. The reason why I say that is because I feel like O is a character that completely backfired. She's a great idea on paper that was very poorly executed. As of right now, a gigantic portion of the overwhelming backlash Sex Education 4 has been slammed with is centered around this character. There are few words to describe how much people fucking hate her guts. O is a particularly despised character, and it's honestly not difficult to see why, but there are so many layers to it that I need to take a moment to talk about it. So let me paint the picture here. O is basically the antagonist of Season 4. She's not a full-fledged villain like Hope was in Season 3. Instead of being a villain that goes up against the whole cast like Hope, O acts more like a direct nemesis / rival to Otis, and sort of by proxy, a nemesis to Ruby, who is a part of her backstory. She's introduced in episode 1 when Eric and Otis find out there is already a sex therapist at Cavendish College who is extremely popular, both on campus and on social media.
Wow. She's just like you, except she's doing it on a much bigger and better scale.
Otis and O are immediately established as rivals who are going to fight over their status of student sex therapists. O has been around for much longer and is beloved by her peers, while Otis, who is convinced O stole his idea, is new and has to convince people that he's the one who should have that position. And from the very first time they met, you get the sense that O is very two-faced. Basically, it's the classic. You have your protagonist and the antagonist in his way. So, why does that matter? I mean, if O is the villain, cool, let her be the villain. I don't think anyone's gonna have a problem with that. The issue here, though, is that, O wasn't meant to be a villain. The intention behind the character was never for her to be perceived as an antagonist. That reception was completely accidental. And that's what I mean when I say this character went wrong. Let me explain. Earlier in this video, I talked about Yasmine Benoit, the writer of season 4, who explained that this season was not written with the intention of being the final season. Well, now she's front and center. She is very important to the conversation about O, so listen up. See, Yasmine created O. That's her character. That's her baby. O was super important to her because, just like O, Yasmine is an asexual woman of color, and she felt like that is a particular group of people that is widely underrepresented in media. So she decided to create a character for sex education that would be a stepping stone for much needed representation, an asexual woman of color that is a main character on a major Netflix production. Pretty fucking cool if you ask me. Asexual people are very underrepresented in pop culture, and they tend to be suppressed pretty heavily. I think the most well-known example is Jughead Jones from Archie Comics, who is very well known for being canonically asexual in the source material, and yet the CW adaptation of Archie Comics, Riverdale, completely killed this aspect of his character. That's just kind of what happens. So that's honestly huge. O is an important character to have in such a popular show. A lot of people are going to feel seen here. Yasmine, along with other writers, designed the character to be very attaching, and O was intended to go through a very specific arc that would make people feel for her, understand her, and hopefully like her. But then, O very abruptly turned out to be the villain of the season, and by far the most despised character in sex education, which is a pretty sharp signal that a number of things happened between the time the character was created and the time the season came out. And long story short, everything went wrong. After the season came out, Yasmine went on a whole Twitter rant entirely centered around the character of O and the reception she had, especially after she saw the insane amount of backlash directed at her. And she explained a lot of very interesting things. According to Yasmine, O was never meant to be a villain, and she was meant to be a much more heartfelt and sympathetic character than what we ended up seeing. She claims that a lot of O's scenes were either altered or edited out, which essentially formed a completely different story for her that makes her seem way more unlikable than she initially was. And if what Yasmine is saying is true, then yeah, I understand her frustration. Because when you watch the show, O comes across as smug, mean-spirited, cold, and downright manipulative. Most of her scenes in the season are focused on her being here to torment Otis and to taunt him. And at certain points, she's quite cruel to him for seemingly no reason. Like, this is a completely different character from the one Yasmine describes. Yasmine says that she thinks O's storylines and scenes might have been altered by fear that Otis would come across as way too big of an asshole. So most of the scenes where he's being a dick to O were cut out, but all of the scenes where O retaliates were left in, which makes it look like O is just bullying Otis for no real reason. The best example of that, and probably one of the most criticized and talked about scenes in the season, is, of course, the infamous debate sequence. In episode 5, Otis and O face each other in front of the school in a sort of political debate ahead of an election that would have students of Cavendish vote to decide which one of these two will be the definitive sex therapist of the school. During that debate, it's very clear that O has no intention to play fair. She brings up the books that are written by Otis's father, who Otis doesn't really have a relationship with, and she tries to create a regressive narrative suggesting that Otis supports his father's icky writing, and she paints this picture of Otis that brands him as a bigoted misogynist.
In order to attract a woman, the modern man finds himself unable to assert his natural authority.
I don't see how this is
Thank you, Otis. If you don't mind, I'd like to finish.
It's a low blow that shows very clearly to the audience that O plays dirty and is dishonest and quite cruel. Then, Otis decides to counter that by exposing O for ghosting people, getting support from directly concerned students who confirm having started a relationship with O and being unceremoniously ghosted. Otis's angle here is to make people wonder if they can really trust O to care about their issues when she can't even care or respect the people in her own life enough to treat them with decency. It's a very logical play, and unlike O, Otis might actually have a point here. But that is when shit goes fucking crazy. Because right after that, O steps up and takes responsibility for her actions by coming out as asexual in front of everybody. Basically, she explains that she ghosted people because she didn't know how to communicate that she was ace and she didn't know what else to do. So, she just ghosted them. Okay, but then O pulls a move that makes her come across as the biggest manipulator in the world because she takes this narrative and then spins it around to turn the blame onto Otis, claiming that he just forced her to come out publicly when she wasn't ready to.
That shit crazy.
That shit crazy, bro.
That's wild.
That's crazy.
That shit wild. Fuck.
She's basically saying that he outed her, even though Otis had no fucking idea O was ace. He was just pointing out that she ghosted people, which she did. Now, not only is that insane because Otis didn't force her to do anything, she could have just apologized for ghosting people and take accountability, but the scene plays out in a way that makes O look like she's using her ace identity as a shield. She makes it sound like ghosting them was the only option she had. Like, this whole scene seems to be solidifying O as an antagonist, as this cruel manipulator, calculated villain who is ready to use anything, any narrative, any angle to destroy Otis. And it is kind of crazy to me that this was not the intention at all. Yasmin Benoit claims that this scene and the storyline that led up to it were severely altered. According to her, in the original version, Otis's part plays out differently, and he actually does put O in a position where she is forced to come out as ace. He apparently had a bunch of additional scenes where he gets so desperate to defeat O that his morals go out the window and he starts doing a lot of very ugly things, but these scenes were subsequently removed. Basically, it was supposed to make more sense, and the audience was supposed to feel bad for O and kind of side-eye Otis for doing something so messed up. But again, because a lot of it was allegedly cut out or rearranged, the outcome makes Otis come across way better than intended and more like a victim, which in turn makes O come across as an insane person who gaslit everyone into believing that Otis is a dangerous misogynist who forced her to come out to the entire school when he very clearly didn't. Yasmin also claims that a huge chunk of O's backstory was cut out from the show and made her look even worse. In a flashback that is shown in episode 3, we learned that O bullied Ruby when they were kids. Basically, she exposed Ruby to all the girls from elementary school for wetting the bed at night and gave her the nickname Bedwetter. Ruby was already struggling with girls bullying her for being poor, so it was an added bullet that she had to take. In the show, this revelation works works more as a confirmation that O is indeed a bully, that she's shady, and it makes her look like more of a villain hiding behind a perfectly curated facade. But according to Yasmin, this flashback is missing a big part of storytelling that serves as crucial context about O's struggle with growing up Ace. It was a flashback that was meant to introduce themes of inner struggles that would have carried her character through the season, while explaining why she felt like she had to throw Ruby under the bus to protect herself. Yasmin basically explains that the rest of the flashback was supposed to be about O receiving ace-phobic bullying and deflecting the focus on Ruby out of fear. Those themes were then supposed to be brought home at the end of the season in the scene where Otis and O are stuck in an elevator together. It was supposed to touch on how O had lived her entire life impacted by race, privilege, and ace phobia, but all of it was cut. So basically, as a result of all of this, the season makes it seem like O hurts people intentionally, unprompted, just out of nowhere. And the little amount of explaining we do get in the season is mentioned through quick exposition in passing, which doesn't really do the character any favors. And by the end of the show, you don't really feel any form of sympathy for her because it doesn't feel earned. O was meant to be a lovable but flawed character, but in the end, we're left with a version of O that had all of her redeeming traits taken away, leaving only her flaws and painting a completely different picture of who she is. And Yasmin says that one of the most difficult aspects of that for her is that, as a result, the show essentially takes the asexual character and portrays her as cold and almost emotionless, which is a very dangerous stereotype to continuously attach to the Arrow Ace community. O was not supposed to be an antagonist. We were supposed to see her as a woman of color who was successful in a specific field, but sees her success being ripped away by a white guy who believes he deserves it more than her. But somewhere along the line, it all went wrong. As for Yasmin, she insists that despite the backlash, she is very proud to have been able to create and work on this character with other writers, and explains that O is the first asexual woman of color on a British TV show. Which, honestly, slay. Big slay. I would even call you a slay-xual. Subscribe. Number 4. The finale. The final episode of the show is pretty much a mixed bag. It's not necessarily good, but not particularly bad either. The episode is basically a movie. It's an hour and 25 minutes long, and it mostly revolves around Cal. Yeah, I wouldn't have said that either, but at this point I'm not surprised. The premise of the episode is that Cal went missing and their mother is worried about their mental state. So she goes to the school and all of the students band together to try and find Cal and make sure that they're safe. And while that's happening, the characters see their arcs come to a close in different ways. Oh, and Maeve is back in America with Dan Levy, but who cares? So yeah, we follow the characters one last time as their stories all get wrapped up. Jean has learned to deal with her depression and has accepted that in order to get through this new normal, she is going to need to accept help, and she's going to need to accept that it's also okay to ask for it. She takes a major step forward in her life and finds a sense of stability. It's a very strong end to her story, and I'm very happy about that. Eric talks to God and decides to become a pastor. There you go. I will say, his final monologue in the church about being unable to reconcile his religion with his pride of being a gay man is really emotional and sad, especially because the church still chooses to reject him. But overall, Eric's ending is fine. It's kind of whatever. I don't have a big opinion on it. Otis is an asshole who only ever thinks about himself, and that's literally all the finale is about for him. He doesn't learn anything and doesn't evolve. I guess he becomes friends with O and they decide to run the sex clinic together. Good for them. Could not care less about Otis's ending. Ruby decides that she doesn't want to be Otis's friend, and that's literally the last time you see her. That's the end of her story. I find it kind of lame. I think her character deserved more, but okay, go off. I still love Ruby, but her story just feels a little incomplete. Jackson finds his biological father, who brutally rejects him and tells him to fuck off and never come back, and then his moms tell him he's really the product of an affair, and then they tell him they love him, and he's like, okay, and then you never see him again. That's how his story ends. Oh, also, he doesn't have cancer. It was a false alarm. Yeah. It's not a bad ending per se. I think it's okay. I really like Jackson as a character, so I'll take what I can get. Oh, and also, Hannah Waddingham is back, and I will always be happy about Hannah Weddingham on my screen. Adam and his father finally manage to build a relationship, and Adam accepts that his parents want to be together again. They reunite at the end, and it's the fucking best ending ever. Season 4 is mid as hell, but the writers never fucking missed once with the Groffs. I adore and cherish this ending so much. However, I feel like I need to ask, who the fuck is Adam's sister and where is she? What, you thought I wouldn't remember that Michael mentions that Adam has a sister in season 1? She's literally never mentioned again. But I didn't forget, Netflix. I didn't forget. 10 out of 10 ending. I'd send the writer some flowers if I could. Amy finds her passion in photography and finally finds it in her to be physically intimate with someone again. Her healing process has truly paid off, and we see she's ready to give herself a chance to be happy. Good ending. Amy Lou Wood fucking bodied this role from start to finish. Maeve lives happily ever after in the US. That's it. Cal almost unalives themselves, ends up not doing it, and goes home. They say they're not ready to face people after getting them worried, and then you never see them again. It's the most incomplete story out of the main cast. Viv moves on after getting out of her abusive relationship and stands up for herself. It's fine. I feel pretty neutral about it. Still love Viv though. Underrated character. Oh, and I guess there's the new characters. Yeah, whatever. Abby and Roman have sex. That's it. That's the end of the show for them. Aisha literally does not have an ending. Do you know why? Because she never had a storyline to begin with. Jean's sister Jo finally admits she has never dealt with the trauma from the abuse she was subjected to by her mother's boyfriend when she was young, and I could have cared about it if that major backstory hadn't been randomly revealed one episode before the end. Jo is still an annoying and one-note and severely underwritten character. Just because her backstory is sad doesn't make her profound. I'm sorry. O becomes nice, just like that. Just because. So I guess she's redeemed. Yay. And that's pretty much it. That's the end of Sex Education. The show closes with a voiceover of Maeve reading the letter she wrote to Otis before going back to America. She tells him that meeting him was the first time in her life she didn't feel alone, and talks about how much Otis means to her. And then as Otis walks to his window to stare into the distance, Maeve ends the series with the final line of the letter.
I think what I'm trying to say is, thanks for everything, dickhead.
And that's it. Look, there is no denying that Sex Education 4, despite having its moments, was a major letdown. I think everyone would agree that this final season was really disappointing. It is by far the show at its weakest. In certain aspects, it feels like the show has become a parody of itself. The writing is really weak, except when it's fucking amazing out of nowhere. And overall, the whole vibe of this season is just off. The show lost its authenticity, its vision of representation has become very superficial, and again, there are too many characters and not enough time for all of them. It's just not a good season. I don't love it. With all that said though, I don't think Sex Education is a show that I will remember negatively. Some shows have final seasons that just ruin everything to the point where you never really want to revisit the show, but I don't think this is the case for me. I think I will always look back on this show fondly, and it will always have a special place in my heart. Like, these first 2 seasons really marked me, man. Maeve Wiley is a character that is infinitely precious to me. Adam has one of the best arcs in teen television. Michael Groff has one of the best redemption arcs ever in TV, and I stand by that. Ruby owned season 3, and I will attempt to remember Eric only by the first 2 seasons. We'll see what we can do. Sure, Sex Education kinda shit the bed in the end, but there is so much good that came out of this show. I think it shouldn't be forgotten. I believe the disdain around season 4 will die down, and people will eventually be able to remember the show with a more positive outlook. At least I hope. Again, I'm very curious to know more of people's thoughts on this season. I felt so conflicted about it while watching it, and I think my wife was in the same boat. So if you'd like to leave your thoughts in the comments down below, I'd absolutely love to sit down and read through your experiences with this season. I feel like there's so much to talk about with it. Hell, this video is like 3 times longer than I wanted it to be because there were just too many things I needed to bring up. So overall, yeah, this was a very disappointing goodbye to a fantastic show. show that talked to so many people on such a deep level. I'm glad the show is over though. I don't think this is a show that would have needed to go to 5, 6, or 7 seasons, but goddamn, I really hoped it would end on a stronger note. It's not the worst ending of all time, like I wouldn't put that up there with the likes of Pretty Little Liars or How I Met Your Mother, but I really get why it stings so much for so many people. If anything, I feel very excited to see what the cast is going to do next. Ncuti Gatwa is already on top of things. He's the new Doctor on Doctor Who. Very curious to see his take on the character. And we just had Ncuti and 2 other members of the cast in Barbie. Like, honestly, this cast deserves everything. Very excited for their future. Anyways, goodbye sex education. I'm done. Peace out. Michael Groff is my best friend. But if you know, you know. But if you know, you know. You got me feeling mellow. But if you know, you know. So here's the thing, I'm a big fan of The Boys. I've mentioned it once or twice in videos, but yeah, I love this show like a lot of people. I think pretty much everybody would agree that The Boys is easily the best superhero show on television, although Loki Season 2 is making a very strong case for itself right now. It has an insanely compelling story, fantastic characters that all represent very interesting themes, and it's overall a pretty smartly executed satire that is also one of the few shows that dare to offer some social and political commentary without feeling the need to talk down to the audience and treat them like morons. Homelander very easily places himself in the top 5 greatest TV villains of all time. No, I will not be taking questions at this time. And I also think that The Boys is pretty much one of the greatest examples of an adaptation that is way better than the source material, because I do not like the comic series this show is based on. But the show is pretty fucking good. However, I gotta admit, when Amazon announced a spin-off series of The Boys that would follow young adults in what is basically an X-Men school for messed up superheroes, I was very skeptical. I didn't know how I felt about the idea of a teen drama set in this universe, and I got nervous that this would be a greedy effort to build yet another connected cinematic universe we don't need, which could result in a misstep that would fail at expanding on a show I love so much. Long story short, it was a very, very, very risky move, and I gotta admit, I wasn't too excited about this spin-off, and I was very doubtful of the outcome. Thankfully, I was wrong. Gen V is one of the biggest surprises of the year for me. I did not expect this show to be this good. And you know what? Given the track record of the original series, it shouldn't be surprising, but hey, at least I'm glad I was wrong. Let's just pretend that counts for something. I had a lot of fun watching this show, and I think having such low expectations made it even better for me. I had only watched the first teaser like in passing, so I didn't really know what the story of the show was gonna be. I had very little information about it, but from the very first episode, I was locked in, and I'm very excited to talk about it, especially because Gen V has some serious implications relating to the next season of The Boys, and that's something I was not expecting. Anyways, we're gonna talk about all that, but before we do, it's the perfect occasion to talk about The Boys universe, because this video is sponsored by Opera GX, and you're gonna wanna hear this. Thank you to Opera GX for sponsoring this video. Have you ever opened your browser and thought, man, this is really bland. It's like chicken with no seasoning. Well, you're not the only one. Turns out, a lot of people have developed a desire to personalize their browser's appearance. You know, shake things up a little, make it more interesting. Enter Opera GX, the absolute elite of browser customization. This browser offers an army of possibilities to customize your internet experience with GX mods, which essentially gives you free range to 180 flip your entire browser with one click and change pretty much anything you want. Guys, literally, like, it's so versatile, it's insane. You can either choose from a massive collection of pre-designed mods, or you can create your own. And to give you the perfect example, if you're a fan of The Boys and Gen V, Well, you are quite in luck, because Opera GX has partnered with the Boys franchise to create VOT International's social media site dedicated to the world of the Boys, built with an incredibly accurate simulation of how the characters of the shows would use this platform based on the plot, so you can follow your favorite soups and access new content exclusively available to Opera GX users. It's right here in the sidebar. Oh, and if that wasn't enough, you can also put any other social media platform here too in this little sidebar, because obviously, broski, they know what they're doing. This is the real deal. Honestly, exploring all the possibilities to customize your browser is so much fun. There are so many options to choose from. It's honestly a delight. So, if you also want to be cool and not like chicken with no seasoning, use my link in the description below to download Opera GX today. You'll be able to elevate your internet experience and completely remix your browser to the universe of The Boys and Gen V. And if you haven't seen those shows, by the way, especially Gen V because it just came out, it is available right now on Prime Video, so go watch it and you'll understand why this is so rad. So again, use my link in the description below to download Opera GX today. Thank you so much to Opera GX for sponsoring this video. You guys are the best, and let's get back to the show. So Gen V is the story of Marie Moreau, a young woman who became an orphan as a child the day she discovered she had superpowers and accidentally murdered her own parents in her confusion. She was only 10 years old, and the murder was witnessed by her little sister, who was then adopted by a family and has refused to see Marie ever since. 8 years later, Marie lives in an institute for orphan soups and has become an exemplary student who dreams to become the first Black woman to join the Seven, the legendary league of superheroes led by Homelander. And her hard work pays off, because when the show begins, Marie finds out she has been accepted to join the prestigious Godolphin University, more commonly known as GodU, a school for superpowered young adults who aspire to become great superheroes.
Sorry.
When she arrives, Marie quickly finds out that GodU is a very competitive school where students will do anything to gain popularity in the eyes of the public in order to be more valuable in the eyes of the establishment and rank in their highly coveted top 10 that guarantees them a high-profile future. The current frontman of the school is a beloved young hero known as Golden Boy, who seems to just be the perfect man with stand-up values. Marie tries to figure out a way to find her place in GodU without compromising her values, but things take an insanely dark turn when a particular incident leads her to see something she was not supposed to see. And before she knows it, Marie and a group of elite students at GodU find themselves uncovering a sinister conspiracy inside of the school that may lead to a cataclysmic event. And this premise right there is why I think Gen V works so well. It's why I enjoyed it so much. Because while it keeps the quote-unquote DNA of the Boys, it also manages to have its own identity. And it creates its own identity by making the story a big mystery. Now, if you're familiar with my channel, which if you're not, what the hell, subscribe, you know that I am a sucker for well-crafted mysteries. And honestly, I think this show pulls it off. It could have been really easy for Gen V to just be the Boys, but with teenagers. But that's not what it is. At its core, Gen V is a mystery with characters who have not fully been exposed to the realities of the world we've come to know in The Boys, which I think was a fantastic idea. Watching the characters slowly unravel pieces of the puzzle as they come to understand the entire conspiracy around GodU is super compelling. Oh, and that is a big part of the show, by the way. Gen V would not work without its characters.
I think he has a girlfriend, right? Yes, and she's hot. Oh my god! You're gonna have a three-way. You're literally living my dream.
The characters of Gen V are really cool, and for the most part, all very interesting. They may not be as unique and charismatic as major characters in The Boys, like a Billy Butcher, a Homelander, a Stormfront, or a Frenchie, just to name a few, but I still found most of them to be engaging with their individual personalities and the core themes attached to their arcs. All of them are very well handled for the most part, and getting to know them is really fun, especially as they get to know a world that we, the audience, are already much more familiar with than they are. And That is most apparent with the main character, Marie Moreau, played by Jazz Sinclair, a face that should be familiar to a number of people. I've talked about Jazz Sinclair before because she played one of the main characters in Netflix's Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, which I made a video about a little while ago. And if you've seen that video, you know that I did not like her character in that show. I was not a fan of Roz, and I was not a fan of Jazz's performance as this character. So I admittedly felt a little apprehensive knowing she would be playing the main character of Gen V. But I'm very happy to report that I was very wrong to be. Yeah, she shut me up real quick. Jazz Sinclair is really good in Gen V. I loved her in it, and I loved her character. Marie is a very effective protagonist, and a quite interesting choice as the potential hero because of the nature of her powers. If you don't know, Marie is essentially a bloodbender. She can control blood in pretty much any way her mind can imagine, and when you meet her, she carries a knife around with her so she can cut her hands and use her own blood as a weapon. It's a very unconventional power for a protagonist, even for the universe of the boys. Even within the context of the story, Marie is looked at by other supes as a bit of a freak. They think her power is repulsive and obviously too violent for her to be perceived as a superhero. And the thing is, people are not necessarily wrong. Calling Marie's power horrific is kind of an understatement. Like I said earlier, she discovered her powers as a child, more specifically, the day she had her first period. And in her confusion and in her panic, she accidentally killed both her parents. She hasn't been in contact with her little sister since that happened, and today, Marie wants above anything else to be the best person she can possibly be and become a revered, super famous superhero so that she can prove to her little sister that she's not a monster. But as the show goes, you also get the sense that Marie is just as much trying to convince herself that she's not a monster. It's kind of why she's so determined. If she can prove to her sister that she's not this horrible monster, if her sister is able to forgive her, then she can forgive herself. And when the show begins, Marie is so focused on that long-term goal that she pushes people away before having a chance to get close to them. She's not interested in making friends, she's not interested in romantic relationships, she's not interested in anything aside from becoming the next superhero to join the Seven. And where I think that's really impactful is with the notion that Marie is a character that has only known this world of superheroes through the lens of the general public. Like, for what it is, you could say her biggest character flaw is that she's incredibly naive. She thinks superheroes are just like Superman, a beacon of hope and a great representation of good. She doesn't yet understand all of the insanity and ugliness of that world, and she's about to be hit hard with the reality that superheroes are not good people. And she's about to understand that becoming a superhero is not about virtue, determination, and the desire to help people, but it's all about appearances, vanity, politics, and money. As I mentioned, Marie tries to figure out a way to find her place in God-U without compromising her values, but one night, she succumbs to peer pressure because she's a teenager, and she agrees to go out after curfew with the students in the school's top 10 ranking, including Golden Boy. But an incident at the bar they go to leads to one of the top students accidentally hurting someone and almost killing them, and the principal of God-U, Mr. Brink, decides to kick Marie out of the school so she can take the fall for the other, more important kids who managed to leave the scene without being noticed, leaving the victim for dead. This is her first exposure to how corrupt the superhero world is. Marie thought she did the right thing by staying behind and saving the life of the poor human, which got her some well-deserved attention on social media, but because she was the only student seen at the bar, and because she's new and not valuable to the school, and because her superpowers are not marketable enough to make her a front-page hero, she immediately finds herself on the chopping block and is set up to take all the blame. And so, just like that, Marie's future ends as quickly as it started. Or maybe not, because as she is about to leave the school, the plot completely shifts when Marie accidentally witnesses Golden Boy murdering Mr. Brink in his office, which is the event that kickstarts the mystery of the show. And I gotta say, watching Marie being slammed in the face with the reality of the world she spent her entire life trying to be a part of is brutal. And as an audience member, it feels very different from the way you experience the revelation of that reality in The Boys, because in The Boys, you discover that reality along with Huey. But this time, you already know. This time, you're not discovering, you're waiting for the inevitable, because you already know the truth. So after the rose-tainted glasses are shattered, Marie finds herself in the middle of a huge mystery and a huge conspiracy, and she has to team up with other students of God U to get to the bottom of it. Emma is her eccentric roommate who really wants to be one of the cool kids, but has a superpower that makes her more of a joke among her peers, and so she leans more into her role as a punchline to get popularity because nobody really takes her seriously. And that's because Emma's superpower is shrinking. She's basically Ant-Man or the Wasp. She can get really, really, really small, which got her the superhero name Little Cricket. However, the show kind of puts a twist on her power that makes her character kind of tragic. See, Emma's big secret is that in order to get small, she has to throw up. And once she's small, she can only get back to her normal size by eating food. And as you're probably guessing, yes, her superpower is pretty much a profoundly fucked up allegory for eating disorders, and she spends most of the show trying to convince the people around her that she's in control. And throughout the episodes, it takes an even darker dimension when you get to meet her mother, who very deliberately perpetuates that disorder.
You need to be careful about your calorie intake, okay? Are you keeping your food log? Yes, Mom, I am completely balanced. You look an inch or two shorter than usual, so you might need to add 50 calories.
Oh, that scene made my blood boil. Emma, contrary to all of her peers, is actually really embarrassed by her superpower, but it's also the one thing that allows her to get the attention and validation she desperately craves. The way the show creates a parallel between her superpower and her insecurities and body image issues is super interesting, and Lizzie Broadway really carries this role with a lot of charisma. Emma grew on me as the show went. I didn't particularly like her at the very beginning, but I feel like this character very much finds her footing later in the story, and the themes around her character really make you feel for her.
I don't know if I can be like this.
Andre is one of the top 10 students of God U, and he's also Golden Boy's best friend. His superpower is way more of a classic. He's just Magneto. He can control metal and do all sorts of shit with it, but you do find out something about his powers towards the end of the season, which I'm not going to spoil now. I really like Andre. I think he's a really cool character, and I think the primary reason why I like him so much is because Andre is played by Chance Perdomo, a very underrated and super talented actor who, by the way, was also in Chilling Adventures of Sabrina and was easily the best part of that entire show. He played Ambrose Spellman, Sabrina's cousin, who by himself carried about 80% of the show's charisma on his back. He was way too good for this show. His character here is way more low-key, like don't expect him to be like Ambrose. Andre is kind of a chill guy who doesn't really have his shit figured out. We learn that his father used to be a popular superhero who is now retired, and he's essentially Andre's coach/manager now. He's incredibly strict and pushy with Andre because he wants him to become a popular superhero as well, and Andre works really hard to achieve that, but you get the sense that he's doing it more to please his dad than for himself. He doesn't seem to enjoy the never-ending popularity contest of God U at all, but he just kind of goes along with it because he doesn't really know anything else. The inner conflict that emerges in his character as he starts to uncover and understand the massive implications of the school's secrets is really compelling, and his storyline kind of takes a turn I didn't really expect, especially when his own secrets begin to emerge. Like I said, Andre is a really good character, and Chance Perdomo effortlessly portrays him. Very excited to see where his story goes. Jordan is another one of God U's top 10 students and is a particular favorite of Mr. Brinks. And unlike other characters, Jordan stands out for having more than one superpower. They have super strength, like most supes, as well as the ability to blast people with some form of shining force field, but they're mostly famous for their physical power, which is the ability to switch genders at will. They have a male incarnation and a female incarnation, meaning the character of Jordan is played by two different actors, London Thor and Derek Liu, who both do a great job in the role, although I think London Thor nails the character more and gives them a much stronger personality. And as you would guess, Jordan's gender switching ability is an allegory for non-binary identity. The big theme around that for them is feeling like they're not ever fully accepted. Jordan's life causes them a lot of insecurities due to people never fully accepting them. Their love life is uncomfortable because their partners will ask them to only appear in one form, whether it be as a man or as a woman, and people don't seem to understand that they are both. Both incarnations of Jordan are who they are. Appearing as both is their identity. We get a very uncomfortable episode where we're shown that their parents do not like to see them in girl form because they were born biologically male, and their dad seems to perceive Jordan's feminine form as a sort of rebellion.
You can be a boy forever if you want. Sometimes I think you change into a girl just to spite me.
Stop.
There's also a smaller theme of internalized misogyny coming with that power, notably in one scene where Marie tells Jordan that they need to stop appearing as a man when they want to be taken seriously. It's kind of mentioned in passing, but it says a lot about the character. But overall, Jordan is a character that very much lives in their own head, and the feeling of never fully being accepted leads them to isolate in ways that can make them a bit selfish. The theme of them putting their wants and needs above anything else to the point of clouding their moral compass comes back at several points in the show, and it makes Jordan a fascinating character to explore.
I killed my grandpa with my powers. No, you didn't. Yeah, I know, I was just feeling left out.
Kate is a super popular student of the school, a close friend of Andre's, and she's also Golden Boy's girlfriend. She has the very particular power to control people's thoughts. Kate can make people feel, think, or do whatever she desires by touching them.
Reservation under?
We don't have one. But you don't give a fuck, right?
I do not give a fuck.
However, her power functions only by skin-to-skin contact, so she often wears gloves to make people around her more comfortable. There's general trust issues with a power like that. But the big thing with Kate is that her power also has a limit. If she uses it too much in a short period of time, it affects her own brain and she starts bleeding from her eyes and from her nose the closer she gets to having an aneurysm. If I'm being honest, Kate is probably my least favorite character of the ensemble. I do think the character's story is interesting and goes places I didn't really expect, but I didn't find the character herself that compelling, and certain ways that her story moves through the episodes was a little bit jarring to me, but we'll come back to that later. She's played by Maddie Phillips from Teenage Bounty Hunters, and she's fine. She's okay in the role. The ideas around Kate and her powers are not explored as much as the rest of the cast, but a lot of the core themes attached to her superpower are related to the subject of consent, and it does play a big role in the story, especially in its second half. So yeah, basically Kate is an okay character that has her moments. That's about it. And then we have Luke, the unofficial sixth protagonist. Luke is the superstar of God U, and the world knows him as Golden Boy. And fun fact, he is played by Arnold Schwarzenegger's son. And he's pretty good in the role. Luke is kind of the most important character in this show, which is interesting because he's not in it very much. But yeah, most of the mystery of the show is directly tied to him. When you meet him, he's the ultimate popular guy of the school. He's the top 1 student, there are talks about him joining the 7, he's known all around the world, and he's just genuinely a great guy. And I think that was a very smart move by the writers because they know how to use the storytelling of the boys to trick you. See, The Boys teaches the audience to never trust a superhero. In this universe, if a character seems like too good of a person, they're probably full of shit, it's probably a facade, and they're probably fucking evil. And Luke is that good boy persona to a T. I mean, guys, his superhero name is literally Golden Boy. Like, it couldn't be more on the nose. He's a cool dude, he's popular, he has a cool best friend and a cool girlfriend, and everybody fucking likes him, and he just seems to be the friendliest guy on earth. And his name is Golden Boy. So if you've seen The Boys, the second you meet him, you don't trust him. You're like, nope, he's too good, he's too perfect, fuck that. They set up Luke to be such a perfect goody two-shoes nice boy that you're just conditioned to believe he's gonna turn out to be a secret psycho killer like Homelander. But no, he dies in episode 1 and kicks off the mystery of the show, but it turns out that he really was a good guy. Basically, Luke keeps having weird dreams of his dead little brother Sam calling to him from a place he calls the woods. The dreams are insanely vivid to him, more like hallucinations, and they're becoming so intense that he's losing his grip on reality. He starts to believe that Brink is hiding something from him, and then he's hit with a reality that, in this first episode, we do not know yet. In a sort of complete trance of rage and confusion, he snaps and decides to kill Brink with his superpower. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, Luke is basically the Human Torch. He can light himself and everything around him on fire. So he decides to kill Brink by burning him alive in his office and make it look like it was an accident caused by a mishandled candle. But his plan is fucked because Marie shows up to Brink's office at the same time and sees him killing Brink. Fortunately though, Marie realizes that if Brink is dead, it means nobody knows she was just expelled from God U and she can stay. So she tells Luke she didn't see anything and is not gonna tell a soul. But Luke starts to freak out because his plan is compromised. So, still seeming a little unstable, he decides that he has to kill Marie too, because she's the only witness. He's clearly in the middle of some kind of emotional meltdown and he starts chasing Marie around campus. Thankfully, they run into Jordan Lee, who tries to calm Luke down, but it doesn't work and a fight breaks out in the school all the way to the front door. Eventually, Andre sees what's happening, he intervenes, and he manages to calm Luke down. Luke seems completely distraught and emotional, he seems completely disoriented, he apologizes, and then he flies up into the sky and he kills himself. This event kickstarts the whole mystery of the season, and that mystery is really neat. The conspiracy around God U and this mysterious place called the Woods is really fucking captivating, and the different twists that come through the show are all incredibly well executed. A couple of them had my jaw on the floor because I genuinely did not see them coming, and yet there were a lot of very clever clues carefully sprinkled throughout the season. All of the characters have their part to play in the mystery, but in ways you wouldn't necessarily expect. They all have their secrets and their motivations, and the implications of the mystery's answers all hold a lot of weight, not only for the future of the show, but also for the future of the boys. And the way Gen V ties into the events of the boys is also really interesting. I believe this show takes place right after the events of season 3. There are little references here and there. And also, fun fact, the character of Marie Moreau was teased in season 3 of the boys. You can see her briefly appear on a screen when Huey is investigating the Red River Institute, the orphanage where Marie lives at the beginning of Gen V. And yes, Gen V very much serves as an important stepping stone for The Boys Season 4, especially when it comes to the woods. So if you haven't seen the show, get out now, go watch it, and then come back. This is your warning, I'm about to spoil the fuck out of this show. This is a threat! Leave now! So, it turns out that Godolphin University has a secret underground prison/laboratory where Vought, the evil mega corporation that runs the top superhero business, is capturing and experimenting on young soups with powerful abilities. And this underground facility, you guessed it, is the Woods. Marie and her new friends come to learn that Golden Boy's little brother Sam is actually not dead at all, but he's being kept in the woods as Vought experiments on him to make him stronger. In episode 1, Marie and Andre have to briefly team up to help security stop an unstable student who tried to run away from the school in the middle of the night, and they realize much later on that this kid was Sam. And that's when they solve a piece of the puzzle. Luke killed Mr. Brink after he realized Sam was still alive in the woods, and he realized that the school is a front to hide the secret lab. Just like it's said by another character later on, the students of God U are not here to study, they're here to be studied. That information is later confirmed verbatim by the school's dean, Miss Shetty. More on her later. Luke had also been experimented on, but his memory was tampered with and he didn't remember any of it, nor did he remember his own brother. The weird dreams he had where his brother talked to him were actually his memories trying to break through. That's why he was so mentally unstable and disoriented at the end of season 1. His memory had been tampered with so much that it kind of fractured his mind. But Luke was a good guy. He was trying to destroy the woods and free his brother.
Marie,
had to.
I didn't see anything.
You don't understand what Brink did, okay? You don't know about the woods.
But the other big twist that is directly linked to Luke is how his memory was erased. Early in the show, we meet a student named Rufus that has the power to mess with people's memories. We even see that he uses this power to sexually assault women. Like, he's an absolute piece of shit. And so Marie and the gang immediately figure out that this Rufus guy might have been easily corrupted by the Dean to erase Luke's memories every time he was released from the woods, and they immediately go after him. Except they're wrong. It was a misdirect. Rufus didn't actually do anything to Luke, and the reveal is that Luke's memories were actually erased by Kate, his own girlfriend. Yeah, it turns out that Kate was secretly working for the Dean this entire time. We find out that Miss Shetty has essentially manipulated Kate her entire life, and Kate developed a blind loyalty to her because she's the only mother figure she's had since childhood. She's known about the woods from the start, and she even helped them experiment on Luke and Sam. And yes, she's the one who repeatedly wiped Luke's memory by using her power of compulsion to cloud his mind.
Forget, forget.
But Marie and the gang don't know that yet. They think Kate is with them, and Kate is acting as the perfect little spy for Miss Shetty to know what Marie is up to at all times. So now that they know Sam is still alive, Andre and Emma team up to get him out of the woods, and they succeed in doing so. But while Sam is a good, innocent boy, he is also very unstable, which is a problem because after all of the experiments that were done on him, he's just too strong and too dangerous. He's basically the Homelander of the show. Like, nobody can really take him in a fight, which is a problem because he's often subject to sudden fits of rage that make him kill people. There's a whole incident that leads the gang to have to fight him to stop him from killing someone, and in one of my favorite moments of the season, in the middle of the action, the scene suddenly cuts and the characters wake up at a party days later with no memory of what happened since the beginning of the season.
It's fucking Saturday.
Hold up. It is fucking Saturday.
Guys, there are days that I am missing.
It's such an inventive and frankly terrifying display of how insane it is that soups can just erase your memory. They discover later on that Kate is the one who made them forget, which leads to a fight that locks the gang inside of Kate's mind. Jensen Ackles gets a hilariously uncomfortable cameo as a version of Soldier Boy in Kate's mind that is sort of a weird incarnation of her libido. Some of the lines Jensen had to blurt out of his mouth are so out of pocket, I honestly have no idea how he managed to keep a straight face.
She'd crank up the Jonas Brothers. She'd hump a Soldier Boy pillow. She'd raw dog that pillow till she saw God.
Gross.
It was pretty romantic.
However, while all of that is being dealt with, there is a looming question mark hovering over the entire mystery. And that question mark is the goal of the woods. Why did Vought create a fake university to hide a secret underground lab? Why are they experimenting on these young soups? Like, what are they trying to accomplish here? Well, enter Indira Shetty, the ruthless dean of God U. Miss Shetty is the one running the woods and reporting back to Vought. She's a very important character, and through her scenes, we get some of the biggest answers around this entire conspiracy. It's revealed that Vought created the woods to allow a genius scientist to craft and test a special virus that can make superpowered beings compliant. Or in other words, Vought is trying to find a way to enslave soups. But the big twist is that Indira Shetty is not really on Vaught's side. She actually has an agenda of her own. The entire time she's been in the position, she's been influencing the development of that virus behind Vought and Brink's back. Why? Because Shetty is actually trying to develop a virus that can kill soups, not control them. Her ultimate goal is to create a highly contagious airborne virus that only affects soups and kills them in a short period of time. She then plans to release that virus into the world and exterminate superpowered people. She wants to wipe them all out. All of them. The reason why she's doing all of this is because, as we find out towards the end of the season, Indira had a husband and a child who both died in a plane crash. More specifically, in a plane crash that happens in Season 1 of The Boys. Yes, it's the plane that Homelander deliberately refused to save and let crash in that famous scene from Episode 4.
Come on!
No, Maeve, no, you stay back! All of you, stay back! You stay the fuck back or I'll laser you, goddammit! I'll laser every fucking one of you!
Shetty is consumed by grief and a desire for revenge that is directed not only at Homelander, but at all Supes. She is tired of seeing the never-ending trail of violence caused by Supes, and she wants to put an end to it. And she succeeds? Sort of. Miss Shetty actually manages to force the head scientist of the woods to make the virus lethal. It's tested on a couple of captured students, and once she's got confirmation that it works, she tells the doctor to now make the virus airborne so that its contagion can be exponentially increased. Her plan was basically perfect, except for one little mistake. Her mistake was to trust Kate with her plan. To be fair though, she only ends up telling her when her back is basically against the wall, but Kate ends up turning against her and forcing her to confess her plan to the gang.
Tell them what you told me.
Thomas Godolkin was a behavioral scientist. He built this place to figure out what makes Supes tick. You're not here to study. The school is here to study you.
Kate disagrees with this plan. She aligns more with the idea of a Supe supremacy, so she uses her superpower to make Miss Shetty kill herself, and then she takes Sam with her and heads to the university, where she plans to free all of the kids in prison in the woods to lead them in a mutiny to kill every single human on campus. And that is where we head to the finale. Now that all the secrets of the show are revealed, I gotta say, I fucking love that mystery. I think they knocked it out of the park. It's really well crafted. There are a number of moving parts in it, but they all come together in a way that's very satisfying. I have a couple of issues with it that I'll get back to later, but globally speaking, it just works. And one of the elements that make it work so well is the way it is entirely driven by the characters. See, the big difference in themes between The Boys and Gen V is how characters perceive their actions. Gen V really explores how different people view the notion of being a hero and how they interpret what that means. In The Boys, almost every character just kind of does what's best for them. Most of the characters' motivations are selfish, and they know it. That's kind of the whole point of the show. However, characters in Gen V all really believe they're doing the right thing. They all think what they're doing is what it means to be a hero, which makes sense because that's all they want to be. That's why they're at God U. And all of it comes to a head in the final episode. The season finale is basically a very long battle. Kate and Sam free the rest of the prisoners in the woods, and they are unleashed on the school to exact their revenge, and it's essentially an all-out war at God U. Marie and the gang show up and they try to stop them, but there's too much chaos and way too many of the others, and they're struggling to keep up. Sam feels sort of conflicted about the carnage, but he also believes humans will only ever hurt him, so to cope with his emotional turmoil, he decides to let Kate use her powers on him to erase his emotions, which essentially turns him into a Terminator. During the battle, Marie finally starts to understand that she has never had a chance to unlock her full power, and as the episode goes, you watch her as she slowly understands just how many ways she can use her bloodbending, which is a really nice parallel to her meeting with Victoria Newman, the mysterious character from The Boys who makes people's heads explode, where it is revealed that Marie has the exact same power as her. Yes, it turns out that Victoria is also a bloodbender, which we didn't know. But she mainly uses her power to blow people's heads off. That's like her signature move. And this comes back in the finale when Marie unlocks this exact same ability in a moment of panic and blows up Kate's left arm to prevent her from touching Jordan. It's a very interesting turn of events that signals just how insanely powerful Marie is going to become when she fully comes to grasp the extent of her abilities. But the big moment of the season finale comes right after that. It is absolute mayhem on campus, yada yada yada, but what the characters didn't know this entire time is that Ashley Barrett, the CEO of VOT, is currently inside of the school. And if you've seen season 3 of The Boys, you know that Ashley has become the right-hand woman of Homelander. And so she asks for a call to be made, and Homelander himself arrives at God U. I'm sorry, but that detail of him having a more classic superhero theme that keeps playing out of tune is so fucking funny. Whoever had this idea is a fucking genius. Give them a raise. Marie tries to explain to Homelander what happened, but he cuts her off immediately and berates her for attacking her own kind.
Sir, I
Kind of animal are you?
Now, a lot of people were bothered by that line because they say it doesn't make sense for Homelander to say this knowing that he attacks and kills Supes all the time, but I actually think this is very on brand for him. Like, yeah, guys, Homelander is a hypocrite. This isn't news. Like, it makes sense that he would allow himself to do it while finding it unacceptable in others, all while publicly preaching that notion for whatever news outlet will cover his words, just so that he can keep this image of the Supe supremacist that he started to build. And it's also a theme that has become more and more present with Homelander, especially in Season 3.
Vicky, I'm glad you chose your own kind. That was smart.
If you ask me, I think the line was less a representation of what he did before and more of a teaser of what he's gonna turn into in Season 4. Anyways, Homelander lasers the fuck out of Marie, and he, along with Vought, decide to spin the narrative of the entire incident in the media to paint Marie, Andre, Jordan, and Emma as the dangerous criminals who caused all the violence at God U, while making Kate and Sam the heroes who fought to defend it. We see Homelander smiling at his TV watching the news, overjoyed by the amount of control he now has, and then the season ends with Marie waking up with her gang in a hospital room with no windows and no doors, with no idea of where they are. It's a really solid conclusion that does a fantastic job at making you want to see what happens with these characters in Season 2, while also building a real hype for the next season of The Boys. I've seen a bunch of people online saying that the season finale of Gen V kind of makes the show a kind of Season 3.5 of The Boys rather than its own show, and I guess that's not entirely false, but I also think it works. Because the finale suggests that Homelander might be starting his own little army of radicalized Supes by taking under his wing young and impressionable Supes like Kate and Sam that look up to him and also think that, you know, humans are inferior to Supes. I could see him creating his own version of the Seven who are all maneuvering for a superpower supremacy with humans at the bottom. And the thing is that Sam, the overpowered kid with an unstable psyche, has not only been influenced by other kids to follow into an extremist view of humans being inferior to Supes, but he also had his feelings removed by Kate. So like, he's basically an unstoppable killing machine that could serve Homelander in the long run. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, the season closes with a post-credit scene which acts as the confirmation that Butcher knows about the existence of the virus. So yeah, the ending is actually a very poignant setup for Season 4 of The Boys, especially because it has recently been confirmed that this next season will be taking place just about a month after the events of Gen V. Eric Kripke, the showrunner of The Boys and producer of Gen V, said that he knew he wanted the virus to be a big part of Season 4, and if you ask me, I think this was an excellent way to introduce it. Because just like that, I think you'll probably be able to watch Season 4 of The Boys without having seen Gen V, but I think if you've seen Gen V, you're gonna get a bunch of extra context that's probably gonna make it more satisfying to watch. Overall, I think Gen V is an absolute win. Is it as good as The Boys? No, it's not. I know that some people get really weird with spin-offs where like if it's not as good or better than the original series, it means it's garbage, but no, it's still an extremely solid entry into the universe that managed to do its own thing while taking the global story of The Boys a step forward. It's fun, it's charismatic, it's clever, and it surpassed all of my personal expectations. Now, I kind of alluded to it, but the show is not perfect. I do have my issues with Gen V, don't get me wrong. There are some things here and there that I didn't particularly like. For one, I think that Sam's radicalization as a superhero supremacist is very abrupt and happens way too quickly. I guess that it sort of makes sense because he's so incredibly unstable mentally and he's sort of like a child who can be influenced very easily, and I guess he needed a target to direct his anger at. But the fact that he spends like a couple of hours with people who believe humans are inferior and that it becomes his entire character moving forward was a bit of a stretch. Secondly, while I love the themes attached to each of the main characters, I would would say that by the end of the season, their arcs don't feel as complete as you would expect. I did like that Marie lets go of her desire to be a hero and decides she just wants to do what she can to be a good person because she realizes you don't need one to be the other. But other characters like Jordan Lee, Andre, Emma, and even Kate kind of get the short end of the stick when it comes to their arcs. And speaking of Kate, her complete moral 180 made for a fun twist, but was a little jarring. Like from what we had seen up until the finale, Kate was deeply loyal to Indira, but also very much loved her friends. More specifically, Andre, who we found out she had an affair with when Luke was still alive. And having that sudden switch where she kills Indira and votes to off all humans on campus while fully gunning for her friends to be killed, Andre included, came a little bit out of nowhere for me. I guess it needed to happen for the finale to take place because Sam would not have had the initiative to do that on his own. And I guess you could say that that's Kate's way of like gaining control back and not having people telling her what to do, which kind of would make sense for her, sort of, but it still felt like a very abrupt change in the character. And lastly, I think the one issue I had a hard time ignoring when watching was simply the chemistry between the characters. It's not awful, some of them have good chemistry, but it's also not the best. Like, by the end of the show, the gang still doesn't quite feel like friends, at least not all of them. I think this is gonna get better in the future, but for now, yeah. The lack of chemistry between certain characters was a little distracting to me. There's also like 3 romantic storylines in this show. You got Andre and Kate, Emma and Sam, and Jordan and Marie. None of them are really good. Andre and Kate just don't have the impact I think they were supposed to have. Emma and Sam are just weird because Sam has the personality of like a 7-year-old boy. Like, they have sex, but Emma also babysits him like he's a child.
Do not answer the door, no matter what.
Okay.
Stranger danger.
Stranger danger.
Stranger danger. Sam, we gotta hide you. It's okay. We just gotta hide you. Man. Oh my God, guys.
Now!
I think I saw God.
Yo, you're sick to my stomach, fam.
A lot of what their relationship is basically a one-for-one description of pop culture detectives' born sexy yesterday trope, except the genders are reversed. Jordan and Marie is probably the best pair out of the 3, but I don't think it would be crazy to say this relationship needed a bit more time to be developed. I do like them together, I think they're a good fit, and it might be a better storyline to follow in season 2 when things are already more established, but for now, yeah, the relationships in the show are not the strongest. But that's kind of all I can think about in terms of complaints, and most of them are nitpicks. Again, making this spin-off was taking a huge risk. It was a massive gamble because this is a universe you do not want to fuck up, but they really did pull it off. It might not be perfect, but Gen V is a blast. And like I said, I was really on the fence about it before it came out, but I was pleasantly surprised at almost every turn. The mystery of the season is captivating, the way it expands the lore is really fun, the characters are really cool, and I cannot wait to see where their story goes in season 2. I have no idea if any of these characters will be part of the next season of The Boys. I have a feeling that the idea behind having them locked up in the finale is to justify them not being in the season, but either way, whatever they have in store for us in the future, I am all in.
But if you know, you know.
Damn it, the CW again? Do you ever take a break? It's crazy to think that back in 2014-2015, The Flash was one of my favorite shows on television. It's easy to forget now, but there used to be a lot of love for this show around the internet. The fandom of The Flash and the Arrowverse as a whole was like a real thing back then, and it was a lot of fun. Fans online created after shows where you could go and get even more Flash talk right after an episode. Sometimes even the actors on the show went on those after after shows to interact with the fans. Like, it was a vibe. People really liked it. I made a video about Supergirl a few months ago, and in it, I talked about how the Arrowverse used to be insanely popular because when it comes to superheroes on television, there used to be no competition for it. It was the only thing we had, and while it did pave the way for future shows and prove that it was possible for comic book adaptations to find themselves on TV with great popularity, the Arrowverse was very quickly outdone by other properties. In 2015, Netflix completely changed the game by bringing us a Daredevil show that felt like somebody watched Arrow and was like, oh, yeah, let's do that, but with good writing. And also, let's get rid of all the tired CW tropes that kill every single one of their shows without fail because they simply refuse to learn their lesson. And since then, well, you know, let's just say that the Arrowverse doesn't look all that glorious next to the superhero stuff we have on TV. So, quick breakdown for the uninitiated. The Flash is the story of Barry Allen. This guy. Barry is a forensic scientist working for the police department of Central City. One night, after a failed science experiment results in a massive explosion in the city, Barry is struck by lightning and ends up in a coma for 9 months. And when he wakes up, he immediately realizes that he's not the same. Barry is now fast. Very, very fast. Okay, you get it. He becomes the Flash and he saves lives. Let's move on. The Flash came out in 2014, and the arrival of this show is usually regarded as the best time in the Arrowverse, even to this day. We were coming right out of the second season of Arrow, which is still considered to be the best season in the entire Arrowverse, and that came out in 2013, meaning the Arrowverse peaked 8 years ago? The universe has been on a downward spiral for almost a decade now, and when you look at The Flash, it's really hard to argue against that fact, because boy, how the mighty have fallen. Season 1 of The Flash was pretty good. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was still a CW show. It was cheesy and a little cringe at times.
Imagine that dot is everything the human race has ever learned until this moment.
Does that include twerking?
But back then, people were ready to overlook some of the dumb stuff because they actually did a pretty solid job at bringing these characters to the screen. It was exciting, and there was some good writing in there, which is not something you can often say about a CW show. I just rewatched the pilot of The Flash, and all things considered, it holds up fairly well. It's pretty fun. Some things about it don't work, but season 1 as a whole had a nice vibe to it, and back when it was first airing, I was eating this shit up. But yeah, I can't say the same now. Sitting through an episode of The Flash has become very difficult for me in recent years, and it's been a while since I've been able to watch an entire season of the show. I think the last season I watched in its entirety from beginning to end was season 3, the Savitar season, and that was a real chore to get through. I tried my best to get invested in season 4, but it was so boring that after the mid-season finale, I just started skipping episodes entirely to get to the end quicker. I eventually gave up on The Flash completely about 6 episodes into season 5, and I was ready to leave it behind. I was done with it, and the truth is that the show never got better than its first season, and since then, each season had gotten worse than the previous one. I was tired of it. I had lost interest in the Arrowverse as a whole, and I was moving on. Occasionally, I would catch up with the story of the show via Paigey, who's a great creator on the platform who recaps and speculates all things Arrowverse for fans. It was a great way for me to watch the show without actually having to watch it. But then COVID changed things, and when The Flash came out with a new season after an extended hiatus caused by the pandemic, I thought I would try and catch up with the show and see how time has treated it. So I did just that, and I gotta say, the entire time I was watching, there is one question that kept coming back somewhere in the very back of my head. And that question is, how did we get here? How did this show get so bad? Don't get me wrong, The Flash was never like a masterpiece or anything like that, but god damn, this last season hit a new low that just blew my mind. The show is almost unrecognizable. The familiar faces are there, it looks like the show I loved in 2014, but everything else feels off. It feels out of place, it feels tired. And you know what? I'm not alone in this. Most of the people who watched the show and had fun doing commentary on it on YouTube with their communities, or those after shows I talked about earlier, you know, massive nerds like me who really were an anchor to the fan communities online, all of them today have either stopped watching the show or they stopped making content about it because they're just not enjoying it anymore. And I would like to remind you that those were fans that were so passionate about this show that they made it their actual job to talk about it online.
I don't know about you. I always drop in and revisit The Flash, and it just seems a bit tired.
Yeah, it's starting to feel a little bit tired. I feel like they're in their closing phase.
Now that we're in season 7, I have to agree with what most people are saying, that this is the worst season of The Flash, but not only that, I find it to be so much worse than anything The Flash has ever given us before the crisis, that it's utterly unwatchable.
I've been saying since season 4, like, people thought I was crazy back season 4 when I was like, should The Flash be canceled? Should they end The Flash? Because season 4 already was like the beginning of this weird turn. The Flash, I think, has gotten so deep into a downward spiral that it's hard to take any of it serious anymore.
I have not been very happy with what they've been doing with The Flash, so I haven't been doing episode videos for the season 7 episodes so far. Like, I didn't enjoy the Mirror Master storyline, and I really didn't like what they were doing with the Forces from the comic books.
Today, we're going to talk about Flash season 5.
What was that? And this is where things get interesting, because different people have different takes when it comes to figuring out when exactly The Flash started to suck. People who despise the show will just say it sucked from day one, but for fans of the show who actually got into it at the start, it's very different. I am part of this group of people that believe The Flash officially became a bad show in season 3. Some people will say that season 4 was the one that killed it, but I think season 3 was the beginning of the end for this show. Season 1 was flawed, but overall pretty awesome. Season 2 was kind of a rehash of season 1, but not as good. It wasn't awful, it was just a visible step down from what the first season gave us. But season 3 was just an absolute massacre of The Flash as a show, and unfortunately, it never recovered from it. So that leads to the big question, right? What went wrong? How did The Flash fall so flat? How did it get so bad? Why are so many people actively falling out of love with it? Well, I think there are 5 major factors that really solidified the downfall of The Flash over the years, and we're going to break them down. Ready? Okay, go. Number 1, The Flash isn't a show about The Flash anymore. This is a problem that started to subtly show its face back in season 2, and it only got worse and worse from that point on. Now, admittedly, it's an issue that isn't exclusive to The Flash. In fact, it's been a bit of a pattern with every single CW show I've ever watched, aside maybe for 1 or 2. And I know this statement is going to sound really fucking stupid, and you would be right to think that, because it is stupid, but it's also true, sadly. The Flash is a show where the Flash himself is not the main character, or at least not anymore. I'm not kidding, it's been a minute since our boy Barry Allen has been a main player in his own story, and it's a little frustrating to see. I think some of that is probably due to the CW problem of having their hero be supported by a team. You know, you have Team Arrow, Team Flash, Team Supergirl, Team Batwoman, and it's always the same fucking thing. Every single one of these superhero teams are created the exact same way. You have the technology expert, who is usually not the fighting type and serves as the overbearing comic relief of the show, most likely by throwing an infinite amount of pop culture references in every single scene they're in. You have the more experienced hard ass, who is usually ex-military or has a hardcore element of their past that is directly linked to the hero. You have the younger, more reckless member of the team who inevitably becomes the hero's sidekick and they have to be trained by the hero or whatever. And then you have the overbearing love interest who is doomed to become insanely annoying once they find out the hero's secret because the writers never know what to do with them afterwards. All of these shows have the exact same set of characters. They're all the same, they just have different faces. And it sucks because none of these characters are good, but they take so much space. There is just too many characters in this show, and since the writers are absolutely awful at balancing them, which often ends up making Barry take a backseat in his own story, The Flash ends up feeling like a show that has no real protagonist, and it's weird. It just feels like a show with really boring and repetitive storylines driven by a bunch of side characters. None of these people feel like they are at the center of the story. I swear, Barry is only here to do shit in the premiere and in the finale. The rest of the season, this show called The Flash spends most of its time giving the spotlight to any character who isn't The Flash, and it's driving me crazy. Now, it's even become common for Barry to not be in an episode at all, and the story just focuses on some side character no one really cares about. Season 7 alone has an entire episode dedicated to Joe's girlfriend Cecile, and also an episode entirely dedicated to Allegra. That one, by the way, turned out to be the lowest rated episode of The Flash ever, and I get it. It's not rocket science. Nobody wants to watch an episode of The Flash where The Flash isn't there. It makes no sense. And the problem with this abundance of characters is that instead of taking a step back to flesh them out individually, the writers go the other route and just keep on introducing new characters again and again, constantly, and they just stick around forever and they never do anything. They never contribute to the story. Team Flash in season 1 is really fucking small. It's Barry, Cisco, Caitlin, and Harrison Wells. That's it. It's 4 of them, and it works. They all serve very specific functions. Barry is the hero, he's the one on the field doing the fighting. Harrison is the mentor. Cisco is the tech/science genius, and Caitlin is the exceptional doctor who patches Barry up after his battles and learns about how his body works with his newfound powers. It's excellent. Team Flash in season 1 is simple and effective, and it didn't need to be more than that. It didn't need to be bigger. Team Flash now in season 7 is just a clusterfuck of empty characters that are completely useless. Team Flash in season 7 is composed of Barry, Caitlin, Cisco, Nash Wells, Killer Frost, Iris, Joe, Cecile, this guy whose name I don't remember because he's just Cisco played by another actor, this girl, this other girl who can't have a coherent storyline because the love interest for which she was introduced was fired from the show, the literal embodiment of the Speed Force, and that Allegra person nobody seems to give a shit about. The cast of The Flash is becoming bigger than fucking Game of Thrones, and it's never justified. And the problem is that the writing of these characters is so thin and at the same time so brutally messy that it's just impossible to care about any of them. They're all shoved into an infinite number of side stories that have for only goal to waste time and never have any impact on the story. So much so that the main storylines with Barry feel like a side quest of the season, and if I can't care about The Flash, I don't know how you expect me to be invested in this show at all. Even when it comes to the OG characters, it's just impossible to keep them engaging because the writing is too sloppy, so moments that should feel impactful to the audience fall completely flat. For example, season 7 saw the departure of Carlos Valdez, who plays Cisco. They announced it early in the season that he was going to leave, and people were really sad. The media made a huge deal out of it. It was a whole thing. Admittedly, Cisco is a beloved character, but he had been completely useless since season 2, and his character had been progressively regressing every season, and I can't remember the last time he was actually relevant to the story of the show. Carlos Valdez seemed to be done with the show. There had been rumors that he wanted to leave since like season 5, but people liked him because Cisco was just too cool in season 1 and 2. He was a fun character, and I liked him too. It was kinda sad to see him go. So yeah, in season 7, the show gives Cisco this super emotional goodbye episode. It's even marketed as his final episode. Everyone is really sad. It's a big event. People tune in to see his final goodbye. The whole episode is full of feels and emotions. He leaves, and then he comes back 3 episodes later. This is what I mean when I say the writing of the show is just too messy. Because we had to do the difficult goodbye and watch him leave just so that he can come back and leave again in the finale. But now that he's leaving again, it's just not the same. That won't work twice. You blew it, writers. And it goes like that for everything about the show. Nothing has weight. None of the characters have any gravitas at this point. Like having a new Harrison Wells every season was cute for a minute, mostly because Tom Cavanaugh is just way too good for this show, and I'm actually glad that he left in season 7 because I can't wait to see what he does next. But it got annoying fairly fast. It's not a gimmick that can hold up for such a long time. Team Flash just doesn't work anymore, especially since the show decided to make the dumbest leap with the cast with this little pet peeve of mine that I like to call, everybody is a metahuman now. I mean it. There isn't a single character left in this show that doesn't have superpowers. It's so lame. In season 1, Barry is the only metahuman in the gang until it's revealed that Harrison Wells was a speedster this whole time. And it was better like that. It's what makes him special. That's what sets him apart from the other characters. Let him be the metahuman of the gang. The dynamic is better that way. But no, instead, every time the writers don't know what to do with the character, they just turn them into metahumans. And as the seasons go, we watch as every single side character in the show inevitably begins to develop superpowers. Cisco becomes a metahuman, Cecile becomes a metahuman, Allegra is a metahuman, Ralph is a metahuman, this dude is a metahuman, she's a metahuman, him too, even Iris turns into a speedster from time to time. Like now, there are more metahumans in the show than regular people, and every single time the writers decide to give a character superpowers, it all starts going downhill for them. And nobody in this show serves as a better example than Caitlin Snow, aka Killer Frost. Killer Frost is a terrible character. I don't understand why the writers insist on having her in the show. They should have gotten rid of her like 3 years ago at least. She is so incoherent as a character. She feels like different writers on the show had different interpretations of who she was, so every single one of them just did their own thing. They didn't care. She has like 3 different origin stories, and none of them have anything to do with one another. They all contradict each other in the most shameless way possible. Killer Frost has been in the show since season 3, and the writers still cannot figure her character out. At first, we are told that Killer Frost is Caitlin, who had her metahuman gene activated after Flashpoint, an alternate timeline created by Barry, who went back in time to save his mom from being murdered. That's her original backstory, and it's a pretty simple one. Caitlin was just Caitlin, and then Barry created a timeline where she was affected by the particle accelerator and she becomes Killer Frost. The show never really explains why her powers make her evil, but I don't want to get angry at how stupid that is, so I'll let it slide. I'm in a good mood today. This is me being in a good mood. Then, by the end of the season, Caitlin goes through some fuckery in an attempt to get her powers under control, and she says to Barry and Draco Malfoy in the season 3 finale that she is no longer Caitlin or Killer Frost, but that she has become something else, and she needs to leave to figure it out. Okay, cool, I'm down with that. But then, season 4 completely ignores that, and Caitlin is still Caitlin, and Killer Frost is still inside of her. But now, Killer Frost is not just Caitlin becoming evil when the gene is activated. Now, Killer Frost is an alter ego, a whole separate person that lives inside of Caitlin. In other words, out of nowhere, in season 4, Killer Frost is now the Hulk, and Caitlin is Bruce Banner. It's completely incoherent, and it contradicts everything we know about Killer Frost, but okay, let's hold our Kit Kats for now. Let's see where they're going with this. Maybe it'll make sense. Oh wow, look, it doesn't make sense. Because later that season, we learned that Killer Frost was not born due to Flashpoint and was not created as a result of the particle accelerator explosion. She was actually here the entire time, even when Caitlin was a kid, and she has a whole new origin story that introduces the characters to Caitlin's father, who also has an evil alter ego with ice powers. And now in season 7, Caitlin and Killer Frost live in separate bodies and they're sisters? What? It's so fucking messy. It never makes any sense, so it's impossible to care about it. So, since season 3 or 4, Killer Frost is just there.
नमस्कार, वेलकम टू स्टडी IQ। मैं हूं प्रशांत धवन। नाउ बिल्कुल ठीक यहाँ पे आप लोग पढ़ रहे हैं HMPV वायरस भारत में आ चुका है। आज से कुछ दिन पहले जब मैंने ये वीडियो करी थी अपलोड कि चाइना में देखिए HMPV वायरस के केसेस लगातार फैल रहे हैं, इनका हॉस्पिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इसको संभाल नहीं पा रहा। चाइना के कई हॉस्पिटल्स में ओवर क्राउडिंग हो रही है, जो अपने आप में बहुत ज़्यादा चिंता की बात है, क्योंकि चाइना में हॉस्पिटल्स की कमी इनके पास यूजुअली होती नहीं है। इवेंचुअली लग रहा था कि ये जो वायरस है HMPV वायरस, ये चाइना से होकर जापान, इंडिया, आसपास के कई देशों में फैलना स्टार्ट कर देगा। एंड हम देख रहे हैं कि इंडिया में पहला HMPV वायरस का केस डिटेक्ट हो चुका है बेंगलुरु, कर्नाटका में। कर्नाटका में आज से पहले कभी भी HMPV वायरस का केस डिटेक्ट नहीं किया गया था। पहली बार हमने देखा है कि यह वायरस एक 8 महीने के बच्चे में मिला है। अब यहाँ पे आपका सवाल होगा, अच्छा पेरेंट्स ट्रैवल कर रहे होंगे, बच्चा साथ में होगा तो वायरस फैल गया होगा? नहीं, न्यूज़ रिपोर्ट्स अभी के लिए ये बता रही है कि इस बच्चे की कोई भी ट्रैवल हिस्ट्री नहीं थी। तो इसका मतलब यह है कि शायद भारत में और भी बहुत सारे केसेस हो सकते हैं HMPV वायरस के। काफी हद तक ये वायरस फैल चुका है इंडिया में, बट इवेंचुअली इसकी जब टेस्टिंग होगी तब और इसके डिटेल्स सामने आएंगे। ऑलरेडी हम देख रहे हैं कि मलेशिया में बहुत सारे केसेस HMPV वायरस के देखे जा रहे हैं। जापान, हांगकांग ये हाई अलर्ट पे है, और भारत के जो बड़े शहर हैं वो एक एक करके हेल्थ एडवाइजरी इशू कर रहे हैं और तैयारी कर रहे हैं कि इंडिया में हो सकता है कि अचानक से बहुत सारे केसेस देखने को मिले, तो हॉस्पिटल्स, हमारा जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, ये सब रेडी होना चाहिए। अब यहाँ पे एक बात नोट करने वाली यह है कि भारत की हेल्थ मिनिस्ट्री ने यह स्टेटमेंट दी थी कि चाइना में जो सिचुएशन है ये अनयूजुअल नहीं है। सर्दियों में जो ये HMPV वायरस है ये देखा जाता है ना। यहाँ पे आपको एक बात ये नोट करनी होगी, कोविड-19 के टाइम में पैनिक इसलिए मच गया था क्योंकि कोविड-19 अपने आप में एक नए टाइप का वायरस था, एक उसके नए वेरिएंट्स लगातार फैल रहे थे। इट वॉज वेरी डिफरेंट। जबकि HMPV वायरस की अगर मैं बात करूं तो 2001 में ही इसकी डिस्कवरी हो गई थी। हालांकि इस वायरस का कोई प्रॉपर ट्रीटमेंट नहीं है, इसकी कोई दवाई अवेलेबल है नहीं एज सच, ना इसकी कोई वैक्सीन है। लोग कॉन्फिडेंट है इस बात को लेकर कि US इंडिया में ज्यादा डैमेज नहीं होगा इस वायरस की वजह से, क्योंकि हर्ड इम्यूनिटी डेवलप हो चुकी है। यहां पे आप देख पाओगे स्टेटमेंट्स, इंडियंस नीड नॉट वरी अबाउट HMPV वायरस एज ऑफ नाउ, अभी के लिए तो, फॉर द टाइमिंग। अगेन हम यहाँ पे मान के चल रहे हैं कि कोई ये नया वेरिएंट नहीं है HMPV वायरस का, सेम वायरस है जो आज से 2 दशकों पहले डिस्कवर किया गया था। अगर ये वही वायरस है ना, तो यहाँ पे माना जा रहा है कि भारत में सिंस इस वायरस के केसेस इससे पहले भी आ चुके हैं, तो हमारी एक बड़ी आबादी में ऑलरेडी हर्ड इम्यूनिटी, मतलब कि एंटीबॉडीज इस वायरस के अगेंस्ट ऑलरेडी आ चुकी होगी। US में भी इसके काफी केसेस आ चुके हैं इन द पास्ट। तो ये एक एजम्पशन है, लोग एक आप कह लीजिए इस पॉजिटिव व्यू से देख रहे हैं इस बात को, कि लग रहा है कि सिंस ये वायरस बहुत लंबे समय से फैलता गया है तो काफी हद तक हमारी बॉडीज तैयार होगी, बड़ी आबादी इस वायरस से सेफ है। बट अगेन अगर ये बात सही है, अगर जेन्युइनली यहाँ पर जो ये सिचुएशन है चाइना में ये अनयूजुअल नहीं है, तो फिर चाइना के हॉस्पिटल्स में इतने सारे लोग क्यों हैं? वहां पर लोग अचानक से रेस्पिरेटरी इलनेस, मतलब लंग्स में उनको प्रॉब्लम आ रही है, सांस लेने में इशू आ रहा है, इस सब की वजह से बहुत सारे चाइनीज लोग ये हॉस्पिटल्स में एडमिट क्यों हो रहे हैं? ये काफी बड़ा क्वेश्चन है। और इसलिए भारत सरकार ने WHO को एक बात कही है, हमको टाइमली इन्फॉर्मेशन देते रहना, क्योंकि अगेन अभी के लिए जो भी स्टेटमेंट आ रही है ना, यहाँ पे सब लोग कुछ वर्ड्स ऐड कर रहे हैं एज ऑफ नाउ, अभी के लिए तो जो जानकारी मिल रही है तो चिंता की बात नहीं है। बट एट द सेम टाइम अगर चाइना कुछ छुपा रहा है तो सिचुएशन बहुत ही जल्द चेंज हो सकती है, और ये बात अनफॉर्चुनेटली हम सबको बोलनी पड़ेगी अगर चाइना कुछ छुपा रहा है, क्योंकि लास्ट टाइम कोविड-19 पैंडेमिक के टाइम में भी चाइना ने दुनिया से रियलिटी लंबे समय तक छुपाई थी। तो हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि इस बार WHO टाइमली इन्फॉर्मेशन दुनिया को देता रहेगा कि एक्चुअली सिचुएशन है कैसी। और यहाँ पे उसको ये रिएक्ट करना पड़ेगा, जब मैं वीडियो रिकॉर्ड कर रहा था उसी वक्त एक अपडेट आ गई है, बेंगलुरु में अब एक नहीं 2 पहले केसेस रिपोर्ट किए गए हैं HMPV वायरस के। तो क्या देखो जो सिम्टम्स हैं इस वायरस के, यहाँ पे आप देख पाओगे इससे रिलेटेड भारत सरकार ने ये अपडेट इशू करी है। यहाँ पे आप देख पाओगे आईसीएमआर ने 2 केसेस किए हैं डिटेक्ट ऑफ ह्यूमन मेटान्यूमो वायरस एचएमपी वायरस की फुल फॉर्म है ये कर्नाटक में डिस्कस किए गए हैं रूटीन सर्वेलेंस के दौरान। कंसर्निंग बात यह है कि दोनों केसेस में जो पेशेंट है जिन्हें वायरस मिला है ये बच्चे हैं, एक 3 मंथ की फीमेल इन्फेंट और एक 8 महीने का मेल इन्फेंट। ये मैं आपको बता चुका हूं 5 साल से कम उम्र के बच्चे और जो एल्डरली सिटीजन हैं जिनकी इम्यूनिटी वीक हो चुकी है उनको ज्यादातर खतरा होता है एचएमपी वायरस से, क्योंकि जो आपके लिए निमोनिया के सिम्टम्स होते हैं वो काफी बार हो सकते हैं अंडर दिस वायरस। और भारत सरकार ने आप देखोगे कैटेगोरी लिखा है इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट टू नोट दैट नीदर ऑफ द अफेक्टेड पेशेंट्स हैव एनी हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंटरनेशनल ट्रैवल। दोनों पेशेंट्स में से किसी की भी इंटरनेशनल ट्रैवल की हिस्ट्री है नहीं। भारत का जो स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय है ये सिचुएशन को प्रॉपर्ली मॉनिटर कर रहा है। द वर्ल्ड हेल्थ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इज ऑलरेडी प्रोवाइडिंग टाइमली अपडेट्स रिगार्डिंग द सिचुएशन इन चाइना टू फर्दर इन्फॉर्म ऑनगोइंग मेजर्स। तो चाइना पर देखिए दुनिया की नजर है, चाइना में स्थिति कैसी है, चाइना में क्या कुछ नई डेवलपमेंट आती है, उसी के बेसिस पर डब्ल्यूएचओ दुनिया को इन्फॉर्म करेगा कि एडिशनल आपको कुछ स्टेप्स लेने की आवश्यकता है या नहीं। और लास्ट लाइन यहाँ पे आप देख पाओगे द रीसेंट प्रिपेयरनेस ड्रिल। रिसेंटली एक प्रिपेयरनेस ड्रिल कंडक्ट करी गई थी भारत में कि कल को अगर मान लीजिए कोई भी बीमारी फैलती है जो रेस्पिरेटरी इलनेस से कनेक्टेड है तो उस केस में जल्द से जल्द भारत अपनी बड़ी आबादी को बचाने के लिए तैयार रहेगा। इंडिया इज वेल प्रिपेयर्ड। तो भारत सरकार ने यहाँ पर ये कहा है चिंता की बात नहीं है, जो अपडेट्स हैं डब्ल्यूएचओ की हम फॉलो कर रहे हैं। उम्मीद मेरी यहाँ पर यही है ऑनेस्टली कि चाइना ट्रांसपेरेंसी के साथ डब्ल्यूएचओ को सभी डेटा प्रोवाइड करता रहे और जो 2019-20 में हुआ था उसका रेपिटेशन देखने को ना मिले। तो अभी देखिए ये एक ऑनगोइंग टॉपिक है, इससे रिलेटेड डेवलपमेंट आती रहेंगी, कुछ अपडेट्स आती है तो मैं आपके लिए बाद में अपडेटेड वीडियो ले आऊंगा करियर 247 पर। फाइनली आपसे यहाँ पे पूछूंगा मैं एक सवाल। देखिए एक देश है जिसने हाल ही में दुनिया की पहली सर्जरी करके दिखाई है सैटेलाइट के जरिए। जी हाँ, सर्जरी वाया सैटेलाइट। बताइए ये कारनामा किस कंट्री ने करके दिखाया है? ये है यहाँ पे आपकी ऑप्शंस, जापान, चाइना, यूएसए या फिर इंडिया। कमेंट सेक्शन में करिए उत्तर। जो लोग देंगे सही आंसर उनकी कमेंट को मैं दे दूंगा हार्ट ताकि बाकी लोग समझ पाएं कि सही उत्तर क्या है। और फाइनली आप लोगों के लिए एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट मैसेज, अगर आप सोशल मीडिया पर मुझसे जुड़ना चाहते हैं ताकि मेरी वीडियो शॉर्ट्स की नोटिफिकेशन सबसे पहले आपको मिले तो इसका बेस्ट तरीका है मुझसे जुड़िए टेलीग्राम और इंस्टाग्राम पे। मैं x.com ट्विटर पे नहीं हूँ, मेरा कोई अकाउंट नहीं है वहाँ पर। और यहाँ पे आप देख पाओगे वीडियो के कमेंट सेक्शन में पिंड आपको मिल जाएगा ज्वाइन प्रशांत धवन सर्स टेलीग्राम चैनल। यहाँ पे आप करोगे क्लिक तो आपके सामने ये लिंक आ जाएगा अगर आप मोबाइल फोन पे हैं।
9 दिसंबर 2024 को एक न्यूज आती है कि बेंगलोर से एक सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर अतुल सुभाष जी अनफॉर्चुनेटली सुसाइड कमिट करते हैं। वो एक 24 पेज का नोट छोड़ के जाते हैं और 81 मिनट्स का एक वीडियो भी अपलोड करके जाते हैं। उसमें वो निकिता सिंघानिया जिनसे उनकी शादी हुई थी, हर मदर एंड ब्रदर को अक्यूज करते हैं हैरासमेंट और टॉर्चर के लिए। अतुल सुभाष को अपने 4 साल के बेटे से मिलने नहीं दिया जाता था और निकिता सिंघानिया ने उनके ऊपर बहुत सारे फेक केसेस फाइल कर दिए थे। इवन वो करोड़ों रुपए का डिमांड कर रहे थे केस विथड्रॉ करने के लिए और बच्चे से मिलवाने के लिए। ऑल्सो 40,000 से 2 लाख रुपए का मंथली डिमांड कर रहे थे एज मेंटेनेंस एंड और भी बहुत सारे इश्यूज थे जिसके बारे में वो अपने वीडियो में बात करते हैं। एंड इसके बाद आप सभी को पता ही होगा कि कितना आउटरीच हुआ था इस केस को लेके। मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल वेर क्रिटिसाइजिंग निकिता सिंघानिया, हर फैमिली एंड ऑल्सो द जज ऑफ दिस केस। और इसी टाइम पे बहुत सारे यूट्यूबर्स एंड इंस्टा क्रिएटर्स ने इस केस को लेके वीडियो बनाया था, बट उसमें से एक वीडियो था जिसको बहुत ज्यादा हेट मिला था बिकॉज दैट वाज रियली इनसेंसिटिव। दिस वीडियो वाज अपलोडेड बाय अ क्रिएटर नेम्ड ऑकवर्ड गुड जिनके इंस्टा पे 270K से भी ज्यादा फॉलोअर्स है। एंड वो आके ऐसे बोल रही थी कि अ लॉट ऑफ मेन वांट वुमेन टू टॉक अबाउट अतुल सुभाष का केस, नॉट बिकॉज उनको मेंस मेंटल हेल्थ या राइट्स से फर्क पड़ता है, बट बिकॉज मेन वांट टू डिस्क्रेडिट फेमिनिज्म। लाइक ब्रो व्हाट? आप एक काम करो, आप खुद इन दीदी का वीडियो देख लो, बट उससे पहले एक रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप में से 90% लोग वीडियोस देखते हो बट सब्सक्राइब करना भूल जाते हो। सो प्लीज सब्सक्राइब कर देना, मुझे 1 मिलियन पहुंचना है।
A lot of men want women to talk about the recent Atul Subhash case, not because they feel strongly about men's mental health or men's rights, but because they want to discredit feminism. Feminism is about fighting patriarchy, the same patriarchy that makes lawmakers protect women. Why does the concept of alimony exist? It's to protect a financially weaker group of people, which is usually women, because they're usually encouraged to stay in the kitchen, not get educated or financially independent. Now, if you have a problem with the laws protecting women, maybe you should become a feminist and empower the women. That will make them financially independent. By the way, even the husband can get alimony if the wife earns more than him. Alimony is not just for women. If you have a problem with alimony, just marry a woman who earns more than you. And this is for the men who are saying that all women are gold diggers. I just have one thing to say to you. Not all women.
अब इसी रील के ऊपर कमेंट करते हुए एक यूट्यूबर श्वेता गंगवा एक वीडियो अपलोड करते हैं। वहां वो ऑकवर्ड गोट के ओपनिंग स्टेटमेंट को ही काउंटर करते हैं एंड क्वेश्चन करते हैं कि इनको कैसे पता कि मेन वांट टू डिस्क्रेडिट फेमिनिज्म, इनके पास कौन सा डेटा है?
कि लोग ये करते हैं क्योंकि मुझे पता है उनको मेंटल हेल्थ से फर्क नहीं पड़ता, उनको मेन की मेंटल राइट से फर्क नहीं पड़ता, उनको तो बस फेमिनिज्म को डिस्क्रेडिट करना है। प्रूफ क्या तुम्हारे पास इसका? तुम एक साइंटिस्ट हो या तुमने एटलीस्ट साइंस एक सेकंड के लिए थोड़ी सी प्रैक्टिस करी है। राइट ऑफ द बैट स्टार्टिंग कैसे करते हैं सेंटेंस को? आई बिलीव, आई थिंक, my opinion is, that's when what you're stating becomes a hypothesis, but you should never start something जिसके पीछे एक बहुत strong claim है, एक monopoly of truth है कि मुझको पता है सत्य क्या है और कोई एविडेंस नहीं है। तो तुम्हारा claim तुमने खुद ही बोला अपने से और फिर खुद इसको substantiate कर दिया क्योंकि मैंने बोला। ये सर्कुलर लॉजिक है, आर्गुमेंटेशन में इसको वाहियात लॉजिक कहते हैं।
एंड फिर वो आगे जाके ये बोलते हैं।
बट इसी इश्यू में यहाँ पे बहुत सारी लड़कियां कमेंट सेक्शन में, तुम्हारे कमेंट सेक्शन में होंगी जो कह रही होंगी ये गलत हुआ है और हम इस लड़के से, इस इंसान से सिंपैथाइज करते हैं, हम समझ सकते हैं इसके साथ प्रताड़ना हुई है। ह्यूमंस कॉम्प्लेक्स हैं। ऐसी खतरनाक कन्वर्जेंट थिंकिंग इतनी डेंजरस है ह्यूमैनिटी के लिए। क्या एविडेंस है तुम्हारे पास ये बोलने का? कोई पता नहीं, जीरो जीरो। सिर्फ बायस से मैं अपना स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट जो इतना स्ट्रांगली रच रही हूं, जिसमें मैं एक डिस्डेनफुल लुक भी रख दे रही हूं, डिस्गस्ट भी दिखा दे रही हूं, मतलब बायस पे बायस पे बायस पे बायस, ये मेरा स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट है। और मेरा पॉइंट क्या है? क्लेम्स ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ अदर पीपल अबाउट हुम आई हैव जीरो डेटा, सो आई एम जस्ट जजिंग ह्यूमंस बेसिकली, एंड आई एम अ साइकोलॉजिस्ट।
देन जब ऑकवर्ड गोट यहाँ पर एलिमनी को लेके बोलने लग जाती है विदाउट शोइंग एनी एम्पैथी टुवर्ड्स दिस केस, शेताब यहाँ पर गुस्सा हो जाते हैं।
Wait, is she justifying the alimony जो वो मांग रही थी 3 करोड़ की? Bro, don't tell me the goats here is herself thinking she's goated or something. I just hope it's not.
Not get
She wasn't. She's just completely using the issue like a person suffering to start lecturing about something जो कि is not even concerned with this topic. Like अगर ये बोट में है, she's just going to pretend like यहाँ बगल में एक भयंकर वॉल्केनो नहीं फट रहा है, एक इंसान की जिंदगी खत्म नहीं हो गई। Like I understand, मैं हमेशा women की साइड लूंगी, let's just say that. Basic empathy तो रख सकते हो इंसानियत पे कि यार जो भी हुआ ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए था। Statistically तुम देखो तो भाई self deletion rate men के I think 2 to 4 times है लड़कियों से, तो ये इशू बहुत ज्यादा बड़ा है एक्चुअल में।
देन ऑकवर्ड गोट जब हद से ज्यादा इनसेंसिटिव हो जाती है तो शेताब ये बोलते हैं,
This is comical. She's doing comical stuff, but this is like I think distasteful to a point where it's borderline cruel, borderline like mean से हम बाहर जा चुके हैं, because I believe, in my personal opinion again, she lacks sensitivity, basic human sensitivity, and तुम psychologist हो, so it's like basic lack of empathy, humanity, sensitivity, maturity, sensibility.
एंड ये जो वीडियो था इससे मैं एग्री करता था, इसलिए मैंने अपने इंस्टा पे भी शेयर कर दिया था इसको। एंड आई ऑल्सो थिंक कि गैंगस्टर पर्सपेक्टिव्स का ये सबसे पॉपुलर वीडियो बन गया है अभी के टाइम पे। सो या शेताब जो मैसेज देना चाहते थे लोगों के बीच में वो धीरे धीरे फैल रहा था। बट फिर कुछ दिन बाद शेताब एक वीडियो अपलोड करते हैं ये बताते हुए कि उस वीडियो को ऑकवर्ड गोट ने कॉपीराइट स्ट्राइक मार के हटाने की कोशिश की। यूट्यूब ने उस स्ट्राइक को रिजेक्ट कर दिया कॉज शेताब का कंटेंट ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव था। बेसिकली कमेंट्री वाला जो कंटेंट होता है ना, वहां पर आप दूसरों का क्लिप यूज कर सकते हो अपना पक्ष रखने के लिए, वो फेयर यूज के अंडर आता है। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल मैं यहाँ पर शेताब गांगवर एंड ऑकवर्ड गोट दोनों का क्लिप यूज करके आपको मैटर समझा रहा हूँ एंड ऑल्सो लास्ट में अपना ओपिनियन भी दूंगा। दिस कम्स अंडर फेयर यूज। अब यहाँ पर ऑकवर्ड गोट ने अगर एक्चुअली शेताब गांगवर को स्ट्राइक मार दिया होता तो वो यूट्यूब पॉलिसीज के अगेंस्ट होता। बट चलो यहाँ पर तो यूट्यूब को मैटर समझ में आ गया कि क्या है एक्चुअली। अब बात ये है ना कि ऑकवर्ड गोट यहाँ पर हिपोक्रेट इसलिए लगती है बिकॉज आज से ठीक 1 महीने पहले उन्होंने एक और क्रिएटर एजे भैरव के ऊपर एक कमेंट्री वीडियो बनाया था। वहां पर उन्होंने एजे भैरव के डिफरेंट क्लिप्स को यूज किया था और उन क्लिप्स को देख के तो उन्होंने डायरेक्टली एजे भैरव को मिसोजिनिस्टिक पोटेंशियल तक बोल दिया था। और इसी को रिप्लाई करते हुए एजे भैरव को एक वीडियो भी बनाना पड़ा था बिकॉज ये इतना सीरियस लेवल था। तो ऐसे तो एजे भैरव को भी कॉपीराइट स्ट्राइक मार देना चाहिए था जस्ट बिकॉज एजे भैरव को ऑकवर्ड गोट का कंटेंट पसंद नहीं आया था। बट उन्होंने नहीं किया इतना सीरियस मैटर होने के बावजूद, बिकॉज ही नोस कि हाउ कॉपीराइट सिस्टम वर्क्स। अगर आपको लगता है कि ऑकवर्ड गोट यहाँ पर ही रुक जाती है तो ऐसा नहीं है। अब वो झूठ बोलती है कि शेताब गांगड़ ने अपने फॉलोअर्स को इंस्टिगेट किया है ऑकवर्ड गोट को थ्रेट्स भेजने के लिए। भाई ये सरासर झूठ है। अभी भी वो वीडियो पब्लिक है, आप जाके चेक कर सकते हो कि शेताब गांगड़ ने ऐसा कुछ नहीं कहा था। वो ऐसे वीडियोस तो नहीं बनाते कि जाके पब्लिक आपको थ्रेट्स देने लग जाए। तो उसी को एक्सप्लेन करते हुए उन्होंने एक वीडियो भी अपलोड किया था कि यस अगर आपको ऐसे थ्रेट्स मिल रहे हैं देन इट्स अनफॉर्चुनेट, किसी को भी नहीं मिलना चाहिए, व्हिच आई एग्री टू। बट उन्होंने नहीं कहा ना अपने फॉलोअर्स को कि ऐसा करो जाके, तो आप उनपे कैसे एलिगेशंस लगा सकती हो? दीदी प्लीज बोलने से पहले सोच लिया करो। आजकल भाई लोगों को हो क्या गया है, किसी भी चीज से डिसएग्री करते हैं तो ऐसे लेबल्स लगा देते हैं कि तुम मिसोजिनिस्ट है, तो पोटेंशियल रेपिस्ट है। व्हाट द दीदी आपको पता भी है कि ये शब्द कितने भारी शब्द है? सीरियसली भाई ऐसे लेवल्स ना आपका रेप्यूटेशन आईआरएल पे भी बिगाड़ सकता है और इंटरनेट पे भी। और ऑकवर्ड गोट दीदी ने तो पूरा ही अलग मतलब निकाल लिया था एजे भैरव के वीडियो से और उनको ये सीरियस लेबल दे दिया था, जिसका रिप्लाई करते हुए एजे भैरव ने ये कहा था,
misogynistic potential.
If it is this easy for a woman to sit here in this platform and declare another content creator a potential rapist, then think about the situation of a random man on the road. What did I do to deserve to be called a potential rapist? If expecting your future life partner to be a virgin, if saying I love baby statement is wrong, if wanting to prefer a virgin partner without being called a misogynist, and if reacting to a situation where a person is trying to flirt with your partner makes you a potential rapist, then I don't think what you're preaching is feminism. It is more like misandry.
और एक पॉइंट पे वो ये भी बोलते हैं,
I do not respect someone because she is a woman, and I do not respect someone because he is a man. I respect someone because he or she is a human just like me. I always believe men and women are equally important. That is why I often post the same video in men's point of view and women's point of view.
यस, बुरे लोग दोनों जेंडर्स में मौजूद है, सो रेस्पेक्ट ओनली दोज पीपल हु डिजर्व रेस्पेक्ट। एंड हाँ, इसके बाद वो सबसे डमेस्ट आर्ग्यूमेंट रखती है अपने वीडियो में, जिसपे एजे भैरव ये बोलते हैं,
so emotional. I almost cried. I find it really funny that he keeps showing women having sexual urges as a bad thing.
Everybody has sexual urges, but the ability you cheating in a relationship increases your value as a partner in the relationship.
Not that I'm saying that sleeping with your ex and saying that to your current partner before you die is a great thing to do as a woman. That's really weird. It's actually pretty odd and unrealistic. I don't think any woman would ever say that to her husband. Nobody says such things in real life.
See, my intention is not to make the creator look dumb, but I made this video after reading these two articles.
Not gonna lie, brother cooked here. But हाँ, मैंने ये शताब वर्सेस ऑकवर्ड गोट वाली कंट्रोवर्सी आपको शॉर्ट में समझा दिया. पूरे वीडियोस यहाँ पर दिखाना पॉसिबल नहीं था cause it's a commentary video. तो प्लीज अपने से जाके इन सारे लोगों के वीडियोस देख लेना ताकि आप भी अपना ओपिनियन खुद से बना पाओ. पर्सनली आई थिंक ऑकवर्ड गोट कुछ बहुत ही ज्यादा वियर्ड कंटेंट बनाती है. लाइक अभी इन्होंने एक वीडियो बनाया था जहां पर बोल रही थी कि लड़कियों को फीमेल क्या क्या रेफर करना गलत बात है.
It is just so icky when people call women females. They'll say something like, "Did you see what that female was wearing?" Like, bro, that's a woman.
कोई सेंस है इस बात की?
भाई पता है ऐसे कंटेंट के लिए ना फेमिनिज्म का नाम खराब होता है. एक बार गूगल कर लो कि फेमिनिज्म का एक्चुअल मतलब क्या होता है. इट मींस बोथ मेन एंड वुमेन मस्ट हैव इक्वल राइट्स एंड अपॉर्चुनिटीज. आधे लोगों को तो असली मतलब भी नहीं पता होगा. लोग सूडो फेमिनिज्म और असली फेमिनिज्म में कंफ्यूज हो जाते हैं. सो सारे फेमिनिस्ट को ही वो सूडो फेमिनिस्ट समझने लगते हैं. इवन मैं शताब गांगुर से भी रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूंगा कि भाई आपको तो पता है फेमिनिज्म का रियल मतलब क्या है. तो नेक्स्ट टाइम से अगर आप किसी सूडो फेमिनिज्म वाले वीडियो को क्रिटिसाइज कर रहे हो देन आप ये मेक श्योर करो कि आप सूडो या टॉक्सिक वर्ड को डाल रहे हो फेमिनिज्म के साथ. वरना अगर आप सिर्फ फेमिनिस्ट वर्ड को टाइटल में यूज कर रहे हो, आपने जैसा ऑकवर्ड गोट वाले वीडियो में थंबनेल में यूज किया था टॉक्सिक वर्ड को, ट्राई टू यूज दैट इन योर टाइटल टू. बाकी यस, अगर आपने यहाँ तक वीडियो देख लिया तो कमेंट कर देना कि आपको ऑकवर्ड गोट के ऊपर एक डेडिकेटेड वीडियो चाहिए कि नहीं. एंड ऑल्सो प्लीज आज से 2 महीने तक मेरे को कमेंट्स में ये पूछ के परेशान करना कि भाई आपने बेसिक गिटार सीखा कि नहीं. एक्चुअली मेरा इस साल का गोल है कि मेरे को गिटार सीखना है, तो मैंने 2 महीने का टाइम लिया है जस्ट बेसिक बजाने के लिए. एंड प्रॉपर्ली बजाने के लिए तो पूरा साल ही लग जाएगा आई गेस. बट हाँ, अगर आपको नहीं पता कि मैंने रेबल किट को लेके क्या बोला था तो इस वीडियो को क्लिक करके अभी देख लो.
So I wanted to start this video here off with a story because I'm sure so many of you out there can relate to this. Back when I was a kid, my mom used to take me grocery shopping. And there was this grocery store in the
van. The Good Samaritan is repaid with an off-screen beating. Welcome to the Kill Count, Clarice, where we tally up the victims in all our favorite horror movies and show you how they were made. Sorry. I'm James A. Janice, and today we're looking at The Silence of the Lambs, released in 1991. It's based on the book of the same name, which was Thomas Harris's follow-up to Red Dragon. But this isn't a sequel to Manhunter. Rather, it's an adaptation of the follow-up book to that movie's source material. Silence of the Lambs follows FBI training Clarice Starling, played by a 27-year-old Jodie Foster. Starling is a gifted student who's pulled into the hunt for Buffalo Bill, a serial killer with a penchant for skinning his victims. Unlike Manhunter's Will Graham, Clarice has no real authority, and is constantly framed in claustrophobic, overbearing shots. It's way different than the open environments we often saw Graham in. Clarice is always underestimated by the men around her, and she has to constantly prove herself to them. And this theme isn't subtle. I promise that if this movie came out today, a bunch of grifters on YouTube would be yelling that it's woke. Aiding in Starling's investigation is Dr. Hannibal Lecter, a brilliant psychiatrist and chronic people eater. Here, Lecter is played by Anthony Hopkins, who nabbed a Best Leading Actor Oscar for the role despite only 24 minutes of screen time. In fact, Silence of the Lambs cleaned up at the Academy Awards. It's the third of only 3 movies to win the so-called Big Five, taking home Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actress, Best Actor, and a writing win for Best Adapted Screenplay. It is the only horror movie to ever win the Oscar for Best Picture, which I think speaks to its broad appeal. As mentioned in the Manhunter kill count, despite the 2 movies sharing characters, they're entirely different in pretty much every other way. I think Silence is a more mainstream movie, and that's not a judgment of quality, I just don't know how else to put it. Manhunter is an art piece compared to this film. Compared to Michael Mann's film, the characters in Silence are much more overstated. Buffalo Bill's more of a bombastic maniac than Francis Dollarhide, and characters like Crawford and Chilton stand out a lot more, as opposed to being just, guys. I mean, Farina rules, but still, he's kind of just a guy. As much as I love Manhunter, there's no denying that Silence of the Lambs is awesome. There's a reason that every other scene in this thing has been parodied and referenced to high hell. Hopkins' Hannibal is an icon of horror villains, and Clarice Starling is one of my favorite film protagonists ever. It's not only considered one of the greatest horror movies of all time, but one of the greatest movies, period. It's about damn time we cover it on this show. Will Silence of the Lambs have more... Oh, sorry. I was wondering when you'd call.
Hello, Jamothy. I hear there's been another
around password one for info. Hey, numbers bit by
right.
Tales commentary. Lambs have more kills than... The movie begins in the woods, near Quantico. It's the home of the FBI, where Clarice Starling is making her way through a training montage, complete with a Rocky sweatshirt and Rocky sweat stains. Before she can reach the Philadelphia Museum, she's summoned by Jack Crawford, the head of the Behavioral Science Unit. Starling is something of a star pupil and a former student of Crawford's.
You grilled me pretty hard, as I recall, in the Bureau of Civil Rights record in the Hoover years. I gave you an A.
A-, sir.
Also extremely likable right off the bat. Crawford has a little extra credit for her, helping him out with his latest project. He's interviewing imprisoned serial killers, just like Jonathan Groff in Mindhunter, which is fitting since both characters are based on the same real-life FBI agent, John E. Douglas. In fact, Crawford's actor Scott Glenn spent 4 days with Douglas as preparation for this role. Crawford says there's one killer who refuses to talk to them.
The psychiatrist Hannibal Lecter.
Hannibal the cannibal.
I always wondered if Hannibal only chose to eat people after realizing it'd make for a sweet rhyme. Crawford says he's sending Clarice for general purposes, but judging by the pictures on his wall, this probably has something to do with a killer they're trying to find named Buffalo Bill. When she gets to the sanitarium, its director Dr. Chilton assumes Crawford sent her because she's a pretty young thing that'll turn Hannibal on.
Oh, are you ever his taste?
Phrasing! Chilton was a character in Manhunter, but was largely forgettable there. Here, he's played by Anthony Heald, who makes him stand out with sleaze.
Will you be in Baltimore overnight? Because this can be quite a fun town if you have the right guide.
Dog, you couldn't even guide a boat without blowing yourself up. Clarice manages to ditch the smarmy doctor, giving her one-on-one time with Hannibal's polite orderly Barney.
I'll be watching. You'll do fine.
As mentioned in the Manhunter kill count, this is Frankie Faison, playing a different character than he did in that movie. Thankfully, Barney will stick around for a couple more films. In stark contrast to the sterile white cell in Manhunter, in this movie, Hannibal is kept in a frickin' dungeon. It houses other inmates too, like multiple Miggs, who's got a keen scent for sniffing out the worst things to say. At the end of the row is Hannibal Lecter, who's inhumanly sinister from the very first sight of him.
Good morning.
Much better manners than Miggs, though. He's the main event you'd expect him to be, with a gaze that pierces through the camera as much as it does his plexiglass cell. Hannibal was originally going to be kept behind bars, but director Jonathan Demme wasn't happy with how they obfuscated the actors. He worried it would ruin the intimacy of their scenes together. Production designer Chris Zia came up with the solution of a plexiglass cell. She also designed the dungeon based on a photo of where the Nuremberg war criminals were held before trial. The dungeon was a set built in the abandoned Westinghouse factory, while the institution's interiors were filmed at the Allegheny County Jail in Pittsburgh, where most of the movie was shot. Clarice is obviously scared of Hannibal, but nevertheless, she persists. That gets him to open up a bit, sniffing out her skincare routine and showing off his art.
That is the Duomo scene from the Belvedere.
What a refined young cannibal. She fumbles when she tries to transition to the business at hand, which gets Lecter roasting her like the meanest gay you've ever met.
You know what you look like to me with your good bag and your cheap shoes? You look like a rube.
He said that to her face. When she still doesn't back down, he tries intimidation, telling her how he ate a census worker and the best way to make bubbles in a pool. Hopkins actually didn't intend for that noise to become such a thing.
I put that in at the end, just for a joke. I thought they'd cut it out.
He scares Clarice off, but on her way out, multiple Miggs hits her with some pocket sand. Oh wait, oh god, that's not sand! Man, there's something about Miggsy. The indiscretion offends Hannibal, so he gives Clarice a tip, saying to look inside herself and seek out a patient of his named Miss Moffat. She heads to the library for the requisite microfilm research scene. Gotta love him, until she's interrupted by her friend Ardelia, played by Casey Lemons, who was last seen on the kill count to the OG Candyman. She tells Clarice she's got a call from Crawford, who informs her that multiple Miggs is dead. He was convinced by Hannibal with words alone to swallow his own tongue. Damn, what can't you do with that mouth, Hanny boy? Clarice decodes Hannibal's riddle of looking inside herself to mean a place called Your Self Storage. There's a unit there registered to one Hester Moffat that's been sitting unused for years. The door to the place is jammed, and since the dude who owns it isn't any help, Clarice jacks herself to victory. Wow, Migs really rubbed off on her. Or should I say rubbed one off on her? Inside the storage unit, Clarice finds a car, and it ain't got Leo and Kate having steamy sex inside. Instead, it's got a headless body, as well as a bodiless head, later revealed to belong to Benjamin Raspail, a former patient of Hannibal's. Everyone involved in this movie, from Jodie Foster to writer Ted Talley, wanted to find the proper balance when it came to the story's horrific violence. They didn't want to shy away from it, but they also didn't want to be exploitative.
It's possible to do a picture that is about violence and not make it about getting off on the violence.
The dark subject matter caused Michelle Pfeiffer to turn down the role of Clarice and Gene Hackman to step away after being set to play Jack Crawford and direct.
Gene read the script and said, you know, this is too violent for me, I can't do it, and I'm walking away from it.
As a director, Hackman was replaced by the late Jonathan Demme.
Hi. I'm Jonathan Demme.
It was a weird choice since his earlier films were more comedic, but he also directed Stop Making Sense, the greatest concert film ever made, so he's unimpeachable to me. It ended up working for the cast and crew, who all said they had a great time thanks to Demme keeping things light on set.
The paradox of filming this was that it's such a dark film, and it was such a delightful experience for everybody.
It was a lot of fun.
Meanwhile, the role of Clarice went to Jodie Foster, who was just coming off an Oscar win for The Accused. Foster was a fan of the book and called up Orion Pictures when she found out they bought the rights from Dino De Laurentiis after Manhunter flopped. She was drawn to Clarice's quiet internal strength, especially after playing victims for so much of her career.
For me, the reason that it was so important to make this movie was that there was a sort of healing process and almost like a growing up process to finally playing the woman who saves the women.
After getting the role, Foster wanted to make sure the movie didn't portray the FBI as goofy or inept. You might not know this, but it's fucking buck wild, man. In 1981, John Hinckley Jr. tried to assassinate newly inaugurated President Ronald Reagan. His motivation was to impress Jodie Foster, whom he became obsessed with and stalked after seeing her in Taxi Driver. The FBI protected her during his stalking attempts, and helped out production for this movie, providing their campus and firing range as sets. They figured the film would help them recruit female agents. Clarice makes another appointment with Hannibal, who says that Raspail was an early victim of Buffalo Bills. Lecter only found his patient after he was dead.
Best thing for him, really. His therapy was going nowhere.
Hannibal implies he knows who Buffalo Bill is and offers up the name for a price, a room with a view. Not like the E.M. Forster book, an actual room with like a window and shit. While Starling ponders that deal, in Memphis, Tennessee, a woman sings to Tom Petty with some Fallon caliber lip syncing. She's so into the song, she doesn't realize she's being watched by a Splinter Cell looking Buffalo Bill. He lures her over with an arm cast and some dramatic grunting. When she offers to help him, he maneuvers her into the back of his van. The Good Samaritan is repaid with an off-screen beating and an extended timpani roll. Buffalo Bill checks the size tag on her outfit, and it's a fit for him. Only because actress Brooke Smith gained 25 pounds to play the role. Then Bill ruins the dress's resale value and makes off into the night. Clarice is still on her Rocky regiment, but gets pulled out early by her instructor. As they walk past the Universal Studios stunt show, she's informed she's being flown out to West Virginia, where another Buffalo Bill victim has been found. Her death matches all the others. Bill kept her alive for 3 days.
Then he shoots them, skins them, and dumps them.
Jack Crawford is played by Scott Glenn, an ex-Marine who you might know as Stick from Daredevil, or from the GQ article highlighting his geriatric badassery. Nice, dude. He gives Clarice Buffalo Bill's case file, which includes some photos of his first victim, Frederica Bimmel. But just a reminder, and it's tricky with these crime films, pictures of people who we never meet in video form don't go on the kill count. They arrive at the funeral home, where we get a standard clash of feds and local forces. Crawford eases the tension with some good old-fashioned guy talk.
This type of sex crime has certain aspects I just as soon discuss in private. You know what I mean?
They step aside for a man-to-man, which leaves Clarice shut out with condescending stares from the men surrounding her. She escapes the prying eyes by stepping into a room with crying eyes. But she's not crashing a stranger's funeral here. She's just having a traumatic flashback to her father's death, which happened when she was 10. And since it's in video form, I will go ahead and put him on the count. She snaps back to reality when Crawford calls her inside and regains some authority by clearing the room of all its men. I guess there ain't enough coke to share with the whole class. Just kidding. It's something that masks the smell, since not even even the coroner played by producer Kenneth Utt can hide his disgust. Buffalo Bill's sixth victim has had her scalp removed, along with 2 disconcerting diamond-shaped skin segments from her back. Effects artist Carl Fullerton designed the makeup throughout the movie without the use of prosthetics or dummies. The movie's corpses were real actresses who had to lie still while being naked in water or cold conditions.
It was very tough on them in many cases, I think.
But they did smile when they were finished.
Clarice proves her worth when she sees something down the victim's throat, which gives way to my favorite line delivery of the film.
When a body comes out of the water, lots of times there's like leaves and things in the mouth.
Like leaves and things. But it ain't leaves and things in there. It's an insect cocoon. Clarice quickly preserves the specimen and takes it to the town's dinosaur district. At a museum there, she meets 2 entomologists named Pilcher and Roden, the latter of whom is played by Dan Butler, who assisted Will Graham in Manhunter. Starling's more comfortable with Bob Bug Guy Briscoe and his buddy Pilcher. She's even a bit receptive to Pilcher's flirting and snow-piercing blue eyes.
You ever go out for cheeseburgers and beer?
Are you hitting on me, Doctor?
Yes.
And in the book, these 2 actually end up together. Unfortunately for movie Pilcher, he stopped short of asking her out when Roden identifies the insect as a death's head moth, a species that only lives in Asia. These exotic moths have to be specially cared for, which is our cue to visit the home of Buffalo Bill, whose place is part moth nursery, part house of wax. His many moths were provided by insect wrangler Ray Mendez, who also provided the nasty roaches in the final segment of Creepshow. Mendez created a fake cocoon for the autopsy scene, made out of Tootsie Rolls and gummy bears in case the actress swallowed it. He also designed the one they cut open, which squeezed out KY jelly. Gross. Buffalo Bill's lair includes a nightmare wishing well, and stuck at the bottom of it is the woman from Tennessee. Bill's keeping her alive and moisturized, giving her lotion to apply while he and his dog Precious supervise. It gets a little spooktacular during cleanup time though.
Put the fucking lotion in the basket!
The woman is revealed via news report to be Catherine Martin, the only daughter of U.S. Senator Ruth Martin. With the case involving Congress critters now, Clarice is sent for another meeting with Hannibal, much to the annoyance of Chilton.
He is my patient. I have rights.
Dude thinks of himself as Lecter's greatest rival.
Thinks I'm his nemesis.
Calm down, Ginsburg. He doesn't think of you at all. Clarice offers Hannibal a transfer to a different facility and an annual beach vacation if he gives up Buffalo Bill. Hannibal offers a counter-proposal.
Quid pro quo. I tell you things, you tell me things. Not about this case, though. About yourself.
Despite an earlier order from Crawford to avoid sharing personal information, Clarice recounts the painful memory of how her father was killed trying to stop a robbery. That tasty tidbit earns her an insect analysis from Dr. Lecter, who notes that the moth is symbolic of change.
Caterpillar into chrysalis or pupa, and from thence into beauty. Our Billy wants to change too.
He advises her to check nearby medical centers, surmising that Buffalo Bill has been rejected for sex reassignment surgery. The Silence of the Lambs has a complicated cultural legacy when it comes to transgender and homosexual representation. And don't start whining about me getting political, okay? You can't not talk about this stuff when analyzing this film. The movie specifically points out that Buffalo Bill isn't actually trans.
Billy is not a real transsexual. But he thinks he is. He tries to be.
Clarice also chimes in with a defense, although it may seem a bit patronizing.
There's no correlation in the literature between transsexualism and violence. Transsexuals are very passive.
Director Demme was always adamant that Buffalo Bill wasn't gay and felt that audiences misinterpreted the character. Similarly, actor Ted Levine did a lot of research and discussion with drag queens in the gay community and considered Buffalo Bill a homophobic heterosexual whose behavior mocked gay men. Still, the movie Serial Killer is a mentally ill crossdresser, which was probably harmful in 1991. Back then, a lot of the audience would have been less familiar with these ideas and might have assumed that all trans people were like this. The movie was picketed by protesters, who also distributed leaflets at the New York Film Critics Award, which Demme encouraged people to engage with.
He said, I think that was extremely gracefully done. And I think we should all read these and pay very close attention to the message.
In later years, Demme said he should have done more to emphasize the character wasn't gay. Nowadays, we have a much broader spectrum of gay characters in media, so Buffalo Bill is no longer a singular depiction of a differing sexuality. Maybe that's why I've seen some people reclaim him and celebrate the character's camp. Dr. Chilton has been listening in on Hannibal and Clarice's meeting and finds out the deal Clarice offered was a phony one thrown out by Jack Crawford. He tattles, and it gets Crawford and Starling in trouble with Jack's boss, FBI Director Hayden Burke. He's played by by legendary horror producer Roger Corman in a brief cameo, since Demi worked for him early in his career. It's always weird to see his name in the opening credits. Chilton makes a move and negotiates a real bargainatico with Senator Martin. He's so busy preening about the victory that he leaves his pen behind in Lecter's cell, but I'm sure that won't be a big deal. Hannibal says he'll only reveal Buffalo Bill's identity to the senator in person, so he's flown to Tennessee and wheeled out in front of her wearing a mask. This infamous face wear, which also works as good Royal Rumble attire, went through several iterations in pre-production, some more fencing inspired and others more dumb. Costume designer Colleen Atwood landed on the final look, an unpainted fiberglass mask that has a bit of a Jason edge to it, maybe since it was made by a New Jersey hockey mask manufacturer. Although he can't nibble anyone through it, Hannibal can still share Buffalo Bill's real name. He says it's Louis' friend, and that he met him once because he was lovers with his patient Benjamin Raspel, you know, the head in a jar guy. The deal is going well, but Hannibal almost blows it when he starts talking about the senator's nips.
Toughened your nipples, didn't it?
He brings it back by giving the senator Buffalo Bill's address, his physical description, and a compliment.
Oh, and Senator, just one more thing. Love your suit.
It's hard to imagine a time when Anthony Hopkins wasn't a household name, but originally, Sean Connery was the more commercial-friendly pick for Hannibal. When he turned it down, Demi cast Hopkins based on his performance in The Elephant Man. Jodie Foster didn't get to talk to him until they were already in production.
We did a table reading of the entire movie, and he scared me to death.
At least the feeling was mutual.
And I was scared to speak to you. I thought, you just won another Oscar.
In exchange for the intel, Hannibal was moved to a cell in the middle of a museum, which in real life was the Soldiers and Sailors Museum in Pittsburgh, PA. It's an excellent tableau for a sophisticated sociopath. He's gotta love being in there. Clarice arrives for one final encounter with him, but careful girl, don't laugh at his jokes too much.
People will say we're in love.
She says she's figured out the info he gave the senator is bogus.
Your anagrams are showing, Doctor. Louis' friend. Iron sulfide, also known as fool's gold.
She pries for the truth, but he reminds her of their quid pro quo agreement. In an uncomfortable close-up, Starling recalls how she was sent to live with her cousins on a ranch. She ran away after hearing their sheep being slaughtered overnight, a sound Lecter says probably haunts her.
You wake up in the dark and hear the screaming of the lamb.
Huh. I think they got the movie title wrong. Her quid pro bro gives another clue and says Buffalo Bill's motivation isn't sexual. He does, however, covet his victims' bodies in a certain way, and Clarice should know all about that.
Don't you feel eyes moving over your body, Clarice?
I mean, how could she not? So much of the movie features Clarice being stared at by men, and Demi made it more obvious by casting tall dudes to tower over the diminutive Foster. They emphasized it even more by shooting most scenes from Clarice's point of view, with characters staring directly into the camera lens. Starling and Lecter are interrupted by Chilton and a blink and you'll miss him George Romero. They take her away before Lecter can reveal Bill's real name. As Clarice takes a speedy plane back home, Hannibal draws a speedy portrait of his favorite gal. His guards arrive to deliver dinner and handcuff him to cell bars to prevent any funny business. But it's finally time for Chilton's pen to come into play, as Hannibal uses it to pick the lock. He slaps the cuffs back onto Lieutenant Boyle, then sinks his teeth into Sergeant Pembry. Guy must have tasted pretty bland though, since Hannibal seasons him with pepper spray. Then he gives Boyle an off-screen beating before celebrating the new freedom of his wrists. Downstairs, muffled gunshots and elevator movement sends this 90s police squad up to the 5th floor. Yeah, guy, I'm sure Hannibal's up on the ceiling behind you. What are you doing? Lecter's nowhere to be seen, but they do find Boyle's disemboweled corpse, which Hannibal has strung up in an impressive angel display. Production designer Chris Zia based this on a painting by Francis Bacon. Pembry is discovered still breathing, but with a face that looks a little worse for wear.
Oh, you look real good there. Yeah, you look real good.
Yeah, very convincing, dude. As Pembry is rolled away by paramedics, the officers notice blood leaking from the roof of the elevator. The SWAT team is called in, and they find what appears to be Hannibal's body, but soon realize it's a dead Sergeant Pembry, who's not only missing his uniform, but also his face. That means the person wheeled out was Hannibal, who now reveals himself in the ambulance. Clarice is told of Hannibal's escape by Ardelia, who also tells her he killed the ambulance crew. That means I'll count the 2 paramedics who were with him, one who got in the driver's seat, and one who was shown in the back when Hannibal took off Pembry's face. The 2 students look over Buffalo Bill's case file again, and Clarice realizes something about his first victim, Frederica Bimmel. If he truly coveted her, like Hannibal insists, he was probably familiar with her and even saw her every day.
Hot damn, Clarice. You know her.
She drives to Frederica's hometown of Belvedere, Ohio to meet the girl's father, who looks like he subscribes to the Vivitch School of Grief Management. He lets her look around his daughter's bedroom, where she finds some hidden pictures confirming that Frederica had a secret lover. But she doesn't figure everything out until she looks in the closet and sees a dressmaking pattern reminiscent of the skin Bill cut from his 6th victim.
He's making himself a woman's suit, Mr. Crawford, out of real women.
Crawford tells her good job, but chill out, they've already cracked the case. Based on Starling's work with the bug cocoon, they track down a tailor by the name of James Gum.
Customs had some paper on it. They stopped a carton 2 years ago at LAX. Live caterpillars from Suriname.
Clarice wants to join Crawford at Gum's home address outside Chicago, but he tells her to stay put. The men will handle the dangerous work. They need her to find evidence linking Gum to Frederica's murder. She ends up getting the address of Frederica's old employer, a local woman named Mrs. Lippman. Back in Bill's House of Horrors, Catherine's still down in a hole, losing her soul. She'd like to fly, but her wings have been so denied, and her only chance at freedom is a page out of Pirates of the Caribbean.
Come on, take that boat. Come on.
Wow, that is one seriously fluffy dog. While she begs the good boy, the man we now know as James Gum is having a makeover montage set to Goodbye Horses. It's a song director Demi first heard a demo of when riding in musician Q Lazarus's taxicab. He included it in his earlier film, Married to the Mob, but the song has become synonymous with this scene, which sees Gum dance into the camera and infamously tuck away his Jane Jimmy and gum balls. James Gum, whose name sounds like they forgot to finish writing it, is played by Ted Levine, last seen on the kill count in Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. He improvised this dance scene and created it on set with Demi. It wasn't in the original screenplay. Crawford touches down in Chicago and joins a SWAT team surrounding Gum's home. In his basement, Gum discovers that Catherine has managed to lure Precious into the hole with her. While Buffalo Bill might be a heartless killer, he does have a soft spot for his good boy.
Hey, don't you hurt my dog!
Don't you make me hurt your dog!
The situation escalates further as an undercover officer rings the doorbell, ready to burst Gum's bubble. Gum arms himself and leaves to answer the door, but as the FBI storms in, we realize they're at the wrong address. The person ringing Gum's doorbell is actually Clarice. Editor Craig McKay didn't initially cut the scene with parallel action, but Demi decided it'd play better with both scenes happening simultaneously. It's a masterpiece fake-out that's been referenced a bunch, most recently in The Black Phone. Gum gives a fake name and claims to remember Frederica only in passing.
Oh, wait. Was she a great big fat person?
You gotta work on your icebreakers, Gum. He chews over his options and invites Starling inside, where she starts to grow suspicious after seeing a giant roll of shrink wrap and textile materials. And oh yeah, the freaking moth. Time to pull out her bazooka on this Joe. Clarice orders him to stick around, but the wriggly Gum just giggles and runs away. She follows him downstairs and discovers Gum's ghastly experiment, a partially finished woman suit made from the skin of his victims. Buffalo Bill was the amalgamation of several real-life serial killers, most prominently Ed Gein for his skin suit and the messy state of his house. His fake injury kidnapping ruse was inspired by Ted Bundy, while his basement pit prison is based on Gary Heidnik of Philadelphia. Clarice busts down another door where she discovers what the internet tells me is the body of Mrs. Lippman, which Gum has left to lose its flavor in the bathtub. Oh man, it's gonna get all moldy! A blackout prevents Clarice from getting a better look, while Gum dons his night vision goggles. Are they heavy? Then they're expensive, put them back. Clarice is left scrambling in the dark, and Gum gets cocky with his stalking, reaching out to almost stroke her hair. He tries to double his pleasure with the use of a gun, but that cockiness is too loud, so Clarice spins around and shoots him dead. It shatters a window and lets in sunlight, allowing us to see him bleed out proper. Backup arrives to take care of Catherine and her new dog, and since defeating Gum has put her in the big league, Clarice gets an FBI badge. At the graduation party, she catches up with Ardelia, Pilcher, Roden, and is that a kid? Whose kid is that? Crawford pulls her aside for a Paul Hollywood handshake of approval, but he's not the only one who wants to congratulate her.
Starling.
Well, Clarice, have the lambs stopped screaming?
Hannibal is calling from Jamaica, but only briefly, since Dr. Chilton has just arrived.
I do wish we could chat longer, but I'm having an old friend for dinner.
The movie ends with Dr. Lecter stalking after Dr. Chilton, wearing his finest Panama hat and linen suit. How many people in this movie got Buffalo killed? Let's find out and get to the numbers. Sorry, what am I supposed to do with this?
Put the fucking lotion in the basket!
Okay, alright, here. Weird guy. I counted 10 kills in The Silence of the Lambs, with the victims consisting of 8 men and 2 women. That gives us this pie chart, which would go well with a nice Chianti, and a count and gender breakdown that's only been seen 3 times before on this show. Ugh, Jack Frost. With a runtime of 119 minutes, that gave us a kill on average just about every 12 minutes. I'll give the Golden Chainsaw for coolest kill to Lieutenant Boyle. It's one of the bloodier kills in the movie, and his post-mortem display is disturbing and strangely beautiful. The Machete for lamest kill goes to the paramedics, who died off screen and without a fun body reveal later. And that's it. The Silence of the Lambs came out on Valentine's Day in 1991 and was the #1 movie for 5 weekends, grossing $272 million. It wouldn't have a sequel until 10 years later though, which I'll be looking at next week. Until then, I'm James A. Janice. This has been The Kill Count.
On the next Kill Count.
10 years after The Silence of the Lambs, Clarice Starling is back, and she hasn't changed a bit.
I'm Special Agent Starling.
Well, aside from her now being played by Julianne Moore. But hey, at least Hannibal Lecter hasn't changed.
So what do you think?
Wait, what? Oh, sorry, that's Gary Oldman, covered in prosthetics and playing a Venture Brothers villain.
Bingo.
Sir Anthony is still our Hannibal the Cannibal, and he's ready for a little taste of Italy.
I've enjoyed many excellent meals there.
The Good Doctor cordially invites you to this Ridley Scott-directed sequel. Other guests include a perpetually hungover, chain-smoking Italian cop.
I am a professional.
A wealthy, sadistic former patient who looks like a rebooted Freddy Krueger.
That's almost funny now.
A sleazy Ray Liotta, who's out to prove he's got as much brain as brawn.
Wouldn't mind having a go with you right now if you want to reconsider.
Season 1 of Supernatural introduces the brothers Sam and Dean Winchester, whose relationship has grown strained due to their tragic and difficult upbringing. After their mother Mary's strange and unexplainable death when they were infants, in which she was held against the ceiling by an invisible force and then burst into flames, Sam and Dean were raised by their hardened and grieving father, John. John Winchester became driven by the desire to avenge his wife, and trained his sons to be monster hunters in the hopes of finding and killing the supernatural being that killed Mary. Throughout their adolescence, Dean remained loyal to his father, and was forced to essentially raise Sam due to their father's emotional neglect. In turn, Sam grew up resenting his father, and decided to leave the Winchester family's monster hunting lifestyle for good. And so Sam has built a new normal life for himself, attending Stanford University alongside his girlfriend Jessica with the hopes of becoming a lawyer. Sam's new life is upended when Dean arrives, announcing that John has gone missing while on a monster hunt, and Dean now requires his brother's help to find their father. Although Sam is at first reluctant to join his brother, when Jessica is killed in the same way as Mary, he becomes resolved to find John and together rid the world of supernatural evil. As Sam and Dean journey across the country, they take down many nefarious supernatural beings, including ghosts, poltergeists, wendigos, and more, even including a horrifyingly evil scarecrow. The brothers also meet several new human allies, like the bumbling paranormal investigators Ed Zedmore and Harry Spangler, and a friendly hitchhiker named Meg Masters, who strangely repeatedly bumps into the Winchester brothers along their journey. Along the way, Sam even discovers that he has strange prophetic dreams and premonitions of his own. Throughout their adventures, Sam and Dean grow closer together and mend their brotherly bond. Eventually, the brothers find and reunite with John, who reveals that he has discovered that Mary was killed by the demon Azazel. Upon acquiring a magical gun known as the Colt, which has the power to kill any supernatural being, John is finally ready to avenge his wife's death. He reconciles with his sons and finally realizes the importance of family and that their duty to help those in need takes precedence over his own selfish desires for revenge. Unfortunately, Meg just so happens to be the daughter of Azazel and teams up with demons loyal to her father to capture John. And so as the season comes to a close, Sam and Dean must work together to save their father and defeat Azazel. They seek the help of their
Hey kids, let's talk about babies for a second. Now I think we can all agree, generally, babies suck at most things, either literally or figuratively. They have almost no life skills whatsoever. However, as it turns out, babies do actually have some traits that make them superior to adults in certain isolated aspects. In this video, I'm going to tell you guys about a few. First is the baby's non-drowning reflex. If babies under the age of 6 months are put underwater, they'll instinctively hold their breath. Additionally, their heartbeat begins to slow down as soon as they're submerged, which allows them to use much less oxygen and, as a result, stay alive much longer than the average person. As we all know, babies get themselves into bad situations all the time. Soon as your back is turned, they're off trying to lick another socket or whatever. So this reflex probably evolved from back in the day, right? Mom's off picking berries, baby wanders off, ends up in the middle of a lake, and somehow this whole reflex thing gives the village more time to, go get a raft and fish them out. Next is a baby's grip. They're able to support their entire body weight with just one hand, which is more than a lot of adults can do. Of course, it's kind of cheating because they only weigh as much as a baby, but it's still kind of impressive. This trait is shared by apes, whose babies instinctively cling on to the backs of their mothers. So that way, if she gets a little courageous swinging from branch to branch, the baby doesn't just go flying. Anyway, because of this, it's speculated that babies actually got their firm grasp from our ape ancestors millions of years ago. And it's only a bit later in life when your genetics go, oh yeah, legs neat, and ditch the whole grabby thing. Next, babies are also very seductive. Not in the sense of like strutting around in thigh highs, making dudes' eyes bulge, not that seductive, but just in the sense of, hey, I like looking at this thing. We should keep it alive for a while. Here's an example. If people saw a 5-year-old on the streets rolling around in a pile of its own shit, they'd be like, ugh, what a scumbag. But if an infant did it, people would still be like, oh man, little guy, I want to take you home, clean you up, put you in little hats. Yeah, it has to do with a baby's facial features like their large forehead and eyes, which set off a bunch of baby caring instincts in our brains, causing us to perceive cuteness. It's only when they hit like 2 or 3 when that all goes down the shitter. Lastly, babies have a surprisingly good concept of morality. According to a study by Yale University's Infant Cognition Center, babies are born with an innate sense of right and wrong. Here's how the study went, right? So first they put on a puppet show for the baby with these 2 rabbit dolls, and they made one of them act nice and the other one act like a dick. Then at the end of the show, the babies were offered either puppet, and in almost every case, the babies took the nice one. And you might say a strong grip on morality doesn't qualify as a superpower. Personally, I disagree. People are terrible at keeping their basic sense of right and wrong unless their society maintains it for them. Let me give an example. A few days ago in the Philippines, the president of the entire country basically said, hey, we should just start murdering every drug addict alive. Right now. And this isn't seen as insane over there. No, millions of Filipinos are now on board with this. It is fucked. You see, babies lack the mental capacity to justify atrocities with shit like it's about the greater good, They have no prejudice. They just see people as people. And honestly, I think we could all learn a thing or two from that. Not to get all George Carlin-y on you guys or anything. Anyway, that's all for today. Till next time, I'm Sam Manella, and thank you for watching.